Penny for those thoughts.
Oh, I was thinking I'm glad we're going home, Roger. I hope this summer has given us both ample time to think this thing out.
Well, actually, darling, we have too much invested in this marriage. 10 years cannot be dispelled by one summer.
Well, that isn't exactly what I meant, but... Oh, let's listen to the radio, shall we?
I hope we've had an end to this sulking and...
What was that, Roger? Felt like we hit something.
Nonsense, I ran off the road.
Oh, Roger, please, slow down. Roger, listen. Sounds like a woman screaming. Oh, please, let's go back. I'm sure you've hit something.
I didn't hear anything, Kay. I'm sure we didn't hit anything.
This is the CBS Radio Workshop, the theater of the mind dedicated to man's imagination. Our story, Grief Drives a Black Sedan, stars Alice Frost and Lee Vines. Written, produced, and directed by D. Engelbach.
Will driver of black sedan pull over, please? Driver of black sedan, pull over.
Roger, we should have gone back.
Kay, none of your hysterics now. Please,
I'm sure we must...
Oh, just be quiet.
You realize how fast you were going?
Yes, officer. I was going 40 miles an hour, and that doesn't really seem like an excessive amount of speed to me.
It is in a 25-mile zone. Although you can't see it from the road, this area is quite thickly populated. There are always children about. Can I see a driver's license?
Hey, Tom. Look here a moment.
Okay.
Roger, do
Shut
you think
up,
we
Kay.
really...
Kay, there's nothing these state police would rather do than to stop a car with a New York state license. And I was only going 40 miles an hour.
I'm afraid it's more serious than that.
More serious than what?
Move over, please.
Say, what's all this about?
I'm taking you to the police barracks in Westport.
What have we done, officer?
That's for you to tell me, madam. You see, your front left fender is dented.
Is that a crime in this state?
We'll have to find out. You see, around that dent is blood.
Captain, I'd like to see you in his office.
May I come along, Roger?
No, darling, you stay out of this. I'll find out what this is all about.
Roger, remember...
Stay out of this. I'll be back in a moment.
Sit down, please. You are Roger Wickens, 25 Park Plaza Road, New York City?
Yes, I am. What's this all about?
I'm returning your driver's license and your car registration. We've checked the New York police. You've not had any previous accident record. What happened tonight, Mr. Wickens?
What do you mean, what happened? I drove up here from New York City to take my wife home. She's been summering up here, and that's all there is to it. And I want you to stop treating me like a criminal. I was driving down Cross Highway when the police stopped me for driving 40 miles an hour.
Excuse me. Yes. Yeah. Well, keep checking. Check every hospital within 25 miles. When you finish that, check all the doctor's residence in the vicinity. Send someone to retrace Cross Highway. Yes. Well, I think you'll find somewhere Not too far from where the Wickens' car was stopped, some blood stains and possible pieces of glass. Report back as soon as possible. Yes, who? Oh, Doc's out there. We'll send him in.
Captain, what about this? Are we under arrest?
Well, there are two ways we can do this. We can technically arrest you for driving 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone. Or of your own volition, you can wait until all these things check out. Look, I think you're in trouble. I think you've hit somebody and run away from the accident.
Of all the stupid things that I've ever heard of, I've...
Hello. Hello, Captain. Okay, what is it? Oh, excuse me.
Hello, Doc. Well, what will it be, Mr. Wickens?
I'll wait. What about my wife?
Well, she'd better wait, too.
He seems rather touchy.
Yeah. Doc, why don't you take some blood samples, run them through the lab, report back to me as soon as you can. I believe this is a case of hit and run. I want to have all my facts.
Another no cooperation guy, huh?
That's right, Doc. They never learn, do they?
Cigarette?
Thanks, Tony. Roger, did you tell them?
Tell them what?
Oh, please, darling. Remember when we ran off the road, I told you I thought I heard a woman scream.
Kay, I did not hear a woman scream, and I did not hit anything. This is all a fantastic nightmare. It seems it started when you came up here. There was no reason for all of this. We should have gone to Europe this summer and behaved like two mature people. 10 years of marriage, and we're still trying to figure out whether or not it will work.
It's not going to work, Roger. I believe this was all for a reason tonight. I believe we're both in trouble.
Nonsense.
Roger, we must share that responsibility.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Kay, what responsibility?
The blood on the fender.
Hello. Yes. You found what? Where? Bayberry Lane. Let me get this down now. Bayberry Lane and Cross Highway. Yeah, I'm a regular Sherlock Holmes. How'd I know what? Never mind about that. No one at the house, huh? Well, you stay there. Keep calling in. No, Doc's still working. There's nothing to report here. Wickens denies everything. Okay, stay with it. Right.
You want me to send out for some coffee?
Oh, no, thank you.
Well, it's past midnight. Eddie and Joanne said they would wait at the Maroc until 1. What a wonderful homecoming party this turned out to be.
Well, you win the Superficiality Award for the year. Eddie and Joanne, the Maroc, the whole stupid, silly pattern. Roger, don't you realize you may have killed someone tonight?
Kay, let's stop this bickering, this hammering at each other. I did not hit anyone tonight. Now, starting with that premise, let's see if we can discuss intelligently our own problems.
This is not the time nor the place. Actually, Roger, there is no problem. I'm leaving you. I don't blame you, Roger. I really don't know whose fault it is. Perhaps it's mine.
Oh, no, it's mine. All I've ever done was given in to every little whim you ever had.
Have you, Roger? Oh, yes, you've given me things. Money, a beautiful home. And oh, so much loneliness. What good are possessions? Oh, I know this sounds trite and very cliché. But I'm tired, Roger. We've failed. I don't know whose fault it is. I don't know where we really started to grow apart. I just want out.
Well, darling, as usual, your timing is superb. I'm up to my neck in trouble because of you.
Oh, please. No more of the comparisons, no more recriminations. Until we know what's happened here, let's just wait. Wait.
Yes, Tom. You did. A signed statement. Feels pretty bad, huh? Yeah, what about the charges? Mine does. Hold a minute, Tom. Paul, have Doc call me. Yes, Tom, you were saying? Hit about 10 o'clock. Dead, huh? It's too bad. Yeah, right. Doc, drop your test. We have all we want. Okay, Tom, get back here as fast as you can. Right. Paul, bring that Wiggins guy in here.
It's 1:30. Roger, why don't you ask the captain if they found out anything?
Yes, I guess you're right. I will.
Mr. Wickens?
Yes.
Officer, what have you found out?
Mr. Wickens, the captain wants to see you.
Right.
$10. What do you do with 10 years? Can you write it off? Can you forget it? 10 years and you look at someone, and that someone you've known for 10 years, and you realize, oh, this night, this long night, what have we done? 10 years. 10 whole years. What do you do with memories? Just lock them in a safety deposit box? Or do you tie them up neatly in pink ribbons and burn them? What do you do with plans? Those blueprints for the future? And what do you do with love? The community property of love, split down the middle and shared by no one. 10 years. 10 years. 10 years.
Kay.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I must have dozed off.
Yes, about an hour. Don't be sorry. I needed the time to think. Kay, I must talk to you.
Oh, haven't we had enough talk for one night?
Just a bit more patience, darling. Cigarette?
Roger, for heaven's sake, what's happened?
Kay, I must tell you this in my own way. And for whatever love you once had for me, please hear me out. I I want you to know.
Oh, Roger, please.
I want you to know this is no plea for any kind of sympathy. I know, Kay, why our marriage failed. You see, believe me, this isn't easy. I know I'm a coward. Tonight, I did hit something. More than that, I took a life.
Roger, no.
Please, darling, let me finish this. All my life, I've been hitting and telling myself that I didn't hit. All my life, I've been running away. All my life, I've been a coward.
Oh,
I wonder how much I've lost in love, respect, friendship. I wonder how much of myself has been sacrificed so carelessly, so needlessly, because I didn't take time to stop and go back to pick up that which I had hit. You see, darling, I guess I've always been driving 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone. And the ironical part about this whole thing is that the police were not going to arrest me for speeding, but merely warned me to take it easy. I guess maybe help of any kind has always made me angry, and truth always hurt my ears.
Roger, darling, would you please...
I know I killed tonight. Needlessly. Carelessly. And, Kay, I want you to hear this letter the captain just gave me. And I want you to know, darling, that no more do I blame everybody else for my emptiness. To the man who killed my dog. I hope you were going someplace important when you drove so fast down Cross Highway across Bayberry Lane tonight. I hope that when you got there, the time you saved by speeding meant something to you or somebody else. Maybe we'd feel better if we could imagine that you were a doctor rushing somewhere to deliver a baby or ease somebody's pain. The life of our dog to shorten someone's suffering, that mightn't have been so bad. But even though all we saw of you was the black shadow of your car and its jumping red taillights as you roared down the road, we know too much about you to believe it. You saw the dog. You stepped on your brakes. You felt a thump. You heard a yelp and then my wife's scream. Your reflexes are better than your heart and stronger than your courage. We know that. Because you jumped on the gas again and got out of there as fast as your car could carry you. Whoever you are, mister, and whatever you do for a living, we know you are a killer. And in your hands, driving the way you drove tonight, your car is a murder weapon. You didn't bother to look, so I'll tell you what the thump and the yelp were. They were Vicky, a 6-month-old basset puppy, white with brown and black markings. An aristocrat with 12 champions among her forebears. But she clowned and she chased and she loved people and kids and other dogs as much as any mongrel on earth. I'm sorry you didn't stick around to see the job you did, though a dog dying by the side of the road isn't a very pretty sight. In less than 2 seconds, you and that car of yours transformed a living being that had been beautiful, warm, clean, soft, and loving into something dirty, ugly, broken, and bloody. A poor, shocked, and mad thing that tried to sink its teeth into the hand it had nuzzled and licked all its life. I hope to God that when you hit my dog, you had for a moment the sick, dead feeling in the throat and down to the stomach that we've known ever since. And that you feel it whenever you think about speeding down a winding country road again. Because the next time, some 8-year-old boy might be wobbling along on his first bicycle. Or a very little one might wander out past the gate and into the road the moment it takes his father to bend down to pull a weed out of the driveway. The way my puppy got away from me. Or maybe you'll be real lucky again and only kill another dog and break the heart of another family. Signed, Richard Joseph, Westport, Connecticut. Well, Kay, that's it. No charges. No arrest. No...
Roger. Oh, darling. Please. Let's go home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the state of New York, Averell Harriman.
Thoughtlessness and irresponsibility go hand in hand and cause far too many tragedies on our highways. The thoughtless driver who ignores traffic regulations, hoping to get away with it, hides behind the idea, no witness, no crime. But too often, this leads down a road of final accounting. Only by constant care, courtesy, and observance of the rules of the road can you be sure of avoiding the day when grief drives your car and brings tragedy to your family or that of another. The streamlined, high-powered automobiles of today demand of us the same intelligence and care in handling that has gone into their design. This weekend and in the future, I appeal to everyone to drive carefully, drive safely, assure a happy holiday for all.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop, Grief Drives a Black Sedan, written by D. Engelbach. A Letter to the Man Who Killed My Dog is from the book of the same title, written by Richard Joseph and published by Frederick Fell. Today's cast: Alice Frost, Lee Vines, Ralph Bell, Bill Mason, Larry Haynes, Jay Johnson. Next week from Hollywood, People Are No Good. Ted Pearson speaking.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. This story of the violence that moved west with young America. the story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, could I give you some more coffee?
Yeah, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe it will.
Why don't you just leave the coffee pot here on the table, Miss Keller?
Why, sure thing, Marshal.
All right.
Oh, I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Well, good. Cook us up about a half a dozen of them, huh?
Have them for you right away, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Fresh eggs. My, I'll swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
Well, that's civilization, Chester. Progress. Another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
No, you'll see it. Both of us will see it. That is, if we live that long.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. You Mr.
Yeah?
Dillon, the marshal here?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter. Ed Hunter.
Mr. Hunter?
I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Come in the Santa Fe this morning.
I say. Well, why don't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, sir.
Chester Proudfoot, Mr. Hunter.
Howdy do.
Howdy do.
Here's my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I can imagine. Won't you have some coffee?
No, thank you. Marshal, I'm here to arrest 2 men who are wanted in Virginia.
No?
Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off for them in Topeka.
Uh-huh. John Allison, Calvin Moore. Both wanted for murder, huh? Hey, do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, the names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them. Have you, Chester?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I have some information that may help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller at Greenbrier last spring.
Oh?
He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, an excellent horseman and a confirmed gambler.
Well, that's fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Well, possibly I can do a bit better in regard to Calvin Moore, Mr. Dillon. Now, he came down to Richmond from the north and set up practice as a medical doctor. He was about 29 at the time. And he ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and then left town. That was 17 years ago. Beauregard's been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that's a pretty
I
long
have a
time.
picture of Moore, photographed.
Oh?
Of course, he was much younger than this.
Oh, sometimes there's still quite a resemblance, even after 17.
Something familiar about that picture, Mr. Dillon?
17 years. He must be somewhere past 45 now, huh? Are you sure that these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about that photograph that makes you...
Well, it's too blurred to tell much about it. Besides, he'd be 17 years older.
Yeah, that's true.
I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, suppose you leave the picture and the descriptions with me, and I'll check around town, and I'll keep in touch with you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I wonder if you might suggest a good hotel.
Certainly. Why don't you try the Dodge House? It's the corner of Railroad Avenue at the end of the plaza, the East End. Tell the deacon I sent you.
I thank you again, Mr. Dillon, and I'll be grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Yeah, sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, Mr. Dillon, that is...
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. I never asked him anything about his life before he came here. Didn't seem to matter. But now the law says he's a murderer. I'm part of the law. So now it does matter.
Maybe it's not him.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. This is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Oh, Matt, I'll lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off of gunshot wounds.
That's a rough country, Doc.
Yes, indeed, it's a rough country.
Maybe you ought to have stayed back east.
See, broken bones, babies, and gunshot wounds. Well, I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the East did you come from, Doc?
See, I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption, colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been here, though.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
Look, Doc, a deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. He's got a photograph of Moore taken 17 years ago. Would you like to look at it?
All things are taken from us and become portions and parcels of the dreadful past.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course. The Beauregards were an important family.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Oh, not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl, beautiful girl, with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. And, me, that was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself now.
Roger Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me. And I laughed it off. Then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Roger on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
What? Well, that's not a crime, Doc. That's self-defense. It's not a crime here anyway.
Well, I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand, and he pulled back on his horse, and he leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed. I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, Montana Territory, the Panhandle, Wichita, Abilene, and Dodge. I changed my name to Charles Adams.
And the girl, Doc, what happened to her?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever.
Well, you never know. No matter how much you figure you understand somebody, you just quite never know.
I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. Well, I'd mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Now, Doc, look, Hunter is here after 2 prisoners. I got no right to my own rules, to go after one man and keep the other one covered. I always figured that the only kind of law that would work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
Doc, I don't know.
You're late, Matt. I decided you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Is Chester around, Kid?
Yeah, over there by the faro table.
Oh.
Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Yeah.
He's a deputy sheriff, got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Well, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are getting a little skittish.
Now, there's no call for it as long as they're not named Allison or Moore.
Are you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
Well, I figured maybe he was just killing time. Hiya, Marshal.
Bunko?
Bought you a drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours. Drop around.
Yeah, maybe.
I understand you've got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you were the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? Say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no.
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense,
You
Marshal.
keep your own cinch tight. Don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear I never saw anybody with such bad luck in all my life. My gracious, he ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick the stud.
Oh, Chester.
The old Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Come on, Chester, let's take a walk. Huh?
Yes, sir. 3 weeks' pay. Mercy, I never saw such luck.
What about Doc, Chester?
He turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I came on over here.
How's he acting?
About as usual. No signs of planning to run out, if that's what you mean, Mr. Dillon. One thing he's doing, though, that he's never done before. He's toting a gun.
Good evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hunter.
Since you didn't come to me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. I'm wondering what progress you've made.
Well, I'm still checking.
Any results at all, Marshal?
Well, I don't have much to go on, you know.
Now, Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate the local doctors.
Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams.
How long has he been here?
Oh, about 4 years.
How old a man is he?
Late 40s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph you gave me.
Well, maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd like to look him over myself, Marco.
Well, he's pretty busy out on calls most of the time, and...
Not all the time.
No, not all the time. All right, Mr. Hunter, I'll bring him around.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester. He's gone.
Well, now, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know, but I don't...
Hey, what?
That was across the plaza, down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Somebody sure is stirring up the smoke.
Yeah, it's across the street. Edge of the railroad yards, I think.
Is that you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock here. I fired back, but he got away.
You, get a good look at him?
Oh, no, I just saw the flashes.
Well, this is an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal. You didn't bring him around.
Well, he's out on call.
Think I want to meet him more than ever now.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a world of wonderful entertainment awaiting you every weekday in the daytime with CBS Radio's roster of wonderful dramatic serials. This Monday, listen in. And now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
What time is it, Chester?
2:15 a.m., Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I sure hope we don't have to spend the whole night waiting here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine.
He's used to it, I guess.
Yeah. I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. You think it could have been him that fired those shots, Mr. Dillon?
Chester? There's somebody coming. I'll get it.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko. Doc's not here, but he'll probably be... Oh, what happened to your arm?
I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No. It's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
All right, hold it, both of you.
Well, is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah. Around 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder. John Allison. Alias Bunko Benson. Am I right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back there. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Now, don't be a fool, Bunko. Put away the gun.
Stay back. I'm warning you. Bunko, look!
All right, Chester, let's get him over to the jail.
Just hold still now, Bunko. Just one more second. I'll have hold that bullet now, and then we'll just... there. Now, add that one to your collection, Matt.
Well, I'll make Hunter a present of it. It wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
He'll never get me back to Virginia.
Now, hold still, Bunko. Don't expect a man to tie a bandage with your arm waving around like a mare's tail in fly time. See, how'd you know he'd come to my office, Matt?
I didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There we are. No. That ought to stop the bleeding. And don't loosen it up any. And you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say the odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on, Doc. Lock the cell, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight. Got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan's. She thought her baby was on her way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. And I got back and I came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What'd you do with it?
Oh, I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that where you were waiting in my office? Somebody had tried to kill Hunter, and you thought...
Look, Doc, I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us. I got one man under arrest back there now, and I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, you know. Hunter doesn't know the country.
I've been running for 17 years, Matt, and it's still caught up with me. I'm too old to run any farther. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc, right or wrong.
Well, then I guess I'm under arrest. Huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that...
Is Doc Adams here? There's a... Oh, there you are, Doc.
Yes, what's the trouble?
A fellow over in the railroad yard's asleep on the track. He was drunk, I guess. They were switching cars. You better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
I got 2 lanterns, Mr. Dillon. That ought to be enough.
Good, Chester. You ready, Doc?
You're ready as I'll ever be.
All right, let's go then. He said near the loading pens. Down this way, I guess.
Yes, sir. It looks like some lights over there. People around.
Marshal, is that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yards. Thought it might give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to. Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter, John Allison. Known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
I just found out he's the man who tried to kill you tonight. He caught one of your bullets in his arm.
Oh, I see. Why, then it's one down and one to go. Just Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
This is no time to stand around making chin music. I'm sorry,
Well, that's
Hunter.
quite all right, Marshal. I'll go with you.
Will you pardon us, please? All right, will you move back and let us through here, please? Here, Doc, this way.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Matt.
Please stand back now, will you? Give Doc a chance to work.
Yes, please, if you please, just stand back. Bad is right. Well, we'll do what we can. Come on.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
Oh, just a drifter. Been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe. No friends or family. Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
Easy now, Tex. We'll have you fixed up here in just a couple of shakes.
Is that you, Doc?
That's right.
I told him get you. Be all right if you got here.
Why, sure, it'll be all right. You just lie still now.
Yeah.
Certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Mr. Dillon, is there anything I can do to help?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. Why, he stopped in the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago. I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side there, Chester. Yes, sir, Doc.
You seem to have a lot of faith in this Dr. Adams.
They've got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Doc.
Lift his head up just a little bit there, Matt.
Yeah, all right.
Not much of a chance. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Marshal Dillon.
No, don't try to talk, Tex. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. Just a bum, but you treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any of
Marshal, I know some.
Mrs. Kelly, I doubt if you can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
Mrs. Kelly.
He restoreth my soul.
Mrs. Kelly. I think that's enough.
Poor soul.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, you can't win them all, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, as the only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right, yes.
This man will be buried under the name of Texas Joe.
Don't you worry about that. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames. In this country, we...
Doc! Doc, I just came from... Oh.
What, Kitty?
Oh, Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then it wasn't a false alarm.
No.
All right, Kitty, I'll be there just as quick as I can, but... Well, as soon as I...
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her, huh? Doc will be along.
All right, Matt. You better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter, gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
I guess there's nothing I can do.
One of them safely in jail and one of them dead.
What?
Didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? That Texas Joe there, he's obviously the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately.
Well, Mr.
I hope
Hunter,
you'll take all the necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore. His death, of course, closes the case, and I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Hunter, I just don't know what to say.
Now, I'd say it's no time to stand around making chin music, Dr. Adams. You have a patient waiting, and this town seems to depend on you.
Well, of course, but...
Hey, you got work to do, Doc. And, Doc, make sure it's a boy.
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Yeah. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, Paul Dubov, and Vivi Janis. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to two men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the two men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge. Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eye.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Oh, Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too. Yes. And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table. Yes. And both dear souls. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to two dear souls.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you've
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some.
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, you're a shipbuilder, go on building ships. So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taken Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
Oh, you don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss.
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No, I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted
Bill
was...
wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
He showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
Oh, now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling. You know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
It's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
That was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. You may think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact is..."
No good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Now, give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardew's. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner.
Don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss you.
Oh, take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital, and my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter, or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
Oh, the fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes, lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh, don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
We live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heartrending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords.
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you would want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that I... Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had this suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
But now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Oh, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? But it's nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest, and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I'm not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'll be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'd be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's the waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometime.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Why do you want to see it?
Well, just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil. Stop it. All right. You can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you turned up. So now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Here she's coming now.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married 2 dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it, and it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners, and it gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-Up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling. Smiling. Yeah, yeah. Close up is for close up.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up, it gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
You see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
No, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organisation means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
You've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Lowndes.
That makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Interesting coincidence. Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce a husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offence to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well, but let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
And not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way you will find the night pass without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a Beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Raham?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both my husbands.
Oh, really? How very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself. I use the technical expression with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Raham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major. I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I am such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major,
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only play threepence 100 because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige, Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Lester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewelry's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman. Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant.
What do you mean? I haven't got a maid.
Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
That's easy. I use Duo.
Duo?
Yes, Duo, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Duo lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Duo, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lomberg. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
A new sound for 1950 resounds throughout the world. A symbol of hope, a call to arms. Hear it, recognize it, keep it ringing. It's the Freedom Bell. Ho, rider, why so urgent? If you be on honest business, stop. Give your name. Give your destination.
Name's Revere, friend. Paul Revere. Destination? Destination Freedom. America is more than a plot of land. It is a way of life, clean and decent, based on faith in God and man. Any man on earth who professes God and respects the dignity of man is a true American. And until all such men are free to speak, work, raise families, and worship their God as they see fit, no other American is truly free.
That was the spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland, on the new radio series titled Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ, in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination? Now and forever, freedom.
Aye, freedom, my friend.
Paul Revere, you're actually here.
Aye, my friend. To talk about freedom. We fought for it in my time. Bloody battle after bloody battle. Now I've shaken loose the sands of time to ride the wind across the land to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it, and are always ready to guard and defend it. An old fact, little remembered.
On the contrary, it's a very familiar quotation, repeated by most anyone.
Aye, there's the trouble. A way of life has become a quotation. In my day, we fought for freedom. We won it, too. And after the battles, we fought in earnest to keep it. Can you say the same?
Why, yes. This generation and the generation before it fought for freedom. Surely you know that, Paul Revere. 2 world conflicts to preserve human rights.
But what of the peace? One failed, else why fight twice? There is no peace today. When will it come?
We work toward peace, world peace, the union of all nations.
That is good. I agree with such an aim. But remember, my friend, I've been watching. Been watching for close on 200 years. Never could retire. Kept my horse ready, grazing in the heavenly pastures. Can't spend all eternity working my craft on the Golden Gates.
Ah, yes, I remember. You were a goldsmith, Revere.
Goldsmith? Silversmith? Coppersmith, yes. And good at my trade. But to the point, friend, to the point. Yes, I've been watching you. I've seen a few things that are good. Later additions to the freedom I fought for. Your United Nations. Ah, wonderful conception. You see, I've been watching the world, not our America alone. I know about oppression, about the limitations of human rights which exist over the world. And when I look back to America, I see it's time for me to ride again. Oh, freedom exists here. Some enjoy it and realize its value. Many others still seek it, even here in the land which symbolizes freedom to the world.
Why do you come here? To warn Americans? Surely it's the oppressed people in other nations who need your warning and your encouragement. We have freedom here.
Aha. But do you have freedom? How do you know you have it? Do you work to keep it and to help others get it?
You spoke yourself of the United Nations.
Yes, but you. What are you doing? Do you know how much freedom you have? That's enough, you see, because if you know, then in times of crisis, war, or peace, you'll fight to keep that freedom. You'll make any sacrifice, even your life, to preserve a free man's way of life. Tom Paine knew, and so did others, but you don't know, most of you. You don't know. Tell me, friend, when you think of people who fought for human rights, what names come into your mind? Perhaps they can help me convince you.
Why, Thomas Paine, Abraham Lincoln, Ben Franklin, Susan B. Anthony. You mean just Americans?
No. The fight for human rights is old. America is new. What about Plato? What about Voltaire?
Oui, monsieur. Voltaire. Surely there's a place for me in your discussion of human rights.
Monsieur Voltaire.
Aye. Here is the spirit of a man who knows about freedom and oppression, about the struggle for human rights.
Vraiment, I tell you, monsieur, when I was alive, sometimes I scarcely dared to walk the streets of Paris, for fear my enemies would have me arrested without reason, and I would disappear. I spoke out of turn in my day, yes. It took great courage then. But today, my free speech would seem tame by comparison with a modern newspaper. No one would pay any attention to an old-fashioned character like me.
But the fire of a genius like yours, Monsieur Voltaire, is immortal.
Merci, vous êtes très gentil. And yet, my peculiar fire burned for my day. I would have a different sort of fire now. I would try to influence not just Paris or New York, but by use of the radio, the airplane with its, what is your word, supersonic speed. I would take your freedom, which is partly my freedom, since I help work for it, and make that freedom real wherever in the world there is a living individual. I would be a sort of, how you say, a press agent for freedom.
You wear your years well, Monsieur Voltaire. You seem to bear no scars from even the Paris of the 18th century.
No? Oh, come back with me a moment, monsieur. See what happened to a neighbor of mine. The real scars are in the memory. This was before the revolution, remember, when the tyranny of a false aristocracy made personal freedom dependent on the whim of those in power. One day, as I was writing in my study.
Monsieur Voltaire! Monsieur Voltaire, look here. It is Madame Villard.
Eh bien, come in, madame. The door is not locked. Oh, what is it, madame? Sacre bleu, what is the matter with your arm?
Oh, it is broken, but it is of no matter. I was fortunate to get away from those brutes.
Get away from them? From whom, madame?
You know that my husband and I have not been getting on so well. He is ambitious and unscrupulous.
Oui.
To get rid of me and our children, he went to the king himself. He had my youngest son declared insane. Pierre, the most brilliant boy in Paris. My eldest in prison, dear Jean, who would harm no one. He decided to have me, his wife, spirited away Le Bon Dieu knows where. Oh, hide me, please.
But of course I will hide you. First, I will lock the door.
They brought a letter de cachet an hour ago. A piece of paper signed by the King of France and countersigned by his minister with the royal seal. My husband pinioned me against the wall, and the gendarmes took my children away. As they were dragging me down the stairs, I broke away, even though my arm was half twisted off in the struggle. But I don't care about myself, monsieur. What will become of my little one?
Now, you must have courage, madame.
No. It is letter de cachet direct from His Majesty. There is no chance of a trial, no defense. There is nothing that can be done against this silent weapon. To think, Monsieur Voltaire, my own husband, conspiring with the king against his family. And I am not the first to suffer, or shall I be the last? Does a human being have no rights?
Can you imagine such a scene happening today?
Aye, we've come far. Yet it could happen again. In some countries it is happening. Human rights have no place under a communist regime.
True. And a few years ago, the Nazis and fascists were guilty of exactly that sort of injustice.
Ah, but where are they today? They have been on trial as the greatest criminals the world has ever seen, and are being punished thanks to world public opinion. Oh, your generation, monsieur, rather universally admits the right to personal liberty. It was strange to us. It is a commonplace to you. Oh, what a pleasure to go out in the streets and feel that you are safe, protected by laws which the people themselves have put into effect. It is like the France, like the world that I dreamed of, but never saw in my own lifetime. Oh, monsieur, only think of voting for the kind of government you want.
Aha, the right to vote. That concerns me.
Most certainly it concerns you, sir. It concerns anyone who could write as you did on the Republic.
Why, it's Plato. Who else? Wherever there's free discussion of ideas, I will be present. I might say it was my idea originally.
And which of our human rights impresses you most, Plato?
The right to vote. And I'm already familiar with that procedure to some extent. Surely you know that in the Greece of my time, and later in Italy, the right to vote was well known.
As long ago as that?
Yes. In the primitive days, it was customary for the heads of government to ask for opinion from their people on matters that vitally concerned them. It was done in this way.
It is proposed that a new system of providing water direct to the homes of Athenians be put into immediate effect. This will necessitate added taxes. What is the will of the people? Those opposed will indicate by striking their shields. Those in favor of the measure by a shout.
Later, with the development of democracy in Greece, the taking of votes was effected in the form of a poll with a show of hands. In the cases of questions affecting the status of individuals or lawsuits and proposals of ostracism, these were determined by secret ballot. At first, it was done by the use of pebbles, but in my day, this secret ballot was a slip of wood covered with wax.
Then our right to vote is also not such a modern thing as we like to think.
Not modern, perhaps, but even more precious than you recognize.
Human rights, my friend, have been the goal of man since the beginning of time. Freedom, like happiness or life, is not a static thing. It must be fought for, in free discussion preferably, and clung to passionately. As your American saying has it, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. History, my friend, is full of cycles of freedom and tyranny, but always freedom must be the ultimate victor. And as the Roman Cicero said, freedom suppressed and again regained bites with keener fangs than freedom never endangered.
It seems strange to hear you speak like this, Plato. I thought you were more interested in philosophy than in action.
Well, there must be a conception, a philosophy, before there's action. First the dream, then the reality. And besides, my friends in the sacred groves of Parnassus agreed that I can perhaps argue as well or better than any of them, but my friend Diogenes almost got here instead of me.
Diogenes? Is he still looking for an honest man? Surely he has found one where he is.
He has been given a great star for a lantern, and he goes through the spheres, still looking in limbo. I don't know if his search is over.
I never knew that Diogenes was interested in human rights.
Oh, yes. Have you never heard his famous saying? The most beautiful thing in the world is freedom of speech. We of the ancient world, centuries ago, dreamed even then of what your day takes as a matter of course.
I think we do appreciate our rights. We know that the freedom which we have attained has not been easy.
Let me speak. I've listened too long to this ridiculous nonsense. When I was royal governor of the colony of Virginia, such talk
would be cut short with a good stout rope about the traitors' necks. How did you get here, Berkeley?
Governor Berkeley, if you please, Revere. I tell you, things have changed. This wild talk of human rights, it's deplorable. Some few humans have unlimited rights, and the majority have only those which it pleases their superiors to grant.
You know this wheezing, imbecile American? No, of course you don't. He was even before my time. Governor of the Virginia colony for 30-odd years back in the 1600s. He had a liking for executing colonists and a horror of schools and newspapers.
I said it in 1671, and I repeat it fervently in 1950. Learning has brought heresy and disobedience into the world, and printing has divulged them. Can you deny that I was right? Just see where it's put you, rebel.
Yes, I see. And I'm beginning to see better how tremendous a struggle we made to get here. A struggle against your kind.
My kind, yes. The aristocracy. Superior in even their blood and bones. You have no aristocracy.
No, thank God.
Go away, Governor. Even your own countrymen had no use for bigots like you in 1950.
I had no use for bigots like him a century and a half ago, and I was born an Englishman.
Tom Paine.
Oh, you recognize me. Well, then perhaps you remember my battle cry. Tyranny, like hell, has never been easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation within us. At the heart of the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated.
I like your adjective, celestial.
You should see our heavenly trophy room. We have freedom under glass, in the most honored place.
Aye, there's my grievance. Most Americans of 1950 don't honor freedom, they simply use it. It's an everyday commonplace to them, like electricity.
What's that? Thunder?
No, that's just old Ben Franklin. Ben must have heard Revere say electricity. He's still experimenting, you know. Such a racket as he keeps up, playing around with thunderbolts.
I heard you, Tom Paine, and I came to speak of human rights, not electricity. Though how you can take either one for granted is more than I can understand. Let me say to you, my modern compatriot, that while tyranny exists anywhere in the world, you cannot take freedom for granted. And let me remind you as I go that it's a long struggle, but one most eminently worth the fighting.
Must he go so soon?
Yes. There's been some argument about his right to be present at a discussion of human rights. In a way, that kite of his, you know, made possible your atomic bomb. It's nice to be trillions of miles away from that, I can tell you.
Yes, in your own words, Tom Paine. These are times like your own to try men's souls.
Do you know what they call me, sir? The perpetual rebel. Once I said, where liberty is not, there is my home. I meant that where inequality and oppression crushed my fellow humans, there I would make my temporary home and fight on the side of liberty. Well, now I've done with fighting, but you haven't. Remember that. Remember that, sir.
The women of the present haven't done with fighting either. Just keep this in mind, that there be no nonsense in your plans for the rights of women as well as of men.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Anthony, or is it Miss Anthony?
Never you mind, Paul Revere. A single woman has the same right as a married woman. Call me Susan. Yes, gentlemen. We women have finally got our foot in the door of freedom after humiliation, imprisonment, and public neglect. In 1950, woman, like atomic energy, is here to stay. Nobody can deny that any longer. In fact, it was a woman who helped to discover atomic energy.
A suffragette is certainly welcome here, Susan.
You are amused at my wearing trousers. Well, I'll admit it is a bit old-fashioned. They should be slacks. Dear me, I wish I had a gavel. Sometimes I can hardly think without one.
By all means, a gavel. Here you are.
Now then, this is much better. I have only one complaint to make, gentlemen. It took a war in this country to earn the right to vote. It took woman's record in World War I to break down the barriers of opposition. And just look at the record for World War II. And speaking of wars, It took the war between the states to get us started at all. I personally tried to have women included when the franchise was granted to Negroes. But women were still slaves, so to speak, in spite of the war between the states.
The war between the states concerns me.
Mr. Lincoln. Gentlemen, goodbye. I bow to presidential authority. But I shall be present at each session of the Commission on Human Rights. You may expect me without fail.
Goodbye, Susan B. Anthony. And you may keep the gavel.
Welcome, Mr. Lincoln. I was expecting you.
Thank you, Mr. Revere. My principal reason for coming to this discussion was to remind world citizens of the present that what I said about a house divided not standing must apply to them. Always. Since the world has shrunk, we may think of all peoples as being married, as I hoped in my lifetime to see the states of my own country. I said then that though a man and woman may be divorced and go away to live apart from one another, the states could not. And I say today that one country cannot be divorced and live apart from another. This marriage of the world, this union, must work through mutual sympathies and cooperation, and through the recognition of basic human rights for everyone.
I sincerely believe that our United Nations know that there must be real union of effort to secure world peace and human rights for member nations.
Aye, well, they might know it by now.
You know, Mr. Revere, it is gratifying to see that the peoples of the world can at long last sit at the conference table and peacefully discuss the qualities that make one nation similar to another and one nation different from another, and yet all entitled to a certain inalienable right. It is vital that the question of liberty and human rights be always before the people in this world you live in. There is always danger of losing one's liberty.
Well, that's why we are here, Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, the poet Milton said that unless that liberty which is of such a kind as arms can neither procure nor take away, which alone is the fruit of piety, of justice, of temperance, of unadulterated virtue, unless that liberty shall have taken deep root in your minds and hearts, there will not be long wanting one who will snatch away from you by treachery what you have acquired in blood. This is a question, gentlemen, which has puzzled idealistic men throughout all history.
Aye. Milton knew. He knew.
It is only when a man loses a valuable possession that he begins truly to evaluate it. Foresight has always been more difficult to achieve than hindsight. The important thing is to keep constantly aware of the words and deeds of the men in the past who have enabled you today to seek the true definitions of liberty and human rights for your own time, and to lay as good a foundation for future generations as has been laid for the work you are doing in 1950.
Now, do you see? Do you understand, American of 1950, why I'm concerned? Want to warn you of the peril to your freedom?
I do. And yet, Revere, don't you think that we in 1950 are aware of our enemies?
Aware? Perhaps. But the enemies of human rights wear many masks, take many forms, like evil. I'm restless in this era you live in. There is peace, and yet no peace. There is freedom, but many are not free. If only you'll hew to the line set forth by men who blazed the trail of democracy and human liberty.
You have made me realize that we do need to be reminded again and again of what we have, and the examples set by those who have gone before, their sacrifices, and their uncompromising integrity.
Of all the spirits who have spoken today, I am the symbol to reckon with, for I was the man who once awakened America to impending danger. The danger in 1950 is as intangible as my own spirit, yet it is very real. Heed my warning. Learn from the experiences of those who established the guideposts which lead to freedom. There are stories we need to remember today. Stories which show that freedom is not license. That freedom entails action as well as philosophy. Until we remember, before we lose our heritage, may God grant that the torch of freedom may burn eternally and ever brighter, till darkness is gone from the world.
Oui, Monsieur Revere. The prayer of the human heart is important.
Monsieur Voltaire, back again?
Oui, monsieur. You may well be surprised that the man who is called an agnostic was recalled by a prayer. But perhaps you did not know that 2 centuries ago I composed a prayer myself, a sincere one, which might well have been written for your world of the present.
Will you repeat it for us?
Willingly. That is why I returned. I should like, most of all, to be remembered for this. O God of all creatures, of all worlds, and of all ages, Thou hast not given us hearts so that we may hate one another, and hands that we may slay one another. Grant that the trifling differences in the clothes with which we cover our frail bodies, in the inadequate tongues we speak, in our absurd customs, in our imperfect laws, in our meaningless convictions, grant that all these trifling distinctions, which appear so vastly important to us and are so insignificant in thine eyes, grant that these differences may not become tokens of hatred and persecution. Grant that men may learn to abominate and outlaw tyranny over souls, as they abominate and outlaw robbery and violence. Grant that we may not hate and tear one another in the midst of peace, but that we may employ our existence in 1,000 tongues, yet in one united feeling, in praising thy goodness, which has given us the brief moment we call life.
Aye, my stories are about freedom. And I've shaken loose the dust of time to ride the wind across the land telling my stories, to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it and are always ready to guard and defend it. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
You have just heard the first in a new radio series presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom. The spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland, will return next week at this same time to narrate another chapter in the story which we call Destination Freedom. Today's script was written by Bill Hodapp and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Everett Clark was heard as the narrator. Others in the cast were Donald Gallagher, Arthur Peterson, Alma Plotz, and Jess Pugh. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects by Cliff Mueller and Dave Squires. This is Charles Mountain reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. October is Community Fund Month. Everybody benefits, everybody gives. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
And here's the cinnamon bell.
Exciting things are happening in the snow country, where Judy and Jimmy and their friends, the Cinnamon Bear and the Crazy Quilt Dragon, are visiting with Santa Claus. You'll remember that Santa ordered Captain Tin Top and a detachment of tin soldiers to the Icicle Forest to battle the bad dolls who stole the Silver Star. Reports came back from the front that the enemy was being led by a strange, unknown creature. A Maybegram from Queen Melissa flashed the news that the Wintergreen Witch had escaped from her prison in Maybeland. Confident that Wintergreen was leading the culprits, Santa rushed more men to the scene of battle. Then, just as we left them last time, Nicky Frutal bounded in to announce that the soldiers had returned victorious. And now we find Santa Claus leading his smiling visitors into his private office where Captain Tin Top, man of the hour, awaits them.
And Captain Tin Top's got the Silver Star? Oh, I'm so glad, Santa Claus.
You bet. Gee, we're awfully grateful.
Oh, sure. Save your thanks for Captain Tin Top. He's waiting for me in my office. Ah, congratulations, Captain.
We have met the enemy, and they are out.
Well, that's fine. And the star?
It is here.
Oh, thank you, Captain.
This is Judy, Captain Tin Top.
Your servant, ma'am.
And this is Jimmy, Captain Tin Top.
How do you do, sir?
He's fine, and so am I, now that we have our lovely Silver Star back again.
You bet.
Pardon my intrusion into this joyful occasion, no less joyful to me, I might add. But might I inquire about that large wreath of evergreen which you are carrying in your other hand, Captain?
This is the Crazy Quilt Dragon, Captain Tin Top.
How do you do? This wreath to which you refer, sir, is all that remains, sir, of the enemy.
Indeed? How so, Captain?
You may recall, sirs and ma'am, that in a previous report, mention was made of unexpected assistance to the resistance of the bad doll.
Oh, yes, indeed. It was the Wintergreen Witch.
Ugh, it makes me shudder to think of her. What happened to her, Captain?
This, ma'am. This is what happened to her. This is the Wintergreen Witch, ma'am.
It serves her right. Well, how did she get turned into a Christmas wreath, Captain Tin Top?
Allow me to come to that later, if I may, sir. Santa Claus, sir, following arrival of reinforcements and intelligences re the ally of the bad dolls, I gave command to surround them in the Icicle Forest. Thickness of icicles prohibiting air attack made necessary concentration of infantry and artillery. May I make suggestions, sir, that artillery is far more effective? Need newer models?
Oh, come now, Captain, come. I'm afraid that will hardly be necessary.
Do not agree, sir, but just a suggestion, sir. Giving orders not to fire until they saw the whites of their eyes.
Jimmy, he sounds like a history book, doesn't he?
We awaited the onset of the foe. With the cunning they are noted for, the bad dolls made their attack quietly, so we were unprepared, to some extent, for their appearance. But quickly gave the command to fire the cannon snowballs, and our superior numbers told the tale. Proceeding according to your instructions, sir, ordered the planes aloft with the witch net.
Witch net? So that's how you got old Wintergreen?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Captain, this is Patty O'Cinnamon, the Cinnamon Bear.
How do you do?
Fine, my military friend, but go on with your story, please.
Proceeding in formation B2, the squadron flew until they sighted the enemy ally, a green blotch on the white ground.
My, this is exciting.
Whereupon they dropped the witch net, secured the prisoner, and returned to headquarters. As chief in command, the prisoner was placed in my custody, along with the defeated bad dolls. I may say, sir, as an officer and a gentleman, sir, I dislike very much the idea of placing a female under arrest, sir. But upon closer association with said female, sir, form different opinions, sir.
I don't blame you, Captain. That old witch was a terror, no mistake at all.
She was a bit of a caution, sir, indeed. Having turned the bad dolls over to the repair factory to be restuffed, inquired of your head foreman, Santa Claus, sir, as to what might be done with the prisoner. Prisoner not being citizen of Snowland and having no orders as to final disposition of same. Foreman opined that prisoner might be made into something useful, as suggested Christmas wreath. Evergreen for wintergreen, you know.
So that's how it happened.
Yes, sir. Any further orders, sir?
No, that will be all for the present. Thank you, Captain. Except that we would be very happy to have you with us at the banquet.
Banquet? Bless my stuffing.
Oh, Captain Tintop, you don't know how good it makes us feel to know that mean old wintergreen witch can't do anything to us anymore.
And she certainly can't, Judy. I'll see to that personally. I'll hang the wreath right up here in my office, and Nicky and I can both keep an eye on it. And now, how do you all feel toward a little refreshment?
Gee, Santa Claus, I think we'd all like it pretty much.
Delighted. Well, when do we eat?
Patio Cinnamon, as one citizen of Maybeland to another, I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, you are you? Well, you can save the shame for yourself. That's what you can do.
No. Stop that quarreling. Well, I take it that you're all in the mood, Very well. Follow me to the banquet hall.
Somebody pat me on the back. I'm so nice and full, my stuffing's all bunched to the back.
Like this?
Oh, well, a little on that order, Jimmy, but that's enough, thank you.
I stopped counting all the cinnamon buns you were eating after I saw you take the 25th Patio Cinnamon.
I don't suppose you counted all the lime lollipops you had? What a crazy quilt cavern you turned out to be.
Jimmy, I think we'd better be getting home pretty soon, don't you?
Yes, I do. You know, I feel sort of,
Let down, Jimmy?
Yes, I guess that's it. Gee, we've done so many exciting things, and I guess maybe I'm sort of tired or something. Anyway, it's getting awful close to Christmas, and Judy and I have had a swell time with you, Santa Claus, and, well, we think we ought to go home.
As our adventures together draw to a close, as spokesman for our little party...
And just who appointed you as spokesman?
As spokesman for our little party, may I say a few words?
No.
Thank you. Tears come to my eyes when I contemplate parting from my dear, dear friends, the friends of adversity.
What's that?
I think he means you all went to school together.
But we didn't.
But I realize that like all good things, even this, our quest for the silver star must come to an end. With laurels on our brow...
What's he talking about?
Just let him rave. Crazy always has to make a speech.
We spend these last few precious moments together. Oh, may I propose a toast?
Well, I think that would be all right, friend Crazy Quilt.
I propose a toast to those true friends, those stalwart friends, me, those friends so soon to depart. Lift your glasses of milk, friends. I give you Judy and Jimmy.
Well put. Well put. Well, have you all had enough?
Oh,
that's fine. I don't wish to hurry you, but it's getting time to leave. I'm going to take Judy and Jimmy.
And me, Santa. Don't forget me.
Oh, no. I wouldn't forget you, Patio Cinnamon. I'm going to take you back with Judy and Jimmy to their attic.
Oh, boy, this is the biggest thrill yet.
You've been so awful kind, Santa. We don't know how to thank you.
Oh, sure. That's all right. That's what Santa Claus is for, to help children find happiness.
Well, what about Crazy Quilt? Is he going back with us, too?
Oh, no, thank you, Jimmy. I think not. In fact, I've been quite taken with the snow country. I'd like to stay on here for a bit.
Well, that's quite all right. Glad to have you. Oh, Nicky.
Yes, Santa Claus?
Is the sleigh ready?
Just about, Santa Claus. They're filling the last trailer now.
Good. Have you checked everything with my list?
Yes, I did that personally.
Well, all right. And I guess we can start. Come, children. Shake a paw there, Cinnamon Bear. I'll help you up, Judy. There.
Thank you, Santa dear.
Now, how about you, Patio Cinnamon? You need any help?
Well, just a little boost, please, Santa Claus.
Will you allow me the pleasure, Patio Cinnamon?
I don't trust you at all, Crazy Quilt. But you can do it just this once.
Oh, such a way to regard the friend with whom you've gone through thick and thin.
How come this sudden burst of affection, Crazy Quilt? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, quite. Here, let me help you up.
Oh. Thank you, Crazy. You know, sometimes you're a good dragon. But only sometimes, mind you, only sometimes.
Have you got the silver star all right, Jimmy?
You bet. Been hanging on to it ever since we got back.
All right, you get in next, Jimmy.
Okay, Santa. Oh, would you please hold the star for me a minute while I get in, Crazy Quilt?
Oh, with pleasure, Jimmy. Any little last-minute favor, you know.
Goodbye, dear Crazy Quilt. I hate to go away and leave you.
Goodbye, Judy girl. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Oh, dear, I'm afraid I may have to weep a few Crazy Quilt tears.
Oh, please don't. We'll see you again sometime. Sure we will.
Goodbye, Nicky Fruitle. If you ever come to the world with Santa Claus, drop in to see us. I'll show you my magic lantern set.
Maybe I will sometime, Jimmy. Thanks.
Just take a look around, Nicky, and see that all the trailers are fastened securely.
All right, Santa.
Okay, Crazy Quilt. You can give me the silver star now. Crazy Quilt.
Where is he?
Willikers. I don't know. What? He was here just a minute ago.
He must have dropped back to help Nicky. Hi, Crazy Quilt.
He's not here, Santa.
Gee, where do you suppose he went?
Look, there he is. Where, Patty?
Over there, running as fast as he can go.
Jiminy Crickets. And he's got the silver star.
My. And I was just about to remark how beautifully everything was going. That Crazy Quilt Dragon is certainly an amazing fellow. After all the adventures he's been through with Judy, Jimmy, and the Cinnamon Bear, who ever would have thought he'd steal the silver star again? But he did, and I must say things look mighty serious. Christmas is just around the corner, and so is Crazy Quilt. And if anything's going to happen, it's got to happen quick. Let's listen next time and see if it does.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The men who built the western United States were courageous pioneers, but the obstacles they faced might never have been surmounted if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. It was he who broke the power of the outlaw bands and the hostile Indian tribes. It was his knowledge of the country that rescued the settlers when the forces of nature seemed ready to overwhelm them. Return with us now to the thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Red River Valley. There's going to be trouble. Hello, Silver! Away!
Dan Parsons owned the bank in the little town of Sagebrush at the head of the Red River Valley. One day, he was sitting in the living room of his home when he heard a rider draw up out in front. Dan was expecting a caller. He rose from his chair, straightened his weary shoulders, and turned to his wife.
Well, reckon that's Brady, Marcy. Looks like more trouble.
Now, don't you fret, Dan. Man's got to do what's right. Come in.
Where's that husband of yours? I want it. Oh, there you are, Parsons.
You want to see me, Brady?
You're doggone right I do, and you know what for.
I haven't done anything I'm ashamed of.
I ought to throw bullets through you, Parsons.
Brady, you can't...
I reckon you'd best go in the next room, Marcy.
No. You're my husband, Dan Parsons. I'm not letting a gun...
In the next room, Marcy.
Well, you just take care of yourself, Dan.
I will. Now get along. You hadn't ought to bust in that way, Brady. It ain't right when there's women folk around.
You don't never fight, do you, Parsons?
I'm a banker, Brady. I'm a man of peace.
You bought Carstairs cattle, didn't you?
I did.
You paid $10 silver a head, didn't you?
Brady, I calculate what I buy and what I pay for 'em is my business, not yours. If it so happens I plan to go to the railroad with them cattle and sell 'em, that's my affair.
Yeah. Gonna make a profit, ain't you?
Well, maybe you will.
Maybe nothing. A banker like you don't buy nothing when he figures on losing. Now, there ain't no friendship between me and the Carstairs outfit, and I'm
Too bad they ain't.
Huh?
This here whole valley is owned by your outfit and by Carstairs. Just the two of you.
You ain't forgetting you hold mortgages on both of us.
That don't matter. What does matter is that you two hombres ought to stop battling each other.
Tell that to Carstairs.
I did. And he acted the same as you. Both bull-headed as loco steers. Why don't you get together? Work together. The rangeland's drying up. The more you two hombres fight, the less chance there is.
Parsons, there's no use talking. Carstairs is a no-good skunk,
He
and I...
says the same about you.
Sure. If I ever meet up with him face-to-face, there'll be plenty of gunsmoke, savvy? But I didn't come here for that. I come to ask you what about my cattle.
I'm buying them, Brady.
Sure. But for how much?
$10 silver a head.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Trying to... Huh? Did you say 10?
$10 a head.
But, Parsons, you...
The same as I'm giving Carstairs. Well, what's your jaw dropping for? Can't you talk?
Parsons, them cattle of mine, they ain't worth that much.
I'm paying it, ain't I?
Well, they're thin and scrawny. Not much feed, and the water's so scarce they
Brady,
hardly...
I paid Carstairs 10, and I'm paying you the same. Now, take it or leave it.
Pretty anxious, ain't you?
Take it or leave it.
I get it. Reckon you got inside knowledge that cattle is fetching a fancy price back east, ain't you? Even scrawny cattle. You ain't the kind of fella to do nothing for charity.
You're entitled to your own opinion.
10 cartwheels ahead. Doggone it, you can't make much on that, Parsons.
You ain't answered yet, Brady.
Oh, I'll take it. When you plan to round up the cows?
As soon as it can be done.
And when do I get paid?
As soon as I get back from selling them.
After you sell them. Why not before?
Got any objections? I ain't never gone back on a debt so far.
All right, Parsons, all right. Don't get your dander up. The cat'll be ready soon to go.
Carstairs. Hey, Carstairs. Did you finish the count, Parsons? Count 825 head in your herd. That tally with your count?
Yeah. When you come back, I collect $8,250 silver dollars.
Yeah.
I'll be in your bank waiting. Better have the money, Parsons.
I'll have it. All right, you riders. Start these longhorns moving. Get them on the prod.
Well, Parsons, me and my boys counted up the cattle. When you come back to Sagebrush, I'll be expecting $9,060 as payment.
You'll get it, Brady.
Now, see that I do. I'll be in your bank when you get back. Come on, boy.
In Carstairs. Got tempers like a bull. Neither one of them trusts me further than a rope's end.
Dan. Dan, I'm worried.
Now, Martha, leave me do the work.
But you can't possibly get as much for these cattle as you promised to pay. $10 a head. Ain't nobody going to pay that much.
I'll see you when I get back, Martha.
Thin, scrawny cattle won't bring that much even at St. Joseph's. You'll never be able to pay Carstairs and Brady what you promised.
Martha, I don't want you to fret. I'll do it.
If you don't, there's going to be a heap of trouble when you get back.
I'll be back, and I'll take care of trouble. All right, get these cows moving. We've got a long trail to go. Get them moving. Martha, you can expect me back in 2 weeks after I sell these your cattle. 2 weeks. Come on. Come on.
Parsons' outfit down below us, Tonto. He's on his way back from selling those cattle, Kemosabe. He didn't get very much for them.
That's right.
That information you brought me from Sagebrush. You sure that Parsons promised to pay $10 apiece for those cows? He'll never be able to do it.
He'll know that.
I can't understand it in the first place. Parsons is a smart man, a good banker. Yet still, he paid much more for the cattle than they were worth.
What's wrong, Kemosabe?
Rain up. Listen. You hear that?
One pony.
Yes, coming this way along the trail. We'll be heading for Sagebrush at this time of night.
Him come from Parsons' camp.
Yes, get back, Kemosabe. I want to see him as he goes past without him seeing us.
Back, Scout.
Good enough. Now watch. Quiet. Nothing, you saw him? It was Parsons, Banker Parsons, riding his horse in a hurry.
Him use spur.
He's heading for Sagebrush, leaving his outfit behind. That way he'll reach his home by early morning.
You think something wrong, Kemosabe?
We're going after him, Tonto. Come on.
Set him up, Scout.
We're going to find out why Parsons is acting so strangely. We'll trail him to town.
Who's there? Who is there? I'm warning you, I got a gun. Come around the back door this early in the morning. Tell me who you are, or I'll...
Let me in.
Oh. Dan Parsons, what on earth?
Marcy, I'm in trouble. I rode all night.
You got back already.
The boys in the outfit will come in the regular way. They'll show up about sundown tonight, but I had to see you private. Marcy, I got to pay the money off to Brady and Carstairs.
No.
I promised to pay him $10 a head for them cattle, and all I could get was $6.
Dan, you mean you're...
What am I going to do? I had to come and tell you, Marcy. Come tomorrow morning, they'll be asking for their cash, and I ain't got it. I ain't got it.
Dan, you must be plumb tuckered out. Here, sit down.
Yeah.
I was just getting ready for breakfast. A cup of hot coffee will do you good.
No, Marcy, I can't drink and I can't eat. My throat's as dry as this here Red River Valley, but I can't take nothing. What are we going to do?
Dan, why'd you offer Brady and Carstairs so much for them cows? Why?
Well, you see...
You knew it wasn't worth that much. You knew it.
Sure, I knew it, but that...
But what? You're a banker, Dan, a businessman. What you done don't make sense.
Marcy, it makes sense to me. Leastways, it did up to now.
Huh?
I ain't never told you how I feel, have I? About me being a banker for Sagebrush in the valley. I ain't never told you what it means to me.
Being a banker?
Marcy, I always figured a banker had a duty to the people. Sure, I wanted to make money so as we could live comfortable. But I wanted to help others.
Like Brady and Carstairs?
Yeah, like them. In good times, they didn't need no help. They was doing all right. But then the river dried up and the rangeland got burnt.
The cattle got scrawny and thin, and they died off.
So I give them mortgages on their outfits.
Yeah.
I figured maybe the river would come up again. There'd be rain and melting snow to bring the grass back.
Instead of which, it got worse.
Plenty worse. And this time, well, I knew right well that Brady and Carstairs had to get $10 a head for their cattle, or they couldn't keep going. They'd go bust.
You done all that because you're a banker, Dan?
A bank's got to help folks. It's got to. That's what I done it for. Only now I tried too hard. I can't meet the promises I made.
Brady and Carstairs are honest men, Dan. Tell them.
Tell them what? You think they'll believe me?
No, I reckon not.
They're honest, sure. But they're bull-headed and ornery. They'll think I'm trying to cheat them. You know how they'll act.
Guns?
Yeah, guns. I don't know what to do.
Dan, we gotta leave Sagebrush.
Huh?
It's early. Nobody knows you're in town. We could bamboozle.
Leave Sagebrush?
Leave what money you got for them cows. Leave the bank. Dan, you gotta. We'll saddle up them horses to the wagon, and by tomorrow morning we'll be long gone out of here.
No, Marcy. We ain't going.
Dan.
I tell you no.
But Brady and Carstairs, they might kill you.
It ain't honest to leave. No, Marcy, I'm staying no matter what. I'm going to take my medicine.
Dan.
I'm staying, Marcy.
Dan.
far enough from town, Tonto. Hold up. You heard Parsons talking to his wife?
We listened at window. Him good man.
He's got courage, Tonto. If he'd left Sagebrush, it would have been hard to blame him. But he's determined to stay no matter what happens.
We help him, Kemosabe?
Tonto, I have a plan. It's going to be dangerous because we'll have to ride into Sagebrush in broad daylight and get out again. Here's what we do.
All right, Parsons. Come back from selling them cows. Now hand over my money.
Pay me first, Parsons.
Oh, no, he don't, Carstairs.
Stay out of this, Brady. I don't like doing business with you in the same room.
Then get out. Or maybe you'd like some gunfighting to make you get out. Now, hold your horses. This here's my bank, remember that.
He can't talk to me
I said shut up, both of you. For Pete's sake, why can't you gents get together? You're the two biggest men in the valley. You could do a lot. Instead, you're at each other's throats like hungry coyotes.
We do like we want to, Parsons. I'll fork over that money so that I can get away. I don't relish being with Brady long and I can help.
That goes double for me. Well, I got something to tell you, gents.
Huh?
There's the money right on the table in them saddles bags, ain't it? Yeah, but... And trot it out and start divvying up. Brady, Carstairs, there's a little something...
What's the matter? Ain't you got the money?
Well, for a matter of fact, you see, it's like...
Don't move,
What the... A masked man.
We came after that cash.
Hold up.
Take it, Tonto. Out to the horses. Me get it.
No, you don't. That's my money.
I shot the gun from your hand, mister. The next one who tries may not be so lucky. We got money. Good. The horses are outside. You hurry. Now I'm going. Don't anyone try to throw that after me because it won't do you any good.
Hold up. After him. Where's my gun? There he goes. Pour it at him.
Come on, shoot him on, Scout.
Shoot, shoot, doggone you. They're getting away. Shoot.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In order to save Dan Parsons' life, the Lone Ranger and Tonto held him up. Then they raced out of town just ahead of a hastily organized posse. Before long, Silver and Scout led the posse far behind. Then finally the men drew rein.
Slow up, you fellas. Drag in your horses. We ain't got a groundhog's chance of catching that pair of hold-up men. That white horse covers ground like a streak of lightning. Yeah, and that paint is like a shatter. When we get back to Sagebrush...
Now, hold on there, Brady. You're giving up, ain't you?
Doggone your hide, Carstairs. I never cottoned to you, and I don't now. But I say...
Quiet, both of you.
Yeah, keep quiet. You act like it was your money that masked man stole. Huh?
Sure, it was my money.
And mine. Don't forget that. No, it weren't, Brady. You see, I hadn't give it to you yet. I hadn't give it to either one of you. So I still owe you that cash. Say, he's right. Well, I'll be jiggered.
You're all right, Parsons. I reckon that's so. If you didn't pay us, and I ain't lost. Not yet.
Yeah. Of course, I can't pay you till we catch that masked hombre. But when I do... Well, they still ain't catching us, them crooks. Well, I figure you're right, Brady. The thing to do is to head back to Sagebrush.
What for? Why not go after him now?
On account of we come away in a hurry. We ain't prepared for a long chase.
Yeah, I ain't got but one gun.
Ain't got no ammunition, no food. What we got to do is organize. Get plenty of water and grub. Yeah. Get plenty of guns. Rifles, not sidearms. Then we come out here, pick up the trail, and go get them.
Yeah. Them horses are too fast for us on a short chase.
We got to keep going after them for a long time. And for that, we got to be prepared. Now, let's head for home.
All right, come on. Get up. Get up. Come on. Get up. See any sign of them, Tonto? No sign.
Watch for a cloud of dust. They may still be after us.
Hunter's seen nothing.
We've been traveling half the day. Silver could have outrun them easily. But I wanted them to keep trailing us for a while.
They not on trail now.
Huh? What is it, Silver?
Look.
Yes, Silver smelled the water. We'll pull up and let them drink their fill.
Oh, it's plenty dry.
Here we are. The Red River. Red River. And what's left of it, Tonto?
Nobody come after us, Kimasabi.
Well, all we've done is to give Parsons a breathing spell. The most important thing is to let Brady and Carstairs realize how much they're indebted to him. It's not going to be easy to do. But I'm certain if they realized the true facts, they'd face them like men. They'd work together.
Maybe you tell them.
No, they wouldn't believe me, Tonto. I'm masked. They wouldn't trust a masked man. There must be some other way to... Tonto. I think I have a plan. Look at the bed of the river. There's only the thinnest trickle of water now. You heard Parsons. Formerly, Red River was full of water. Plenty of water to keep the entire rangeland going.
It's plenty dry now.
Look up there into the hills. You can see where the river comes down from the mountains.
Let me see.
Tonto, if that river was full of water once more, it could water this entire valley the way it used to.
What you mean?
Come on. We're going up into those hills. We're going to take a look around. Up on your horse. We've plenty to do.
Steady, Scout.
Come on. We're taking a look around, and then we're calling on Parsons. Up, Silver. Come on.
Get on, Scout.
We've got work to do.
Hail, Silver! Hooray!
Ease up, boy.
That you, Dan?
Yeah, Marcy, I'm kind of wore out.
You've been out with the posse again?
Yeah, I searched for that masked hold-up man and the engine.
Well, I hope you didn't catch him. I hope they got away.
You hope they got away? What kind of talk is that?
I do. Dan, as long as that money ain't found, Brady and Carstairs will never know you didn't have enough to pay. And I hope it ain't found.
That don't change the fact that I still owe the money, Marcy.
Then, and the masked man's still free?
Yeah, him and the engine. The posse trailed him up near the head of the valley. They're somewheres in the hills, but we don't know where.
Dan, you're tired.
I reckon I ain't as young as I was. That's why I come back to rest up. I've been in the saddle too long.
You come in the house and sit.
Marcy, I got to tell them pretty soon. Brady and Carstairs. I got to tell them that I didn't have the money.
Oh, Dan, don't go inviting trouble.
I can't help it, Marcy. Right is right and wrong is wrong. There ain't no two ways about it. Even if the money don't never come back, I got to tell them.
It'll mean we're ruined, Dan.
I got to tell them.
Yeah, let me hold the door open for you. Now, come in.
What in tarnation?
What's that doing on the floor?
Well, it's a sack of some kind.
What, here when I went out to meet you?
Marcy.
Huh?
Marcy, it looks like... It is. It's the sack that was stole. The money the masked man took.
Dan, close the door.
How did it get here? It's the money. How did it get here?
I brought it, Parsons.
The masked man.
No, don't pick it up again. And you, ma'am, stay away from that gun on the wall.
What do you mean by coming?
Stand right there, Parsons.
Where's the rest of the cash?
Up in the hills with Tonto.
Tonto, huh? That's the engine. Martha, we got to get the posse.
Dan,
The posse can wait. Parsons, I took that money to help you.
What?
You needn't stare at me. You see, Parsons, Tonto and I were on the trail when you returned here after you stole the cattle. We heard you and your wife talking.
Mister, you mean you know Dan didn't have enough money for the bank to pay what he promised?
Yes, well, that's why we took it. And Parsons, is there any blasting powder in sagebrush?
What?
You can figure it out later. I asked if there's any blasting powder in town.
There is, masked man. There's a few casks of it in the general store.
And your husband and I are going to get it.
Now, look at here.
Dan Parsons, you go with him.
Marcy,
You heard me, Dan. There ain't nobody else to help you. You go with him and come back later.
He's not coming back here, Mrs. Parsons.
You mean?
Parsons and I are taking that blasting powder. Then we're going up into the hills. You leave everything to me, understand?
She's gone plumb loco.
Now, come on, Parsons. We're getting that powder. This is the last one, Parsons.
Masked man, I can't figure
Don't
what
ask
for
questions. You talked about that money and the rest of it a dozen times already. Now, load it on your wagon. Come on. Yeah, that does it. All right, Parsons, up on the seat.
Yeah, I'm getting...
Here, Silver.
That horse does what you tell him like a puppy.
Silver and I are old friends. Now, Parsons, take off that brake and start heading for the hills.
Get up, horses.
I'll be right behind you. I'm going to help you no matter how much you may dislike it. Come on, Silver.
Gee, who's the fact? It's the masked man. The masked man and Banker Parsons. They're in cahoots. Where's my horse? I got to get riding. I got to tell Brady and Carstairs about this. riding out from town. Where's Brady? Where's Carstairs?
Hey, what's the ruckus about?
One side there. Lead me through. I just come from town. I seen him. Quiet, you fellas, quiet.
Come on, Jenkins, spill it. Why ain't you back in Sagebrush looking after your store?
My store's been robbed.
What?
Yeah, my store's been robbed of 6 kegs of blasting powder. Who done it? The same masked hombre you gents is after.
What do you mean?
And wait. I got more to tell you. The masked man, huh?
The ornery coyote must have circled down out of the hills and got into town.
I tell you there's more. The masked man wasn't alone. Sure not. That Injun partner's with him. No, 'twant the Injun. The gent with him was Dan Parsons.
Okay. Now, wait a minute, you fellas. All right, Jenkins, give us the whole story.
Carstairs, Brady, listen to me. The masked man and Parsons is in cahoots. They're working together.
What?
Yeah, I heard them talking. They're heading into the hills, the both of them, going to join the Injun. And you know how I'm sure Parsons is with them?
Go ahead.
Because that holdup was fixed. Parsons didn't have enough money to pay you 2 fellas off in the first place.
So that's it, eh? Brady, you savvy that?
Yeah, Carstairs, I do. All right, you fellas, get your horses. We're going after them.
We don't know where.
They got blasting powder, ain't they? We'll find him. Come on, you fellas. We're going. Get up there. Brady! Hey, Brady!
Yeah?
How are we going to locate them hombres if we don't know where they're at?
We'll find them somewhere. Did you hear that? Blasting powder.
That's it.
Look up there in the mountains. Smoke. Yeah, smoke from the powder. Now we know where they're at. Come on, gents. Head for the smoke. This time we got them. Get up, come on. There he is. Up ahead. That's him. It's Parsons. Don't try to run for it, Parsons. Stand right where you are.
Running. I'll say, ain't you sneaking coyote? Caught you, didn't we?
Where's the masked man?
So you and the masked hombre was working together, huh? So you had him work that hold up because you didn't have all the cash you promised me.
And me, too.
Now, listen, you gotta believe me. I didn't have nothing to do with that hold up. I'll admit I didn't have the cash to pay you off, but I didn't have...
A fine
banker you are. Parsons, I figure we ought to string you up right here now. If it wasn't for you setting off that blast, we'd have never found you. But you
Drop
can't...
those guns. Pronto.
What? The masked man.
That means you too, Brady. Drop it.
I'll drop you first, mister. Oh!
Good shooting, Tanner.
You're not hurt, Brady. Time the shot hit your gun, not you. Keep an eye on them, Kemosabe.
Come to watch.
Mister, what's the idea of taking them cakes of powder and setting off that blast? I don't savvy.
Carstairs, the first reason for setting that blast was to close off the river. Look at it.
Well, I'll be... It's a regular dam. You blocked off the river. We didn't have enough water before, but now we won't have none.
You'll have plenty, Brady.
But why did
you should have built a dam long ago. There's a natural basin to hold the water here. You and Carstairs had built a dam before this. You'd have had water when you needed it.
Yeah, there was some talk about building a dam, but me and Brady couldn't get together.
So I heard.
What difference does that make? I was doing all right anyway.
Why were you doing all right, Brady?
Huh?
Your cattle were thin and scrawny. The whole valley was in danger. Yet Parson kept giving you loans, promising you more for your cattle than he could get himself.
Mister, you mean...
I mean Parsons is the best friend any of you ever had. He tried to be your banker. He tried to help you out in every way that he could.
Parsons, you mean you offered $10 for them cattle when you knew you couldn't get more than 5 or 6 for them?
Well, I figured you gents needed the money, Carstairs. I figured I could get a hold of it some way. You see, the way I look at things, a bank's got to help folks out when they need help. I done my best.
Parsons, you sure make me feel ashamed of myself. Yeah, that goes for me, too.
I got the money here. It ain't what I promised to pay you, but it's all I could get for the cattle.
Parsons, you and the masked man done us a real favor. I reckon we've been kind of short-sighted, ain't we, Costa? I reckon we have, Brady. What do you say we forget about being enemies and work together for a spell? It suits me right down to the ground. And the first thing we got to do is build up this water supply like the masked man said, so we'll always have plenty of water for Red River Valley. Parsons, will you shake hands? I'm asking for your hand, too, Parsons. Will you?
I sure will. And, gents, let's make Red River Valley the best doggone cattle country in the West. Come on, fellas, let's get busy. And from now on, we listen to Dan Parsons.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Don't turn that dial. This is the right station if you want to hear about Jonathan Thomas and his Christmas on the Moon. Oh, my goodness. I very much fear it's time for old Santa Claus soon to be here. But how in the world will we have time to pack when they haven't yet found him and brought him back? You know, the Squeebobliums stole him away, and they did it because they hate Christmas Day. Jonathan Thomas said he'd find him soon. So he started out with the man in the moon to Squeebobble-land. And as a matter of course, they rode upon Gorgonzola the horse. It's a long, long way they've had to go, and the trouble they've had, you'll never know. For the road leads down through the fairy rings, past the home of giants and goblins and things. It's not much fun for a wee little boy, but he promised the children they'd have their toys. I'm glad it's his promise to keep and not mine, and he'll have to hurry. There isn't much time. The trouble has been there's a wicked old witch who rules o'er a land called Rumplestitch. She's wise indeed in the ways of magic, and the things she plans are very tragic. But they've had the help of the good fairy queen. She knows how to spoil the old witch's scheme. One day as they traveled, they saw a great wall, and there wasn't a way around it at all. As far as their eyes could see and more, there was nothing in sight but a row of doors. So they entered one. Though I can't understand, they found themselves standing in Looking-Glass Land. Then lovely Queen Alice said, "Now that you're here, I surely must help you, for Christmas is near." So she gave them a whistle, which would make them grow tall, or, if they preferred, it would make them grow small. She said, "I am sure it will help you out. When you rescue Santa, you will need it, no doubt." So they thanked her kindly and bade her good day, but in the pea-soup fog, they soon lost their way. As they wandered around, they heard weepings and wails, and out came a dragon with 13 tails. He chased them until they were quite out of breath. They were snatched just in time from a terrible death by Dinty the keeper, who heard the uproar, and he let them come in. Then he slammed the door. But he said, "Here's a present. It's a piece of plum cake. If the dragon eats it, his stomach will ache." Well, the dragon ate it and got very sick. He was really quite hurt that they'd played such a trick. But right after that, their trouble was double. They were captured alive by the awful Squeebobbles. Now let's see what's happened to them, for here's where the story begins again.
Oh, gracious sakes to goodness! I'm so angry I could weep and wail, for I don't like being thrown in jail.
No, and I don't like it either. I wish we were out of here. How are we going to rescue Santa Claus if we're locked up in jail?
That wicked old King Squeeble, he's the meanest man of all the people. If I had my hands on him, I'd show him a thing or two. You bet your boots that's what I'd do.
Ooh, listen, Mr. Man in the Moon, it sounds like someone was opening the door.
I wonder who it is.
Why, it's only me. Who else could it be? I've come to see you two, so as I can tell if you're hearty and well. That's what I've come to do.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you a thing or two. You'd better let us out of here. That's what you'd better do.
Yes, that's what you better do.
Now, isn't it a shame? And really, I'm not to blame for holding you prisoners so. For I can't let you out, no matter how you shout. It's impossible to let you go.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Why? Why, because of Santa Claus and a promise that I made this year. There shan't be a toy for any girl or boy, and there shan't be any Christmas cheer. That's why. And now, goodbye.
You think you're smart, but you'll find out 'Cause we'll try till we do get out.
Yes, we'll try till we do get out.
In spite of your tongue wagging and all of your bragging, you'll stay here. Just never fear. And you can just remember that when you get out, it'll be hot in the middle of December.
It'll be hot for you, and that's a promise. Not only from me, but from Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Pish and touch. What a lot of slush. And all I've got to say, I hope you stay well in this dungeon cell, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Goodbye.
Sludge. Someday that king is going to get me mad, and when he does, it'll be pretty bad.
What are we going to do, Mr. Man of the Moon?
I only wish I knew what we could do.
I wish my daddy was here. He'd fix up that old wicked king.
Oh, now there's no use to cry, 'cause we're not going to die. There's no reason for all your fears. We'll get some out some way, that I'll say. So come on now, dry up your tears.
I wish we were small as 2 little ants. Then we could go under the door. And then I'd bet we could.
Oh, for goodness sakes, the Jiminy Cricket's hand flub-a-dudge.
What's the matter, Mr. Man in the Moon, if you please?
Oh, I've got an idea, and it makes me so awful sore. Why in the world didn't I think of it before?
What idea, if you please?
Didn't Queen Alice, when you were in the palace, give you a magic whistle?
Uh-huh.
Did you lose it?
No, of course I didn't. I got it right here in my pocket.
Well, then, for goodness gracious sakes alive, take your whistle and blow it twice. And if the whistle is any good at all, you'll shrink and shrink till you'll be right small.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Man in the Moon. I forgot all about the whistle.
I said not to fear. We'd get out of here. And that's what we're going to do. We'll yet keep our promise, Master Jonathan Thomas, quicker than you can count up to 2.
But what about you, Mr. Man in the Moon? Maybe I can grow smaller and get out of this jail. But you can't.
I'll tell you the thing to do. Why, there's nothing to it at all. First blow the whistle and grow right small. Then crawl right under the dungeon wall. Then when you get out, don't make a sound, but be right quiet and look around. Then blow the whistle once more. Then when you grow up, then unlock the door. It's as simple as counting from 1 up to 4.
Oh, that's a very good idea, Mr. Man in the Moon. I wonder why we didn't think of that before.
Oh, the king will be angry and chock full of wrath. And he who laughs last always has the best laugh. Come on now, blow your whistle, Jonathan Thomas. And then we'll hurry and keep our promise. We'll show them something about Christmas cheer. We'll have the best Christmas of any old year.
Here I go, Mr. Man in the Moon. I'm ready to blow my whistle.
Then hurry and blow so you'll quickly go.
1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and 4 to go.
For gracious sakes to goodness. You're getting smaller and smaller.
Oh, look at me, Mr. Man in the Moon. I'm getting as small as 2 times 2.
There, now, you're small enough. That magic spell is sure fine stuff.
Here I go under the door, Mr. Man in the Moon, and as soon as I get outside, I'll let you out.
I won't worry if you'll quickly hurry.
It'll only be a minute. Here I go under the wall. Now, here I am outside. I must blow my whistle once, and then grow up tall again so I can open the door. beginning to grow tall again. Taller and taller and taller. And now I can open the door. There. The door's open. Come on, Mr. Man in the Moon.
For gracious sakes. And now let's hurry faster and faster because now is the time to rescue Santa Claus.
We'll sneak down this hall, 'cause I heard the King Squeeble say that Santa Claus is until right down here.
Let us be very quiet or we'll start a riot. And they'll all begin to roar. Gracious to goodness and Jiminy Crickets. Look, I think this is the door.
I think it is, too.
Then we'll unlock the door. And open the door. Yeah. Hello, Santa Claus.
Hello, Santa Claus.
Hello, Mr. Man in the Moon. I knew you'd get here in time for this year, but you didn't arrive too soon.
This is Jonathan Thomas, Mr. Santa Claus.
I'm very pleased to meet you, if you please.
How do you do, my little man? I've met you before. And my gracious, what's more, I was planning to meet you again.
You mean on Christmas morning, if you please?
Of course. Let's see. You wanted a rocking horse, a boat, a sled, and a train. I got your letter, which said you've been much better, and you'll never be bad again.
That's right.
Oh, for goodness sakes to graciousness. Here, there won't be any toys under the Christmas tree. There won't be any Christmas at all this year if we don't hurry and get out of here. Come on, let's go through this door and turn to your right. Goodness to gracious, what a sight. Soldiers are coming. We'd better start running.
Oh, we're going to be caught again.
Run for your life!
Oh, my goodness. Just when they're making good their escape, they've been found out. And soldiers coming from every direction. Do you think Jonathan Thomas and Santa Claus and the Man in the Moon will be caught? Oh, I certainly hope not, because here it is almost Christmas. Well, we'll find out, I guess, in the next story of Jonathan Thomas. So don't forget to listen, will you? I won't.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 23. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, our previously announced plans for tonight's Playhouse presentation have been changed. Last week, an old friend of ours, Mr. Milton Geiger, one of radio's best-known writers, visited Radio City Playhouse and brought with him a script so unusual, so completely different to anything we've ever done before, that we immediately decided it should be our attraction for this week. The script is titled Portrait of Lenore, and two of our very favorite people are here to play the leading parts. Mr. Bernard Grant is well known to Radio City Playhouse listeners for his many wonderful performances on previous shows, Ground Floor Window and The Door, to name only two. Tonight he combines his talents with those of our own Jan Miner to bring you Radio City Playhouse Attraction 23, Portrait of Lenore, by Milton Geiger. Maybe a while back you happened to see a motion picture called Laura. Remember Laura? Gene Tenney, Dana Andrews, Clifton Webb. Remember Laura? I went to see Laura because I didn't believe a man could fall in love with a woman just by looking at her portrait.
You see, I'm a writer myself, and I did not think a situation like that rang true. That is, I didn't think so then. But now, well, I'm not so sure. About a week ago, a new painting arrived at the Oscar Dole Museum of Art. Oscar Dole is a friend of mine, so he invited me to come in and take a look. I arrived at the museum after it had closed, but Oscar let me in anyway. We went up to the second floor where the painting was hung. The museum was deathly quiet, and so were we. I couldn't say anything. I just stood there beside Oscar, looking at this magnificent work of art. Oscar was pleased at my reaction.
You like it, don't you, Hillary?
Oscar, it's unbelievable. Portrait of Lenore. Even the name has a feel to it. I've never seen anything like it. She's...
Well, now, don't tell me the writer is stuck for words.
Oh, for that kind of beauty, there are no words. Where did you get it?
From the artist, Charles Beaumont. He's loaned it to us.
Is it valuable?
Well, it would be if Charles Beaumont wanted to sell it. But he's refused every offer.
No wonder. Oscar, do me a favor.
What?
Go back downstairs to your office. I'd like to sit here a while and look. By myself. Do you mind?
Of course I don't mind. I'm glad you like the thing so much. Well, when you're through, come along downstairs. We can have supper somewhere.
Portrait of Lenore. I went in to look at the painting every day for 4 days. I'd spend the whole afternoon just looking at Lenore, looking and wondering and wishing that somehow she... Well, and I snapped out of it and got back to work. A writer makes money by keeping his nose stuck in a typewriter. The following Friday, I'd work straight through from 10 in the morning until well after midnight. So when the telephone rang at 2 o'clock in the morning, waking me out of my well-earned sleep, I was an indignant fellow. Go away. All right. Whoever you are, hang up and go away,
Just
will you?
a moment, Mr.
Look,
Drake.
can't you understand? Do you know what time it is?
You are Hillary Drake, aren't you?
Yes, you can call me in the morning.
If we're to do business together, we have to understand each other before morning, Mr.
Say,
Drake.
who is this?
You are Hillary Drake.
You have $1.
You're a friend of Oscar Dole?
You have $2. Would you like to try for 4?
Would you like to try for 1,000?
State your proposition, madam.
Have you ever heard of a painting called Portrait of Lenore?
As a matter of fact, I have.
It was stolen from the museum early this evening.
It was what?
Early tonight, it was stolen. Now, Oscar Dole will offer a handsome reward for the return of the painting. You know Mr. Dole, and you know your way around. Will you represent me in my negotiations for the reward?
Look, lady, I'm afraid I don't understand just what's going on here.
Mr. Drake. If you let me do the talking, I'll try to make it clear. The painting was stolen. The reward will be substantial. There'll be at least 1,000 in it for you if you do as you're told. Are you interested?
Yes. Yes, I'm interested.
I'll be on the west side highway that looks down on Pier 52.
When?
Now, at once. Will you meet me?
At this hour?
Will you meet me, Mr. Drake?
Yes, I'll meet you.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake.
Goodbye. I hung up on her and called Oscar Dole, and he admitted that the painting was gone. The reward was $5,000 and no questions asked, so I hung up before he could ask any questions. I drove to the West Side Highway overlooking the Hudson River docks. I turned off my lights and just waited there. I got out and stood beside the car in the darkness, watching the river, feeling the night all around me. As far as I could see, there was nobody for miles.
Mr. Drake.
Stop! Are you crazy? You scared me clean out of my skin.
You scare easily.
Sneaking up behind me like that.
I'm sorry.
Don't ever do that. I'm palpitating hard, lady.
When you can steady your nerves, perhaps we can talk.
Perhaps we can. I don't know. And please don't worry about my nerves.
Shall we get into your car?
Shall we?
No, Mr. Drake. After you.
Yes, Mother. Excuse me. Can I help you?
I'm quite able to get into an automobile by myself, Mr.
Can
Drake.
you shut the door by yourself? I wish you would.
There. Comfortable.
What's the idea of the veil?
I wear a veil, and I have a gun, of course.
Most natural thing in the world. Who are you?
That doesn't matter.
Perhaps not, but I'd still like to know. Will you take that thing off your
No,
face?
and I haven't much time. I suppose you called Oscar Dole as soon as I hung up.
I did.
And?
$5,000 reward.
Splendid.
It's living.
Collect the reward for me tomorrow and bring
Wait
it to...
a minute.
Yes?
Just when do I get the painting?
After the reward is paid.
My trouble is I go to too many movies. The whole thing's too corny. Veils, stolen paintings. Look, I don't like you and I don't trust you. How do I know you'll deliver?
Because I promise it.
Oh. Well, your word of honor may pass as terrific collateral with you, but I can't get $5,000 from the museum on it.
I think you can.
You do?
If Oscar Dole doesn't recover the painting very soon, he'll never again be entrusted with such valuable works of art. You have 1 minute to think about it.
And then?
Then I shall have to find a more realistic go-between, one perhaps who doesn't go to so many movies.
You don't fool, do you?
No.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Mind if I have one?
I do.
You what?
I forbid you to smoke.
You?
I forbid you to smoke.
Yes, Mother, again.
Your decision, Mr. Drake?
All right. I'll try for the $5,000 with $1,000 to me.
Right. I'll be under the east tower of the George Washington Bridge tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Bring the money and you'll get the painting.
Will you bring it with you?
No, but I'll take you to where it is.
Sounds like an interesting evening.
That's up to you.
Don't I get a look at you at all?
No, that isn't important.
I suppose it isn't important either for me to know if you stole the painting.
Tomorrow night. East Tower, George Washington Bridge with the money. Is that clear, Mr. Drake?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's all very clear. And now, would you mind getting out? I'm beginning to feel like having a cigarette.
Mr. Drake.
Good evening.
I'm very glad for your sake that you came alone.
If you want me to stay, you'd better put that gun away. Look, can't we cut out the melodrama? Veiled women with guns are a bit out of my line. I can only be pushed around for so long.
Did you get the money?
Well, Oscar wanted some guarantee that he'd get the painting, and I...
Did you get the money?
The fact that Oscar lost the painting 1 short week after it was loaned to him by Charles Beaumont is a terrific blow to the museum's prestige. Oscar feels that the only...
Did you get the money?
Yes.
Give it to me.
Someday I'm going to give you an awful sock in the nose.
Give me the money. Thank you. I'll count it later. Where's your car?
Over there.
We'll go for a little drive.
Where?
Where I tell you. Thank you, Mr. Drake. But you go ahead of me.
We drove across Manhattan, then south to the Queensboro Bridge, my lady friend in the back seat. In the rear view mirror, I could see her, sitting there, tense and unmoving, holding that wicked-looking little gun in her gloved hand.
Turn left here, Mr. Drake.
We ended up somewhere in Long Island. We bumped over a rough dirt road to a darkened house overhanging the sea. She told me to stop. And when we got out, she made me walk in front of her, up dark, hollow-sounding steps. She gave me a key and made me unlock the door. Well, how about some light?
You'll get used to the darkness.
Is this your house?
No, it's not my house. But it's a beautiful view. Beautiful.
Ah, how can you tell? It's pitch dark.
There's There's enough light for what we have to do.
You've been here before, haven't you?
Look behind the bookcase.
I can't see, I tell you.
It's right
so
behind you. There's a large art portfolio between the bookcase and the wall.
Oh, yes, it's here. This is what you want? We are. You know, if we could just turn on the lights, it would be so much easier.
I rather like doing business by moonlight.
Look, lady, whatever this is, it's beginning to make me sore. I'm all for a little fun, but let's not ride around with veils and guns and come to dark houses and refuse to turn on the lights. Now, let's just have
If you
a
don't
look.
keep perfectly still, Mr. Drake, and do as I tell you, I'll use my gun. I'm very good with it.
All right. What now?
Look in the portfolio.
Well,
Are you satisfied?
satisfied with what?
The painting.
What painting?
What painting? It's gone.
You're telling me it's gone.
It's gone. The painting's gone.
Was it ever here at all?
Yes.
Then where is it? Where is it?
I don't know. I must have the painting. I must.
But you were going to give it to me.
I was only going to show it to you just to prove my good faith that I had the painting.
You mean this was supposed to be a double
No.
cross?
I was going to give you the painting, but not for a few days.
Then, you won't mind returning my $5,000.
No. No, it's useless without the painting. The money's useless.
Then, let's have it.
Here, take it. Useless to me now. Useless. Go away. I can get back alone. There's a door at the side of the driveway.
I knew it.
Go. Now, please go.
You have been in this house before. You know it very well.
No.
You're lying. How do you know there's a door to the driveway?
We came in that way.
We came in the front way.
Will you please get out of here and leave me alone?
You brought the painting here yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
You've been in this house many times, haven't you?
Well, what difference does it make?
Could anybody have followed you here? Someone interested in the painting?
I don't know.
Excuse me.
What are you going to do?
I just thought I'd examine the lock on this door here.
You don't need to bother.
And, just what do you mean by that?
The person who followed me out here wouldn't need to break the lock. He'd have a key.
Look, lady, I don't know who you are or what you're up to. But if I'm to be of any help to you, you'd better tell me the whole story. All I've gotten from you is a first-prize runaround. I come out here to this house, and now you start
Keep
playing...
your hands out of your pockets.
I come out here to this house, and
Don't
you act
light that match. I said don't light that match.
No, you burn my fingers.
Oh, I warned you.
You're
I
mad.
warned you.
You're mad. You're absolutely mad.
Please go away now, right now. Perhaps you haven't understood everything, but that can't be helped. You've done the best you can, and so have I. Now, please go. Take your $5,000 and go.
I'll bet you every cent of it. I know who you are.
Can't you get out and leave me alone?
I walked out of that dark beach house, leaving her alone. For some strange reason, I knew she was the woman in the picture. She was Lenore. Even though she tried to keep her identity a secret with that ridiculous veil, there was no mistaking the set of her head, the way she moved. She was the portrait of Lenore. I drove home, the kind of enchantment. I wished with everything I owned that I'd made her take off that veil. If she was really the woman in the picture, I would have... Well, anyway, the next morning I was myself again. I went over to see Oscar Dole at the museum. There were a lot of things I wanted to know about the stolen portrait of Lenore.
As a matter of fact, Hillary, we haven't got a photograph of the painting.
But who is she, Oscar? You've been hedging around that question for 20 minutes. I want to know who Lenore is in real life. What was her name?
Charles Beaumont is a friend of mine, Hillary, a good friend. Now, it's not kind of me to break confidences that he thinks I respect.
But who is she? What's her name?
She's Charles Beaumont's wife.
He painted his own wife?
Yes.
Where is she now?
Nobody knows.
What do you mean nobody knows?
Well, it's a sad story, Hillary. You see, 2 years ago, she was not well. Some sort of chest condition. Beaumont was terrified that it was TB. He insisted that she leave New York immediately and go to Arizona. He was unable to leave town himself at the time, so he asked his brother Robert to take Lenore. They flew down, and the plane caught fire and crashed. Everyone aboard was killed, except Lenore.
The brother, too?
Yes. Every passenger except Lenore.
What became of her?
She just disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
Charles Beaumont has never seen her since.
Why not?
I don't know. She simply vanished into thin air.
Were they happy together?
Very.
Did she love him?
As far as I know.
Then why didn't she come back?
I don't know, Hillary.
It's as plain as the nose on your face. The woman just decided that
No,
she was tired.
No, Hillary. I don't think you're right.
You just don't know about women.
Perhaps, but I don't want to discuss that anymore.
I wish I could get hold of Charles Beaumont.
Well, you can.
But I thought he was out of town, business in Chicago or something.
I wired him about the theft of the painting. He flew back at once.
Oh, where's he staying?
At his apartment. Central Park South. Hey, you want me to phone him for you?
No, wait. How well do you know him, Oscar?
Very well. We're very good friends, and I'm very fond of him.
You, ever been a house guest of his?
Yes. Many times. Why?
Has he got a house out on Long Island, near Babylon? A beach house?
Yes, I've been there many times.
I've got it. Yes, sir, I've got it.
Got what?
Got the answer to the theft of the portrait. I can get it for you by morning.
Hillary, I think perhaps you'd better keep out of this. Oh, I don't mean to be unkind. I know you're trying to help me, but when Charles Beaumont got back to New York yesterday, he behaved very strangely. He was very excited. I think he knows where the painting is. I think I can get it back without paying any reward.
Did he say so?
No, not in so many words. But I think he'll get it back all right. Frankly, he seemed almost glad that it had been stolen.
Oscar, do me a favor. Ask Charles Beaumont to your place for dinner tonight. Will you?
Why?
Well, please, don't ask me why. Just do it, will you?
Well, Hillary, I
please,
don't
Oscar,
know.
Please. Ask him for dinner tonight, will you? As a favor to me.
All right, I'll ask him.
It took me a little time to pick the excellent lock on Charles Beaumont's apartment on Central Park South. However, I am pretty good with locks, and finally I got in. I looked in closets, I looked under carpets, I looked everywhere, but nothing. Then I began on Mr. Beaumont's personal effects. That paid off a little better because in a worn passport case I found a note written on pale blue note paper in a woman's slight, graceful hand. I read it through, and I knew before I got to the end how it would be signed. It was signed Lenore. Now I knew who she was. I finished the note, and suddenly the light flicked out. I stood there in Charles Beaumont's apartment, listening. Who is it? Who's there?
So you came too, Mr. Drake. I know what you came for.
Do you?
Did you find the painting?
You are Mrs. Charles Beaumont.
No.
You are Lenore. You're the woman in the picture, aren't you?
No.
Look, lady, I've had enough of you. After a while, I begin to want to see the people I'm dealing with.
If you touch that light switch, I'll shoot.
I'll give you some light so you can see what you're shooting
I'm
at.
warning you!
Holy cow. Shut out the electric light switch. You're pretty handy with small arms, aren't you?
I want that painting.
I haven't got it.
You haven't? You mean it isn't here?
But I've got something else.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You wrote your husband a letter once, remember? I'm not going to Arizona with my health at all. I'm going away with Robert.
No, give me that letter.
I love him. I can't help it. Even though he's your brother, I have to admit
Stop
it. You fell in love with your husband's brother. You faked up this idea of going to Arizona for your health just so you and Brother Robert could have a...
How dare you imply that I...
Look, lady, let's not get off on our high and mighty horse, shall we? You were running off with your husband's brother. The brother was killed, and you couldn't very well go back to your husband because you'd left him a goodbye note. All about how much you loved Robert. We've been in love for years, Robert and I. I know this will hurt you, but I ask you to forgive me.
Not true. I couldn't come back. I couldn't.
Not after you wrote that letter.
No, that isn't the reason.
Couldn't keep your hands off your husband's brother. That's got a nasty taste, my fine fancy lady. It'll take more than a veil to cover that.
Then I'll take my veil off.
It's about time.
I'll turn on the lamp. The light switch only works the center fixture. I'll turn them all on, Mr. Drake. All of them. There. And the big lamp there, the one by the piano. So take more than a veil, will it? Do you think I'm afraid to let you know who I am? That I'm concealing my identity? Oh, no, Mr. Drake. I'm concealing a horror. Look! Look at my face! Yes, I'm Lenore. I'm the woman in the picture. Beautiful, isn't it? Why don't you answer me, Mr. Drake? Are you afraid of being sick at your stomach? Like something that's been white hot, which cool into rigid, twisting, shiny red ridges. Like molten lava that's cool. Take a good look, Mr. Drake. Take a good look at Lenore Beaumont. The portrait of Lenore.
Mrs. Beaumont, I'm terribly, terribly sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
And you understand now why I didn't want to come back to him? Why I wrote that letter? He loved me for my beauty. He loved me for my face. I used to watch the way he'd smile when we were out. He used to gloat over me, though I was the most precious and desirable thing in the world. Do you think I could come back to him looking like this? Do you think I wanted him pitying me? Shielding me? Do you think either of us could have stood it? He'd be just like you. I can tell that look. It means you're trying not to be sick. I knew Charles would be like that. I knew that he'd have that same look on his face. A look of frightened, nauseated horror. I made up that story about Robert. The letter was written after the plane wreck, not before I went away.
I don't know what to say. Please forgive me. I'm terribly sorry if I've hurt you. I was very unkind, very clumsy.
Doesn't matter. I wanted the painting for two reasons. The only picture of me in existence. And I wanted the reward, and I found a doctor who thinks he can fix my face. He needed something to work with. And I needed money to pay him. I was going to try to trick you out of the reward. I planned to have the painting photographed and
then return it for the reward?
Something like that.
Oh, please, don't cry anymore. Please don't.
Better get out of here. Oh, what's that?
It's him.
No. Let me go. Let me go, I say. Let me...
No, you've got to see him.
I can't. Please, God, let me go. I can't let him see me. I can't.
Listen to me. You're wrong. He loves you. Any man looking at that portrait can see that your husband loves you.
No.
He painted in all the things he loved you for. Strength and goodness and gentleness. He saw beneath the surface. He saw all the things of character that no accident can ever change. The things your husband sees in you can't be concealed by scar or burned tissue.
No.
Nothing can hide them from him.
Give me my veil, please. Please, I can't let him see me, not yet, please. It's as though I was naked. Please.
All right. Here.
Who's in there? What's the meaning of this? Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment?
Mr. Beaumont, I'm Hilary Drake. I'm a friend of Oscar Dole's. I was trying to find your painting, and instead I found your wife.
No. I knew it. I knew when the picture was stolen that you'd taken it. You were always crazy about that picture. And it's back at the museum now because I guessed you might go to the beach house. Why did you bother coming back?
No, you're wrong, Beaumont. Believe me, I know the whole story. The letter, the plane crash, your brother killed. But she didn't love your brother. She loves you. And you love her, don't you?
She left me. She left me for my own brother.
No, it isn't true. She stayed away to be kind to you. Show him your face, Lenore. Beaumont, she was burned in the plane crash.
I don't believe it. It's a trick.
No, Charles. It isn't a trick.
It is. You're trying to fool me again. The way you did the last time.
Show him your face, Lenore.
All right.
Lenore, my darling. You've been hurt. Somebody's hurt you.
No, keep away from me.
Lenore, come here. Let me hold you.
You don't care about my face. About the way I look.
You look so tired. So sad.
all, isn't it? It makes no difference. Oh, Charles, my darling.
I left them there, holding each other silently, holding each other, and thanking God that after their strange and tortured journey, they had met once more. I knew what Charles Beaumont was planning in his first-rate soul. He was the artist, sketching the plans that the surgeon would execute of a new, a living portrait of Lenore.
You have just heard Portrait of Lenore, as written by Milton Geiger and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Bernard Grant starred as Hilary Drake. Jan Miner was Lenore. Other players included Donald Buca and Bill Lipton. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, the story of the theater. The story of a great actress and the things that happened to her. A story of a playwright and his wife. The Wisdom of Eve by Mary Orr. Attraction 24 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky's pay more. Yes, at the tobacco auctions, Lucky's pay more. Millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Imagine you're at a tobacco auction. The buyers crowd around the baskets of ripe, fine-flavored leaf. The auctioneer chants and the bidding begins. As a basket of extra fine, light, mild leaf is offered for sale, as the price climbs higher and higher, at the peak bid, time and again, you hear... And another basket of truly fine tobacco is bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Yes, Lucky's pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. So for more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment from every puff, every pack, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Prove to yourself how much finer, milder, more enjoyable Lucky's really are. You'll agree, in all the world, there's no finer cigarette than Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back an hour. Jack and Mary are on their way to the studio, and Rochester is driving.
Gosh, it's certainly a warm day, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah.
You know, it was hot yesterday, too, and Friday the temperature reached 105.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, wasn't it thrilling the Hollywood baseball team won the Pacific Coast pennant this year?
Uh-huh.
And the National League pennant race is tighter than it's been in years.
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, Jack, put down that knitting and talk to me.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm trying to finish these socks for Phil. It's only 90 days till Christmas, you know.
Jack, Phil has been with you 12 years, and you're giving him socks for a present?
There ain't no present. Mr. Harris ordered them.
That's right. You know, Mary, it is warm today. I wonder if we could try... Rochester, how'd you know I wanted the top down?
I didn't. We just went under a low tree.
What?
Who needs push buttons?
Well, leave it. It's nice this way. And, Rochester, you better slow down.
I can't, boss. We haven't got any brakes.
No brakes? What do you do when you come to a railroad crossing?
We get out and pick up coal.
Rochester.
Those diesels are ruining us.
Rochester, don't be funny. Just drive. Say, Mary, do you think... Rochester, you're not making a turn. Why have you got your hand out?
I'm feeling for the studio.
You're feeling for the studio?
Yeah, in this smog, we'll never see it.
I know what you mean. Say, Mary, I was just thinking of something. It's been a long time since you sang a song on the program. How about doing one today?
Oh, not today, Jack. I was at the Navy-USC football game yesterday, and I cheered so much I'm hoarse.
Oh. Well, we won't have the Sportsman Quartet there at the Orpheum Theater this week.
Boss, if you want more music on the program, why don't you play your violin?
I think I will. I just put 4 new strings on it.
You did?
Yes. You'll hear them all on CBS this fall.
I can hardly wait.
Thanks.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, we're only a block from the studio. You better start looking for a parking space.
Look for a space? Are you kidding, Mary? Rochester, drive it right into the studio lot. Mr. Paley, the head of CBS, assigned a reserved parking space especially for me.
Gee, they sure treat you nice, don't they, Jack?
Mary, all the networks are nice. And it's about time people realize that there's no animosity between them.
There isn't?
Of course not. Now, take CBS. They even put Johnson's wax on the floors.
Jack, CBS didn't put it there. So many stars have come over, they've tracked it in on their heads.
On their heads? On their shoes? They must be acrobats coming in. How do you like them? We got acrobats now. Walk in on their head. Shoes.
So many stars come over, they tracked it in
Oh,
on
we
their
don't
shoes.
have to do it through it again. Doesn't matter how it got there. The fact that it's not there proves that. Rochester, here's the studio lot. Turn right in. My parking space is third on the left.
I know.
Rochester, what'd you stop here for?
There's another car in there.
Well, how do you like that? Imagine anyone leaving his car in my parking space. What a nerve. When I came to CBS, this space was assigned to me. And if anyone else thinks they can use it, they're crazy. Oh, boy, who does that car belong to?
Mr. Paley.
Well, don't just stand there. Dust it off. Here.
Come on, Jack.
Just a minute. He's using Phil's socks. Rochester, you don't have to wait for me. You can have the rest of the day off.
Thanks. Say, boys, I'm going out tonight. Would you mind giving me my salary today instead of tomorrow?
Yes, I can do that. As a matter of fact, Rochester, I have your pay already. Here's your envelope.
Thanks.
Now, come on, Mary. Let's hurry into the...
Say, boy,
What is it, Rochester?
you always pay me in dollars. How come it's pounds this week?
I'll explain it to you later. Come on, Mary.
Oh, brother, you don't miss a trick, do you?
Never mind. Just walk in on your head. That's all. Come on, Mary. We got to get in the studio. I feel good today. Again, this couldn't happen again. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, darn it, I forgot to get my violin out of my car.
Again. I hope it happens again.
It's not funny. Now, let's go in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, Mel Blanc, waiting for me?
Yeah, you got a part that I can do on your show today?
Mel, I gave you a part on my show last week.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to do my imitations. I imitate Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, and Al Jolson.
Mel, look, there's no room on my program for imitations of Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, or Al Jolson. Now cut that out! Now, look, Mel, when I have a part for you, I'll let you know. Come on in, Mary. On your head. Guys, that Mel Blanc is such a pest. Well, here's my dressing room.
Jack, the door's open.
Open? I wonder... Well, what do you know? I've got a visitor. Edgar Bergen.
Hello, Edgar.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack.
Well, Edgar, welcome to CBS.
Well, thank you. You know, I don't do my first program until next Sunday night.
Oh, still rehearsing, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I've already started my season. I did my first show on the 11th. Did you hear it?
No. But on the 12th, CBS sent for me.
What?
Yeah, Bergen, will you get me out of this football uniform? USC doesn't need me anymore. No, I see. Yeah. I'll mow them down. Yes, I know you will. Charlie, we've got company now. Oh, have we?
Hello, Charlie. Well, you beautiful doll, you...
Oh. Pucker up your lips. I'm coming in for a landing. Charlie, you should be ashamed of yourself. Such disgraceful behavior, kissing Miss Livingston before you've been properly introduced. I'm sorry. When a gentleman meets a lady, first he should tip his hat. And then says, how do you do? Then he should inquire as to her well-being. And then he should gently take her hand and respectfully bow from the waist. Bergen, those are the kind of details that slow down a man's life. Is Come to my arms, you luscious little hungry... All right, Charlie, please. Now, don't be so rude. There's someone else here. Yeah? Yes, that's Mr. Benny.
Hello, Charlie. Welcome to CBS. Shake.
Put it away, bub. I'll pick my friends.
What?
Now, you can stop. You can stop fluttering those big blue eyes, too. They don't do a thing to me. Now, where were we, Mary? Oh, yes, you luscious little tomato. Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, no, Charlie, please don't kiss me again. When your late lips meet mine, my blood goes to my head, a cold iciness goes to my feet, and a wild wave of emotion rushes to my fingertips.
I got this dame going in all directions.
Mary, stop teasing him. You're blistering his enamel. Well, Edgar, if you don't mind, I got a lot of things to do now.
Well, thanks, Jack, for dropping into my dressing room.
No, Edgar, this is my dressing room.
No, this was your dressing room.
What do you mean, was? This is my dressing room. When I came over here, Mr. Paley gave it to me.
I'm sorry, Jack, but they've switched you to dressing room 4. All my things are here, and they're going to stay here.
Well, I'll throw them out.
You lay one hand on those clothes.
Oh, yeah? Put up your two.
Boys.
Let them fight, Livy. Let them fight. The most they can do is lean on each other.
Oh, shut up. As for you, Edgar Bergen, if you think you're going to use this dressing room, there's only one thing I can say to you. I'll dress somewhere else. Goodbye. Thought he put one over on me there. Dressing room 4. It's all the way down the hall.
Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Come say goodbye. I've been drafted.
Drafted?
Don't stand there. Salute me.
What?
Dennis, do you mean
No,
that...
Mary, you stay out of this. Let me handle him. Now, Dennis, look at me. I just want to ask you one thing. The war has been over 4 years now. How come you got a draft notice?
I won it on a quiz program.
A quiz program?
Yeah, I got a bicycle, a refrigerator, and 2 glorious years in the Army.
Mary, I begged you to stay out of it. Now, Dennis, forget this silly talk and get into the studio.
Oh, I can't. I got to report to my regiment. We're being sent overseas.
You mean
Mary, you won't listen to me, will you? Now, for your own good, let me ask him. I'm gray anyway. You and your regiment are going to be sent overseas, Dennis?
Uh-huh.
To Germany to take over supplies?
No, to Stromboli to bring back Ingrid.
Do me a favor, will you? Now, stop talking and rehearse your song.
Okay.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it?
Good Yontif.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Some enchanted evening, you may see a stranger.
Now, let's see. Where's that dressing room they changed me to?
Oh, here it is, Jack, right here. Number 4.
Oh, yes. Say, look at that, Mary. Look, they put 2 stars on the door. I guess they're trying to make me feel good. Let's go in.
Hello there, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Miss Benny.
Amos and Andy.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Excuse us for being in our bathrobes.
Yeah, we is pressing our pants under the mattress.
Well, fellas, it seems you could have done that in your own dressing room.
This is our dressing room.
Yeah, sir. This dressing room here was given to us by the head man of this network. And he said if anybody comes in and gives us trouble, that we should very gently throw him out. That's what he said.
Yeah.
On his head or on his shoe?
Well, he told us one thing. He requested that we keep the bounces down to a minimum, anyway.
Well, fellas, nobody's going to start any trouble. Obviously, there's been a mistake. Anyway, you don't do your opening program till next Sunday. What are you doing here so early?
Well, we don't like to leave things to the last minute, so we down here at the studio to test the acoustics.
The acoustics?
Yeah, so you see your voice comes out your mouth, it hits the side wall, hits the back wall, then it hits the other side wall and comes right back to you.
Yeah, that's what's known as a 3-cushion shot.
Well, I still can't understand them giving you my dressing room. Anyway, I'll take it up with Mr. Paley. Come on, Mary.
Say, Amos, Mr. Benny was a little upset because we got this dressing room, huh?
Yeah, well, that ain't what's bothering him. He's upset because today they stopped daylight saving time.
Well, what's that got to do with him?
When they stop any kind of saving, Mr. Bennett takes it personal.
Yeah, you're right. That man is closer than the pupils on a cross-eyed flea.
Well, say, Andy, that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Lift up the mattress and see if the crease in our pants is as sharp as we is.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me, boys. I left my hat in here.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is.
Thanks, Andy. So long, Amos. I can't understand why I'm being pushed around here. They take my parking space, my dressing room. What next?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, Jack, I've been looking all over for you. Boy, am I excited.
Why, Don? What happened?
Well, you know how hard I've been trying to reduce?
Yes?
Well, I finally made it. I'm down to 165.
Down to 165? How did that happen?
I weighed myself on an English scale, and they cut the pound in half.
Don, Bubbling Brook. Look at me, Don. If you're going to tell jokes, why don't you get one that we can use on the program?
Jack, I thought it was very funny.
Don, I'm not questioning the value of that little gem. It has its points. I mean, it's not only topical, but it stings. Believe me.
Well, then listen, Jack, I've got another joke that'll kill the audience. It's so funny that... No, I'm afraid it's a trifle daring.
Daring? You mean a little risque? What is it, Don? What is it? You can tell me. We're out here anyway. What is it? Huh?
Well, come on, let's get away from this crowd.
Don, that's you. What's the joke, Don? What is it?
Well, the way it was told to me. It seems that a traveling salesman's car broke down and right in front of a farmer's house.
Yes.
Now, this farmer had a beautiful daughter.
Yeah.
So the salesman knocked on the door, and when the farmer opened it, he told him that his car broke down and that he was a salesman.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the farmer's daughter, who was standing there, said, "A salesman?" And he said, "Yes, I sell Lucky Strike cigarettes that are made of that fine, that light, that naturally fine tobacco. And Lucky Strike pays
I know,
more."
Don, I know.
Oh, you heard the story.
No. Look at it. I know that Lucky Strike pays more than the official parity price. But what about the salesman and the farmer's daughter?
Well, just then, get this, the phone rang. And when the farmer left the room to answer it, the salesman walked over to the farmer's daughter and said...
Yeah. What'd he say? I mean, we're alone then. What'd he say?
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh on to 25 years. Because they're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. And then...
Yes, and then?
The daughter was so happy she fixed the salesman's car and he drove away.
Don, that's the story?
Well, that's not the original version. I told it to the sponsor, and he switched it all around.
Oh.
Jack, I thought you didn't like the story.
I just remembered the original one. No wonder the sponsor changed it. It was about lifesavers. See you later, Donzie. I'd tear up his contract if it wasn't tattooed on his back.
Jack, where have you been?
I just left Don Wilson. He told me a wonderful story.
What was it?
Oh, I couldn't tell it to you, Mary. But it's so good it would be worth your marrying me just to hear it. Come on, let's go. Mary, look at when we...
Hey, how about it, Mr. Benny? Can't you find a part for me on your program?
Mel, will you stop following me around and go home?
Some home. My wife is never there. She's always out playing bridge.
Bridge?
Yeah, she plays with Mrs. Bob Hope, Mrs. Ray Milan, and Mrs. Al Jolson.
Say, Mel, will you please go away and leave me alone? Come on, Mary, let's get into our studio. I wish Mel would stop bothering me. Well, look who's here.
Hi, Jack.
Red Skelton. Well, I'm running into everybody today. How have you been, Red?
Oh, fine, Jack. Gee, I haven't seen you since that night at Claudette Colbert's party.
Oh, yes, what a party. You know, Red, I haven't danced that much in all my life.
Yeah, imagine Claudette trying to cut in on us.
Well, I waltzed into that one. Look, Red, I know you have to rehearse for your opening program next Sunday, but don't use
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. Red, aren't you going to say hello to me?
Well, dee.
Look, Red, if you don't mind...
I'll be with you in a minute, Jack. I want to run through a scene.
Look, Red, if you don't mind,
All
right, Mr. Skelton, let's run through that western scene.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm ready. Okay.
Ready.
Come here, you varmint. This is Deadeye you're messing with. Are you the dirty hombre that's been stealing the cattle off my pappy's ranch?
Yeah.
Look, Red.
Are you the hombre that broke into my house and stole the pigs right out of my living room?
Yeah.
The same hombre that blew the steel right out of Grandpa's mouth?
Yeah.
Well, we're both going to fight a duel. I'll count 3 and we'll both draw. You ready?
Ready.
1, 2, 3.
do you like that? They fall for it on this network, too. That's pretty good, eh, Jack?
Yeah.
I thought it was very exciting.
Say, wait a minute, Red. Red, that actor you shot, why doesn't he get up?
Oh, well, we use real bullets. We don't believe in fooling the audience, you know. Okay, Joe, sweep them out, will you?
Red, you really shoot the actor?
Well, you see, once I didn't, I had to pay him.
Oh.
Say, Joe, should we run through that scene again?
Well, we ain't got no more actors. You shot 4 of them already.
Red, you mean every time you go through that scene, you shoot an actor?
Sure.
Oh, Mel! Mel!
Jack, you wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, eh? Lucky's not around.
Let's try that scene again on the other mic, Mr. Skelton.
Okay, now this time let's... What?
Oh. Red, how'd you happen to slip?
Well, you see, I just came over and I still got wax on my head. On your shoes! On your shoes!
Oh, yeah.
Red, did you hurt yourself?
No, it was just a little... Oh!
What's the matter?
I broke me with a arm. I broke me. Grandma, put down your pool cue and call the doctor. I broke the arm.
All right, Red, you've rehearsed all your characters. Now, how about getting out of my studio so I can do my broadcast?
Your studio? Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
Well, you've been moved to the widow studio down the hall.
The Whittle studio? How do you like that? First they take my parking space, then my dressing room, now my studio. If they think they can kick me around, they got another thing coming.
Jack, don't stand around here grumbling. You better hurry to the Widow studio. It's time for your show to go on the air.
Oh, it is, eh? Time for me to go on the air. Well, I'll fix them. Let them start the show.
Jack, look what time it is.
I know what time it is, but I'm going to teach them a lesson. Mary, there's a radio. Turn it on. Let's see how they're going to get along without me.
Okay.
And now here he is, the star of the Lucky Strike program, Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, nuts. I'm going home and finish Phil's song.
Mac will be back in just a moment, but first...
When you hear that famous chant, remember, Lucky's pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes,
The independent tobacco experts can see giant baskets of fine tobacco, one after another, go to the makers of Lucky Strike. Here's what Mr. Al Rogers, veteran auctioneer of Robertsonville, North Carolina, recently said.
I think you'll agree that an auctioneer like myself ought to know good tobacco. And year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, prime, ripe leaves. That's just right from mild, good smoking. I've smoked Lucky's for 10 years.
And a recent survey reveals that more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke, Lucky Strike. Remember, to give you a truly finer cigarette, Lucky's pay millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. Good reason to make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Amos and Andy, Edgar Bergen, and Red Skelton for being with us tonight. You'll hear them all on CBS next Sunday. Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present now a special transcribed Christmas message from the President of the United States to the American people.
My fellow countrymen, all over our country and in many other parts of the world, men, women, and children are preparing to celebrate the birthday of Christ. Never before in our lives has a Christmas seemed so important. I'm not thinking of turkey dinners and stacks of gifts. I mean the quiet, reverent celebration of faith, hope, and love, born in a manger in Bethlehem. Across all the continents of this world, peace-loving people today feel apprehension and loneliness and fear. Many have forgotten the humble surroundings of the Nativity and how from a straw-littered stable shone a light which for nearly 20 centuries has given men strength, comfort, and peace of mind. At this Christmas time, we should renew our faith in God. We celebrate the hour in which God came to man. It is fitting that we should turn to Him. Many of us are fortunate enough to celebrate Christmas at our own fireside. But there are many others who are away from their homes and loved ones on this day. Thousands of our boys are on the cold and dreary battlefield of Korea. But all of us, at home, at war, wherever we may be, are within reach of God's love and power. We can all pray. All of us should pray. We should ask the fulfillment of God's will. We should ask for courage, for wisdom, for the quietness of soul which comes alone to them who place their lives in His hands. We should pray for a peace which is based on righteousness. The nation already is in the midst of a crusade of prayer. On the last Sunday of the old year, there will be special services devoted to a revival of faith in God. I call upon all of you to enlist in this common cause. I call upon you no matter what your spiritual allegiance may be. We're all joined in the fight against the tyranny of communism. Communism is godless. Democracy is the foundation of faith. Faith in oneself, faith in one's neighbors, faith in God. Democracy's most powerful weapon is not a gun, a tank, or a bomb. It is faith. Faith in the brotherhood and dignity of man under God. Let us pray at this Christmas time for the wisdom, the humility, and the courage to carry on in this faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard President Truman's Christmas message to the American people. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In answer to many thousands of requests from its listeners, the National Broadcasting Company is happy to bring you Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. Dimension X.
This is the story of Riesling, the singer of the spaceways. You've probably sung his songs in school, in English, French, or German. The language doesn't matter, but it was an earth tongue. But the real story of Riesling is not found in the footnotes of a scholar's critique or a publisher's biography. It is in the memories of the old-time spacemen, the pioneers who pushed the thundering old-fashioned rockets to the far, strange ports that are our commonplace heritage. These men know the true story of Riesling.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back to their trade. All hands stand by, free falling, and the lights below us fade. Outride the sons of terror, far drives the thundering jet, up leaps the race of earthmen, out far and onward yet.
When I
first met Riesling, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons Bar at Drywater, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb, and he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Hertzman. Don't she strum pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Say, how much you collect on that last song?
$3 Martian and a slug. Al grabbed it from my bill. He don't trust me no more. Funny, never did have no luck with hound dogs nor Martian barkeep.
Hey, Riesling, look over there by the bar. There's an Institute 4 striper giving you the eye. Know him?
Captain Hicks off the Goshawk.
He's sure giving you the once-over. Maybe he's got a job.
They don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fine song, too.
Hold it. Here comes the brass arm.
Riesling, I've been looking for you.
I've been right here, Skipper. You saw to that.
I need a jetman on the Goshawk.
Interesting. Real interesting.
Well?
I got news for you, Skipper. You blacklisted me, remember?
Well, you kept your nose clean, and we need an experienced man.
Been a little changing down aft in the Goshawk, ain't there, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive. Last 3 of them tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
Look, it's double pay, but if you're scared...
Scared? Listen, fella. For double pay, I'd jump off the top of the Harriman Tower if you allowed me rubber heels for the landing.
All right, then. You show up tonight to sign the book. Sober.
Got no choice, Skipper. Money and me is total strangers.
We lift at 11:30 Mars time. Sober, you understand, Riesling?
You taking the job?
Well, that Goshawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And that new drive is about as safe as a pretty gal in the Ozarks. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip.
Welcome home, Riesling.
Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hertzman. He's signing on as a wiper. This here's Jimmy Legs Casey. He's bosun. Can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Mr. Casey.
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book?
Drunk or sober, I'll make my mark. Stand aside.
3 X's?
It took me a middle name.
Yeah, you 2 lay below. And Hertzman.
Aye, sir.
Get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds.
Jimmy Legs, I'm sober as a hanging judge.
Yeah? Well, you can leave that bottle here.
What bottle?
The one in your back pocket. Oh, glass buttons, maybe, huh? Give it here.
Jimmy Legs, I swear I'm going to write a song about you.
Go ahead, threaten me. Now get below. We raise ship in 30 minutes.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here on the bridge without permission?
Figured I'd take a little stroll.
Riesling, get below before I have...
Hold on, Skipper. You'll have that gold braid just crawling up your arm. I'm up here on business.
Well?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped.
Why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He's got a Harriman Institute degree in power electronics. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tailed tad wore pins for buttons.
I've got no time for you, Riesling. Casey, sound takeoff. Aye, sir.
I'm telling you, Skipper, that number 2 jet's gonna blow. Dampers warped crooked like a turtle's back.
Riesling, drag your deadhead out of here. Get below. Go ahead from control tower, Captain. All right, Casey. Fire 1 and 4.
Had to blast for 3 watches before going into free flight. Riesling and I had the second watch. Damping was done by hand in those days with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. And as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while. Hey, Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches it, he'll blow a gasket.
Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep.
How's number 2?
All right, so far. Did you ever hear that song about Hicks, the one that got me blacklisted?
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guiding light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming, or if they've got 6 arms instead of 2.
Hey, the second verse is better.
Now the skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yes, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Well, hi, Skip. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you can't get a berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will.
You what?
You kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
Now, look, you corn-fed space lawyer.
Now, is that a rule or ain't it?
Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slop locker.
Maybe. Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a third verse for my song.
I got it. Power room.
Damp number 2 a point.
Number 2, all right.
Hey, let me have that mic. Jimmy Legs, is that forced dry boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken just about enough from you.
And I've got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown, that's
Skipper, I think I'm gonna junk my song and start over. I could do much better
This
on
is
you.
the last time, Riesling. Damp number 2 a point.
Sure. Look out, Hertzman. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now. Riding easy here. She's bucking a little. Riesling, hit the emergency. She won't. Damn! It's that door. There go the lights. Now, Riesling! Stay down behind the baffle. I've got to take a look. It's radioactive. Look out. I've got to piece the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. Hey, she's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburn. The lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
They're on, Riesling. They went on after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? Jimmy Legs. Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. It's dark. Turn on the lights.
That blue radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back, we set Riesling down at dry water Mars. Look out for the cable, Riesling.
Thanks, Hertzman.
Hey, Riesling.
That you, Jimmy Legs?
Hold up a minute, will you? Oh, Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, I promised I'd write a song about you, didn't I?
Sure, Riesling, sure.
Can't seem to sing like I used to.
Look, Riesling, the men up on the bridge feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah? Why didn't they think of that when Riesling told them that damper was shot?
Now, Hertzman, that's all over.
Sure. That's all forgotten. Riesling, let's get down to the Twin Moons before I vomit.
Now, hold it. The skipper feels pretty bad about the whole thing, Riesling.
Kind of late for that, Jimmy Legs. Feeling sorry, don't hold no corn.
The boys passed the hat. The skipper kicked in half a month's pay.
Did he now? Then on principle, I suppose I ought to tell him to stuff it back up the jets. But you can't buy no drinking whiskey on principle. I'll take it.
Here you are. I'll get it. I'll be seeing you, Riesling.
Sure, Jimmy Lee. Sure. Come on, Hertzman. Let's get that drink.
That was all. Just another space bum who didn't have the good sense to finish before his luck ran out. Well, Riesling holed up at the Twin Moons till his money was gone. Then he hooked a ride on a crawler over to Marsopolis. It was a boom town then, with an industrial district mushrooming between the Lesser and Grand Canals. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him.
Riesling! Who's that? Wait a minute. Hertzman.
Yeah, how have you been?
Passable. Say, is this a Venusian dime?
No, it's a slug.
I figured.
Well, how's it going? Singing again?
Some. Working saloons, mostly. But I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's a funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
Factory towers. Smell them from here.
But it don't seem that way to me. I remember them old buildings, old before Bible times on earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my Grammy used to tell about down home in the hills.
They've torn them down now, or else blocked them up with cinder bricks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here on the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water, ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
It's the dirtiest stink hole in the system.
Not always. Depends on how you see it.
Bone tired the race that raised the towers, forgotten are their lores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
You make that up? Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home?
Earth.
I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a youngster down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Why don't you go back then?
I couldn't see them hills no more now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me, cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. Today I made $3.50 mush, and I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on!
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out on a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitchhiked a ride to Venusburg on an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusburg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper had refused to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his battered guitar. He made up his songs, sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jet shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets,
hear the jets,
hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack. Hear the jets, feel the pain in your ship, feel the strain in your grip.
Hear the jets,
feel her rise, feel her drive, strand steel come alive on her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along the spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs with titles like Since the Pusher Met My Cousin and The Spacesuit Built for Two. But more and more, we began to hear a different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, the ones you find printed in the centennial editions. Dark star passing. Death song of a woods cove. And then, finally, the green hills of earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps on Venus, singing for the indentured men.
Now, if someone will kindly pass a bottle.
Oh, it is not much, Riesling. Here.
It'll do. What is that stuff?
Tequila. You cannot make him good here on Venus.
What do you use?
Carac bush. Home it is different.
Where are you from, son?
Tasco, Mexico.
That's a long way from here.
See, a long way.
How'd you come to sign on?
The man comes out to the village from the city in a shining automobile, very big. He says there is work. You sign the paper for 10 years and you work. Yeah, work. There is work here, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete. I tell you, when I get home to Earth...
What'll you do, son?
What is the use? We aren't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men, 10! What is the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
A girl?
Oh, she says she wait. I don't know.
Sure, son.
You sing some more, Riesling. We drink, you sing.
Maybe a new song, son.
We rot in the molds of Venus. We wretched her tainted breath. Foul are her flooded jungles, a-crawling with unclean death. Let the...
What is the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't. Can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. The dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hills started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the whole system. Tall, gaunt, and with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus Ellis Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was checking in dunnage when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the lock. Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman.
Hertzman.
Well, what are you doing on this old hog?
I figured I'd ride her back to Earth.
Earth? Are you going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run.
I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
How about those hills?
I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. About the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before it...
Riesling, there's a new company policy in effect.
You see, Hertzman, I'm getting just a little old.
But Riesling, listen. No more deadhead rides. The new code book is in force.
Oh, I seen code books come and go.
The skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He's liable to throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Halley's Comet and Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth, the cool green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman. What are you doing here?
That's Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Hertzman, have this man removed.
Funny thing, Captain, I sprained my shoulder suddenly.
Look, Skipper, you're a youngster. You're pretty new out here. I'm going home. You don't know what that means to an old man, going home.
I can't take you. Against the Harriman Code.
Oh, now look, Skipper. You can slide me by to the distressed spaceman's clause in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Skipper, you make me do something I never done for no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man, and I want to go home. I ain't never crawled in front of a four-striper in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him. You can stretch for a poor old blind man, now can't you? You got it, Skipper.
All right, you old Space rat. But keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
No, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off for Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Thanks, Mac.
Stand by for lift. Stand by.
Best seat in the system. Power room and an old Hawk glass ship.
Power room, fire 3.
Aye, sir.
The cool green hills of Earth.
You still singing that, Riesling?
Oh, some. I changed her a little. Gonna finish her now, Mac. Going home to finish her.
Yeah. Have you seen those new automatic dampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing but sit and watch.
Hey, where's the peeper?
Turned off. She's all automatic.
You have it soft nowadays. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got an old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. Iron shipped them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
No, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
I've been waiting for this a long time, Mac. Gonna be good to get home, I reckon.
The argent sky is calling spacemen back.
Mac, you all right? I got the emergency. The hand dampers, where are the links? Mac, you ought to be on the wall here somewhere. I got him.
Power room, what's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out, the place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffle.
I got the link shift. I can hand damper now.
What's going on in there?
I'm still in Jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling, get out of there. You'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like the inside of my shirt. Somebody's got a damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Skipper, throw on the recording tape.
What?
Throw on the recording tape. I want to get something down.
Tape's on, Riesling. Stop it, Riesling. The radiation will burn you down.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, pretty sharp sunburn. Pick me out of here with the tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Okay, Skipper. She's clean. Radiation's getting brighter. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home. I got my song figured right now. Here it comes.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of Earth.
I can see him now. The hills. The sun. I can see the sun.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached, the cool green hills of Earth.
Next week, we bring you another story many of you have requested that we repeat. It's the strange tale of man's first visit to another planet and why he decides that Mars is heaven.
Be with us at this same time next week for another adventure into the unknown world of Dimension X. This program was transcribed. Now, dynamic Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show on NBC.
One time coming, man will yet win. Brother may yet line up with brother.
The CBS Radio Workshop,
dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Carl Sandburg, poet, historian, novelist, the minstrel voice of America, the teller of stories, and the singer of songs, recorded on his 79th birthday.
I've been on early and late, New York to the Golden Gate, and it looks like I'm never going to cease my wandering. There's a human spirit throughout our American songs, with the height and depth to be found in Shakespeare. The rich and the poor, robbers, murderers, hangmen, fathers and wild boys, mothers with the soft words for their babies, workmen on railroad steamboat ships, wanderers and lovers at home. They tell what life has been for them. It seems like every day when I'm at all in health after 15, I gotta go find the guitar and pluck a little out of finger. Go over old songs and new songs, and as long as I live, I'm going to be learning songs. Born from the world of tyrants, beneath this western sky, we formed a new dominion, a land of liberty. So we shall live free, and such shall ever be. Huzzah, 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 for a free America. Lift up your hands, ye heroes, and swear with proud disdain. For wretch that would ensnare ye shall allay his snares in vain. Would you repent your her force, we will learn her parade, and fight, and shout, and fight, for brave America. The call to hardship, toil, and combat runs like a blood-scarlet thread woven through the story of our people. It has cost to build this nation. Young men and women in struggle and risk, in self-denial and pain, in familiarity with sacrifice, wounds, and death. Those living men of the past paid that cost. And all the record of American youth in the last war, the Korea War, but more particularly the World War. Their ethics of valor and enduring 2019 out of our era that it's so on so colossal a scale that very hard to get it. It has, and now I think, in proportion to the population, there's many heroes now as there ever were. Never said no. But a long, long while, from May to December, and the days go on when we reach September, and I lost one too, and I walk a little lane, and I've got time. And the days turn to gold, and the day greets me. September, November, and these golden days I spend with you. These precious days I spend with you. I've been asked lots of times. What do you mean I don't like Carl? What do you want most of all? To kind of probe. Well, I've been thinking about it, of course. All my life I've been thinking about what I want out of life. And, I guess I could say, maybe 5 things. To be out of jail, first of all, to be out of jail. This is a free country. Something pretty nice about being out of jail. Second, to me it's regular. Why not? And third, to get what I write printed. And fourth, we'll say, a little nice affection hither and yon over the American landscape. And then, maybe the fifth thing that I need. It seems like every day when I'm at all in health, there's a fifth thing. And these golden days I'll spend with you. These precious days what do I miss most? That's 80, but I would still like to have that I had in the 60s. Most. At 60, I could still run 50 yards at a fair speed. And I could run up most any stairs. Now I walk very slowly up the stairs. Not that I got any heart condition, but there are compensations. Seneca, the Roman philosopher, wrote about old age. I don't like the phrase. Frank Lloyd Wright and I are agreed that we have done some of our best work in our 70s, and he has done some of his best work in his 80s. I like the privilege of calling myself old if I like, but I don't like to be called old man. Because for one thing, I have a much younger heart for the things that the young love and enjoy over the world than most of the poets now setting forth their obscurantic lines. A whole lot of it is anti-democracy. The big general run of it, they'd be ashamed to write a poem for what they term the herd, the common people, politics, anything that might lead men to act. What they want is involved pleasure, high intellectual windings. They are latitudinous and sepulchral. The most women ain't never had no fun, just plain fun. When I was a boy, only, even in the small towns now, there's sidewalks, there's the concrete, sidewalks, and there's the streets that are concrete. Very few kids nowadays that have known the luxury of running barefoot in dust and mud. And going to a corner and playing with a gang of kids till 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and then going home and putting your feet under a pump. A luxury. That years go by and longer. I feel sorry for those who have a few millions and gotta have more. And never learn what Pascal mentioned, saying that the miseries of men come from not being able to sit alone in a quiet room. They have radio now, they got a TV. The books were enough for Pascal. You listen to the World Series. And unless you step out and turn the darn sound off, you think they were just millions of men running around wondering how they get a shave. How you fix the blade. Cigarettes will spoil your life, ruin your health, and kill your baby. Poor little innocent child. Just a mild. All cigarettes are milder than all other cigarettes. It's the wonder of the age. I have often thought of the difficulties of running an apparatus that has its cultural phases, where in a radio station, a TV station, reaching millions of people a day, and in the going, 18, 20 hours a day, 52 weeks a year, 365 days, just endless, that pressure on them. What to feed the listening public. And there are some operators of stations who are indifferent. And then there are those who understand responsibility. Freedom to print whatever you want. Freedom to put human utterance out on the air for millions of people a year. That means responsibility, too. I was motion picture reviewer of the Chicago Daily News for 7 years. I wrote over 1,000 motion picture reviews. The number of classics among what they have produced out there, the number of classics is very low. Maybe 100. Certainly not more than 200. They don't take themselves seriously. The game playing with the public. Most of them try to strike at the subconscious, the blood, rather than the brain, the primitive. Violence, sex, those are in most of the great dramas and novels of all time. But the stress on them out there is a little too great. Velvet precious, love me tenderly. Don't be cruel. Oh, Lincoln come out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness. Oh, Lincoln come out of the wilderness from Illinois. Oh, Lincoln come out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness. Out of the wilderness, down in Illinois. The American family of man runs through our song, and they give us the feel and atmosphere, the layout and lingo, of regions, of breeds of men, of customs and slogans, in a manner and air not given in regular written. As a boy, politicians, the preachers, the 4th of July orators, they talked about Lincoln without going into details, in the vague figures, to me as a boy. And after I had written the Rutabaga story, I began asking why there was no good book about Lincoln for children. And I planned a book to be titled The Life of Lincoln for Young People. And then as I got into the material about his early life, I found there was so much that hadn't been presented as I would like to have had it presented to myself years previous. So I went to work on the prairie years and soon had him elected and on the way to Washington. And the work ended up in 6 volumes that had something like 1.5 million words. The book, To Follow, Always the Young Stranger. That book about the first 20 years of my life. Ladies, ever the winds of chance, how they bloom, hither and yon. In that book now I'll swear, and when I meet a gal, there's midnight black hair, still a few bronze hairs, fitness of youth. And I think she's smarter than I am. She's Phi Beta Kappa at the University of Chicago. She run rings around me in chemistry or mathematics. Well, I tie up with her, and it lasts 48 years. When I was writing pretty cool poetry, she told me to go on. When Israel was in Egypt now, let my people go. I pray who are hard to goodness and let my people go. Go down Moses, way down Egypt land, hello, let my people out of 1922, when the Ku Klux Klan was going pretty big in Illinois, a man starts a restaurant. I was told in Peoria, Illinois. Puts a sign in front, 100% American. Another man starts a restaurant across the street and puts a sign in the window, 200% American. And the first one comes across the street and he says, what do you think you're trying to do here? You're looking for trouble? Brother, you got me wrong. You got me wrong. You hate only the Negroes and the Jews and the Catholics, but I hate the whole human race, without regard to race, creed, or color. One of these days I travel back. So when you and I, the family of man. The family of man. There have always been egotists and madmen in the history of mankind. It's not beyond possibility that there will be the atomic war that will obliterate human life on the planet. The question is baffling. This is one crisis, the latest one. There have been others in the making of this nation. It has cost to build this nation. The living men of the past paid that cost. My children and yours have been given this heritage, this land of ours, by their toil and struggle. And has it been worth the cost they paid? I think it has. To do it took men willing to throw in with all they had, and they did, yes. And we've got to let those who now are to shape the future know what the present time came from and what it's worth as a heritage. For we know when a nation goes down and never comes back, when a society or a civilization perishes, one condition may always be found. They forgot where they came from. They lost sight of what brought them along. The hard beginnings were forgotten, and the struggles farther along. When the question is asked, why do you favor the democratic system when it holds so much waste, corruption, demagoguery, and other evils? We answer, because we have looked over all the other systems, found that they too have waste, corruption, demagoguery, and other evils. And we take our chances on the democratic system because of what it has that the other systems don't have. Under no other system can a man be so many different kinds of a fool and get away with it. And get paid for it. So long as he isn't interfering with other fools, he always has the alibi. This is a free country, ain't it? Personal freedom, a wide range of individual expression, with complete respect for the human mind and the human personality. This is the ideal of the democratic system. In all the literature, the documents of democracy, you can find this respect, this hope, this attitude of reverence towards the fullest possible flowering of each human personality. President Lincoln enjoyed quoting the Irishman who said, "In this country, every man is as good as the next one, and for the matter of that, a little better."
Carl Sandburg at 79. Historian, novelist, American minstrel, seeker of the American dream, and poet. His favorite poem, it's a whole book called The People Yet. And here are some lines. The people will live on. The learning and blundering people will live on. They will be tricked and sold and again sold, and go back to the American earth for loopholes. The people will secure and renew and come back. You can't laugh off the capacity that takes. Brother may yet line up with brother. There are men who can't be bought. There are women beyond purchase. The fire born of the home fire. The stars make no noise. You can't hinder the wind from blowing. Time is a great teacher. You can live without hope. In the darkness, with a great bundle of grief, the people march. In the night, and overhead a shovel of stars for peace, the people march. Where to? What next? Where to? What next? You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Carl Sandburg, American Minstrel, recorded for Mr. Sandburg's 79th birthday by Joseph Werschba, edited in association with Tom Perkins, and produced in New York by Paul Roberts. Acknowledgements are made to Mr. Gregory Gillespie and to Harcourt Brace and Company, publishers of Mr. Sandburg's work. This is Dan McDonald, inviting you to listen again each week at this time to the CBS Radio Workshop.
Love, careless love, careless love, careless love. See what love has done to me.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake in So Proudly We Hail, introducing Sonny Tufts with Les Tremaine. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When the guns are silent and American boys come home again from all over the world, Many of our sons will owe their lives to the courage and skill of women who were there when the battle was on. Each branch of the service has its own nurses, and tonight's play is dedicated to all of them. The inspiring drama, So Proudly We Hail. Paramount made the picture, and tonight we present the same three stars you applauded on the screen: Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake. And with this lovely and talented trio, we have Paramount's new discovery, Sonny Tufts, who became an overnight sensation in this picture. Among all the stories of human heroism, none will be remembered longer than the saga of Bataan and Corregidor. The heroes of that time were called expendable, women as well as men. And So Proudly We Hail is the drama of those women, the Army nurses. I don't remember any production in the history of the Lux Radio Theater that boasted three feminine stars of the magnitude we have tonight. And certainly there's no theater anywhere in the world that could hold the audience these three will draw. But Lux Toilet Soap has built a house as big as the nation itself, so that you may enjoy the finest in drama every Monday evening. You aren't actually present backstage while rehearsals are going on, but you do have a hand in everything that happens here. You select the plays and the players, and your purchase of our product is the power that keeps these footlights burning. I'm sure you buy Lux Toilet Soap anyway, but plays like So Proudly We Hail give you a double hit. And here's the first act, starring Claudette Colbert as Davy, Paulette Goddard as Joan, and Veronica Lake as Olivia, with Sonny Tufts as Kansas and Les Tremaine as John.
May the 7th, 1942. Last night at 11 p.m., after a week of unceasing attack, the island fortress of Corregidor was surrendered to the Japanese.
Out of the black sorrow and tragedy of defeat, there came a light, the light of a miracle. This is the story of that miracle, of 8 American girls, Army nurses, who were delivered from the flames of Bataan, from the roaring hell that was Corregidor. They arrived one morning at Melbourne. Out of the sky they came. 8 American girls, hungry, tired, dirty, still dressed in their blood-stained uniforms.
Welcome to Melbourne. I bring you General MacArthur's compliments.
Thank you, sir.
I am Colonel Mason.
How do you do? I'm Lieutenant O'Doul. This is Lieutenant Armstrong, Leonard, Schwartz, Bocelli, and Emerson.
I'm happy to know you all, and thank God you're here.
Colonel, did any of the other girls get off Corregidor?
We were told there were 10 more coming by submarine, but we haven't heard from them since they left.
But aren't there any more? They said that everyone was to be ordered off.
Everyone was ordered off, but we could only get about 20 before it was too late.
Oh, then the rest of the girls are in the hands of those filthy... We should have stayed.
You were carrying out your orders. Well, come along now. The Red Cross has warm baths and clean clothes for you.
Colonel, do you happen to know when we're supposed to go home?
On the very next transport. Wait, I thought there was supposed to be 8 of you.
That's right, sir. You see, Lieutenant Davidson. She's just being brought off the plane.
Oh, a stretcher case.
Yes, sir.
Watch it, Joe.
I got it. Handle her easy.
What's the matter with her?
Well, we don't know exactly. She's been conscious all the way, but she won't speak. She just lies there staring.
Watch it, please. Hold that stretcher a minute. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Davidson, I'm Colonel Mason. You'll be all right now, Lieutenant. You're out of it now. Lieutenant, do you hear me?
It's no use, sir.
Take her to the hospital. Watch it, please.
We'll keep her out here on the deck for a while, nurse. The fresh air might help.
Yes, Major.
Lieutenant Davidson, is there anything you want? You're on your way home now, Lieutenant. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I'll see her again this afternoon.
Yes, Major.
Major, is Davy any better?
Oh, good morning.
How is she, Major?
Frankly, very bad. The closer we get to home, the worse she seems to be.
What do you think's wrong?
It's simple. When people don't want to live, they die.
Oh, no.
I knew we did the wrong thing. She didn't want to leave Corregidor, and when we got her on the plane, she just collapsed.
If it were a mere physical collapse, I'd know what to do. Frankly, I'm desperate. I wonder if perhaps you can help me.
We'll do anything, Doctor.
It's not going to be easy. I know how much you all want to forget what you've been through. But I only have one hope left.
This letter is addressed to her. It came from Mindanao.
Who's the letter from, Major?
It's signed by somebody called John.
John? Why, that's the boy.
Just a moment, please. I want you to tell me everything you can remember. Things that might not even concern her. You never know. It might have its place in the pattern.
Well, Joan knew her best. Lieutenant O'Doul, I mean.
Well, Lieutenant?
Well, I guess I did know her best. As a matter of fact, we joined up together. That was almost a year ago. She was the best nurse I'd ever worked with. She was so good-natured, always patient and understanding, even about little things. Like the time we were ordered to embark for Honolulu. Davy was the first one at the dock and the last to finish up. Everybody else was running around saying goodbye, everybody except Davy. She was standing in the rain, seeing that things got done.
Hey, O'Doul, come on, you'd better get aboard.
Davy, you gotta help me. I'm in a terrible jam.
What's the matter?
Well, 2 of my fiancés came down to the dock.
2?
Well, you know how hard it is for me to say no. I mean, when somebody asks me to marry him.
I thought it would be easy for you to say no by now.
Oh, well, golly, it's all in fun. But if these 2 Irishmen ever meet up with each other, Davy, can you stall one of them for a minute for me? But there you are, darling.
I've been looking all over for you, Joan.
Well, I've been looking all over for you, too, dear. Now, you stay here, and I'll be right back.
Hey, wait.
Don't forget to write, dear.
What does she mean, don't forget to write? Hey, Joan.
Oh, no, Captain, will you hold these papers for me just for a second?
Well, I'm in sort of a hurry.
No, and this, here. Thank you.
Oh, we haven't had a chance to say goodbye yet.
Oh, there's lots of time to say goodbye. Say, who wrote that?
Who wrote what?
Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say goodbye.
I haven't the faintest idea. Where'd she go?
Do you know the rest of it?
The rest of what?
The poem.
Oh, no, I never did. Now, look,
Well, it goes, let me see. Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say goodbye.
That's fine. Goodbye.
No, Captain, don't go. I remember the rest. Goodbye, dear cloud, so cool and gray. Yes, and then it goes, there's something and something on its way.
Look, do you mind if I get on my way?
Whoop, here we go. Goodbye, Captain.
Now, you see what you did? Now I've missed her.
You see what I mean? Little things. Well, we sailed out of San Francisco in a downpour of rain. I remember seeing a Marine on deck walking around without his raincoat. I figured it was our job to keep the men healthy. Hey, you. You're going to catch cold, Leatherneck.
Who, me? Never had a cold in my life.
I found out later his name was Kansas. At least that's what they used to call him. He played football back there, made the All-American. One day he came out on the upper deck to get some sun.
Hi, Lieutenant. What's cooking?
Oh, hello, Leatherneck. How's your cold?
Oh, it's not a cold. It's just a little ruddy dose.
Oh. Well, you'd better not take too much of this tropical sun. You'll get burned.
Who, be? I def a bird. Best tad you ever seen. What you doing?
I'm writing a letter to a friend.
Oh.
Oh, Irma, what's the date?
It's Sunday. We had chapel.
Sunday the what?
Sunday the 7th.
Sunday the 7th. December, Pearl Harbor. Most of us didn't even know what it was, let alone where it was. So instead of landing at Hawaii, we were ordered to join a convoy somewhere in the Pacific. None of us realized what the whole thing meant. All we knew was that we stuck to that convoy, and at night we ran without lights.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Hi.
Hey, wait a minute, will you?
Well, what do you want?
Look, what's the matter with me? Have I got dandruff or something?
Well, I really can't tell out here in the dark.
That's not what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Look, why don't you ever let me see you?
Officers are not supposed to fraternize with enlisted men.
But I don't want to fraternize. I just want to see you.
And pass the time of day?
Well, it'd be better than nothing.
Take your arm away. What's the matter?
Sunburn.
Well, just stop your maneuvers before you make contact with the main body.
Look, don't you like me?
I like you.
It's just sort of, so what, huh?
That's right.
Okay, won't bother you anymore.
Oh, well, don't go. I'm just being childish. Sure would like to meet one guy, though, that doesn't make a pass.
Well, when you do, you better begin to worry.
You're not so dumb.
I just talk dumb.
Well, all right, then. Come on and get it over with. Put your arm around me.
Oh, fine.
Incidentally, I'm warning you, Kansas. I melt at a very low temperature.
Well, then I'll try to be pals.
Okay, and when you can't stand it any longer, from time to time, I'll let you kiss me.
This, one of those times?
No.
Okay. Let me know.
Hey, golly, what's that?
I don't know. Submarine, I guess.
It was a sub, all right. They got 2 of the boats in our convoy. We picked up about 100 survivors. One of them was a nurse from another ship, a girl named Olivia. She was a strange kind of girl. Her hands had been burned, and we tried to be friendly, but she wouldn't have any part of us, so we wouldn't have any part of her. One morning, Davy was in charge of the sick bay. It was Olivia's first day of duty.
Oh, Olivia. Say, Olivia, it's good to see you. How are your hands?
They're fine.
You know you're a very lucky girl.
Lucky?
Well, yes, we didn't get many survivors.
That's one way of looking at it.
Tell me, why did your boat leave after Pearl Harbor? I realize we need supplies in the Philippines, but it doesn't...
I don't know, and I don't ask a lot of questions.
Oh, I see. Incidentally, your orders came through. You're to join our unit. You'll bunk in with Miss Pacelli.
She's already mentioned it to me. She doesn't want me to.
Oh. All right, I'll find someone else.
Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, Joan.
Yeah, Davy?
Joan, come here. Do you mind Olivia bunking in with you?
Now, what did I do to get punished?
Honestly, I'd do it myself, only Rosemary's still a little homesick and frightened.
That Olivia, I'd like to give her an injection and leave the needle in. But okay if I'm the victim.
Thanks.
I don't know why I'm so nice. Oh, Davy, there's a patient down there supposed to have a bath, and he won't let me give it to him.
You want me to take over?
Oh, I wish you would. It's the 3rd bed from the door.
Right. Good morning.
Oh, don't be so cheerful. I know what you're here for, and I still say no female's going to bathe me.
No? Well, let's see your chart. Lieutenant John Summers,
That's right.
with the medical unit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine. A doctor, and you won't let a nurse wash you.
I'm not a doctor. I'm a technician. I was associate professor of chemistry at Hawaii.
Oh, a professor? Well, that explains it. Give me your arm, please.
Now, what are you doing?
You're going to have a bath, and don't be coy.
Now, go away. I told you no female's going to give me a bath.
Your mother did.
Let go.
Now, look, do you give me your arm, or do I take away the whole blanket?
Angels of mercy, huh? You're a bunch of wrestlers. Here.
There, that's better.
Oh, wait. Oh.
What's the matter?
My head.
You feel dizzy?
Yes.
No feeling in your hands and feet?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you know what it is, don't you?
What?
You need a bath.
Oh, now look.
And stop faking.
Okay. Say, tell me, when people get to know you awfully well, what do they call you?
Lieutenant.
Oh.
That was John Summers. I'll tell you more about him later. Well, on Christmas Eve, we all decided to dress up a little and have a party. We'd been at sea for almost a month, and we needed some relaxation. I wanted to make an impression on Kansas, but the only snaky thing I had was a black nightgown, which, with a few trimmings, did for me. Rosemary Larson was in my room while I was getting dressed.
Here, John, why don't you wear this locket?
Oh, but that isn't mine. It must be Olivia's.
Oh, I don't think she'd mind. Here, put it on. Oh, hello, Olivia.
Take that locket off.
I only want to wear it tonight.
I said take it off. What do you mean snooping around in my things?
Say, who do you think you are? Oh, you want to play rough, huh? Well,
Davy!
What is it? Stop it! Stop it!
Well, she started it, and I don't get slugged by anybody.
Stop it, do you hear me? Now, what are you, a couple of children? What is this?
Sorry, Davy. It was my fault, Davy. By mistake, I opened Olivia's musette bag.
She had no right to take my locket.
She said it was a mistake. Now, I don't care whose fault it was. You were both wrong. You realize that, don't you? I don't want to have to take any official action. Look, girls, I know we're all nervous and jittery on a boat going nowhere, getting nowhere, but we've just got to hang on a little longer, that's all. I don't want this to go outside the cabin. Come on, forget it and shake hands.
Okay. Sorry, Olivia.
I'd like to be left alone.
All right, Joan. Go ahead. Olivia, Joan's just impulsive. She really didn't mean any harm. Come on, do you hear they're starting the party? Why don't you come up with me, It may be our last party in a long time.
Leave me alone, can't you? Leave me alone.
All right, Olivia.
John Summers was up and around now. He and Davy danced every dance that night.
Having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Say, did you get my present?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Well, what's mine in return?
My thanks.
Well, I suppose I'll have to be satisfied with just that. You realize this is the first time you've been in my arms?
Oh, I've been in lots of arms.
Oh, yes, but these are mine. I want you to get used to them.
Nothing. Why?
You seem to be smiling all over tonight.
Oh, go away.
Merry Christmas.
Good heavens. Aren't you in bed yet?
Believe it or not, I was on the top deck with Kansas singing Christmas carols. Can I bunk in here, Davy?
Oh, did you have another row with Olivia?
No, but she's scary. She just lies there and stares and never goes to sleep. Ooh, it's like sleeping in a graveyard.
Okay, you take my bed. I'll try it for tonight anyway.
Thanks, pal.
So tell me, has she ever opened up? Ever given you a hint of what's wrong?
There's nothing wrong. She's just naturally a frozen-faced ghoul.
Oh. Well, good night, kids.
Night, Davy. Are you asleep, Olivia?
No.
Mind if I turn on the light?
No.
Is it all right if I bunk in here?
Yes.
Oh, what's the matter, Olivia? Something's hurt you. Why don't you talk about it? Come on, get it off your chest. You can forget I'm your superior officer.
It's none of your business, so don't forget you are my superior officer.
Well, maybe if I knew what was eating you, I could help.
Nobody can. I don't want anybody to try. I can do it myself.
Oh, this is the locket, isn't it? Now, why did you lose your temper when Joan...
Put that down. Do I go through your things?
Oh, I don't think we'd better talk anymore. I'm beginning to get pretty sore.
All right, so you're beginning to get sore. Enjoy it. But stop prying into things that don't concern you.
Maybe it does concern me. It concerns me that the morale of this group remains high, and until you joined up, it was. You're just a troublemaker. I don't really care what's bothering you at all. I don't like you any more than the rest of the girls do.
I'm supposed to be a nurse, and that's all.
Oh, no. There's much more than that now that we're at war. Maybe you don't know what's up. Maybe you don't know what we're doing here.
You think I don't know. All right, I'll tell you. I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill Japs, every blood-stained one I can get my hands on.
Olivia.
That doesn't sound nice coming from a nurse, does it? We're supposed to be angels of mercy. We're supposed to tend to the wounded and take care of the sick. We're supposed to be kind and tender and serve humanity in the name of humanity. What humanity? Jap humanity?
Olivia, be quiet.
No, you asked me. You wanted to know. You pried into things that didn't concern you. You wanted to know what this locket is. Well, look. It's a picture. It's a picture of a boy. Today is Christmas, isn't it? The time for cheer and good fellowship and for peace. Well, today's my wedding day. He and I were to be married today in St. Louis. And why weren't we? Because he's dead. He died that first morning they killed him. I saw him. He was running across the field to his plane, and they killed him. 60 bullets, and by the time I got to him, he was dead. His face was gone. I couldn't see him anymore. Just blood. Blood all over.
Olivia, don't, dear, don't.
Let me go. They must be punished, and I'm going to punish them.
Yes, dear.
He was dead. It was ended for him.
Olivia, darling.
I wanted him. He was all I had.
Yes, dear, I know.
I loved him so much.
We were pretty anxious to get off that boat, but we still didn't know where we were going. One night up on deck, Davy met John Summers. It was a quiet night, and all over the boat you could feel the throbbing of the engines.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Have you been trying to avoid me?
Frankly, I have.
Why?
Oh, because I've been trying to avoid you.
Oh. Well, now, look, I don't want to seem impetuous.
You don't?
All right, I do want to seem impetuous then. But the point is, anything can happen.
Such as?
Well, the boat might sink.
Oh, it might.
And if it does, we might never see each other again.
That's possible.
Unless it's someplace in the hereafter.
Well, I'll see you there sometime. Good night.
No, wait a minute. I haven't made my point yet. After all, I'm not such a bad guy. I'm supposed to be very intelligent, in fact. I work hard. I make $5,000 a year.
No, you make $166 a month now.
Please. I mean this. I'm in love with you, Lieutenant.
John.
If only we'd met somewhere else before, you'd have had a wonderful time as I wooed you.
You think so?
I'm positive. I'd have been really foolish. I would have spent sleepless nights and bought flowers to lay at your feet. I'd have been very careful with you in taxicabs, knowing, of course, that you're not that kind of a girl.
John.
At first, I think my dog-like devotion would have made you pity me a little. And then my fatal charm would have snuck up on you, and before you knew it, you'd be mine. In some dingy little French restaurant where the wine wasn't too bad. But with all that's happening, I don't have to be ridiculous for you to love me. There's no time. Out there this second, a torpedo might be spinning toward us. And you've no time either. We haven't got a second to waste.
You're right. There's no time. No time for anything personal. But thanks for everything you said.
Janet.
No, please, John, don't make it difficult. I've been trying to avoid you. That ought to tell you something. I can't love you. I won't permit myself to.
Well, why not?
Because I've got a job to do.
Well, what's that got to do with it? We've all got jobs to do.
I know, but our responsibilities are greater now. Nothing can stand in the way. I wish we had met somewhere in a dingy little French restaurant. But maybe we will. Later. Good night.
Let me kiss you goodbye, then.
No.
Just once.
All right.
Oh, Janet.
Oh, John, listen.
What's the matter?
The engines have stopped.
Your life preserver. Where's your life preserver?
I left it down in the cabin.
Here, take mine.
No, I'll
Take
go.
it. Darling, before anything happens, do you love me?
No.
You're lying. You do love me.
Yes.
Well, say it then.
I love you.
Better get down to your station, Summers.
What do the engines stop for, sir?
Run up to the captain. I'm sure he'll be delighted to tell you over a scotch and soda.
There's a plane up there. I can hear it.
Is it one of ours, I wonder?
Sounds like it. Listen. Yes, it is one of ours. It's a PBY.
Well, then we can't be far away from land. Land. That'll be a relief. I wonder where we'll make port.
I heard this afternoon. Oh, I don't know what the place is exactly, but I heard the name.
Any port in a storm, where is it?
It was a place called... Oh, what was it? Oh, yes. Bataan.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine will return in So Proudly We Hail. These are days when thousands of American women serving on the home front are cheerfully working harder and longer than they ever thought they could, many as factory workers.
Sorry, Mary, I just can't make it Sunday. We're working all day, a rush shipment to get out.
Many housewives devoting their evenings.
Phew, I'm tired. But I promised I'd be at the home nursing course tonight, and I wouldn't renege for anything.
Not much time in their crowded days for elaborate beauty care, but busy as they are, these women consider it mighty important to keep on looking their prettiest. One reason being...
Oh, goodness. I wouldn't dream of neglecting my looks just because Bill's away. He wouldn't like that.
So these women with little time to spare are more than ever glad of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle complexion soap that makes their daily beauty care so easy and so pleasant. They find active lather wonderfully rich and creamy. It whisks away stale cosmetics thoroughly, every trace of dust and dirt. Their daily active lather facials is the same that famous screen stars take, like this.
Smooth the creamy Lux soap lather well in. Lots and lots of it. You can just feel your skin taking on new freshness. Then rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and pat dry with a towel. Use this care every day and see if it doesn't make your complexion lovelier.
Yes, pretty women all over the country say that daily facials with Hollywood's beauty soap really work. Day by day, this care can help skin to be softer and smoother. Try it and see. If you should find your dealer is temporarily out of Lux Toilet Soap due to wartime conditions, ask for it again next time you shop. Remember, Lux Toilet Soap is worth waiting for. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act two of So Proudly We Hail, starring Claudette Colbert as Davy, Paulette Goddard as Joan, and Veronica Lake as Olivia, with Sonny Tufts as Kansas and Les Tremaine as John.
We landed the next day at Marivelis on Bataan Peninsula, about 40 miles from the front line. That's where Kansas was heading for when I met him out on the road.
Hiya.
Hello, Kansas.
Gosh, I've been looking all over for you. Just wanted to say so long.
Oh, well, I'll be seeing you. Kansas, are you scared too?
You mean you feel as if you suddenly lost your belly?
Yeah,
Well, me too, but I guess we'll get over it.
I hope so. Well, so long, Kansas, and don't get lost.
Who, me? I never get lost. Well, so long.
Hey, wait.
Huh?
Your gang went in the other direction.
Oh, thanks.
Don't let anything happen to you, Kansas.
Who, me? Nothing ever happens to me.
Hey.
Fell over my duffel bag.
Yes, you did. Goodbye, Kansas.
So long.
We arrived at Lamai that night. It was a dusty little village just behind the front lines. We were hoping to get a couple of hours' sleep, but Ma McGregor fixed that. She was our commanding officer.
So, you finally got here. Well, my name is McGregor, and my bite is worse than my bark. Now, you better all dive into your whites, and I'll get you some GI tomorrow. You can't wear whites here. The nearest laundry's in Manila. We need you right away. Some of our girls have forgotten what the word sleep means. Gee, show them to nurses' quarters. Now, get a move on. I'm glad you're here.
Captain McGregor?
Yes?
I'm Olivia Darcy. Do you have any Japanese wounded here?
A few? Why?
I'd like to handle them.
Oh, do you know the language?
No, but I'm anxious to learn.
Well, I guess you can be accommodated. I'll put you down for Ward 11.
Thank you, Captain.
Here's your list, Lieutenant Davison. You've been assigned to surgery.
Thanks.
O'Doull's in the children's ward, and Emerson's in surgery with you. Darcy's in with the Japanese wounded, and...
Darcy with the Japanese wounded? Oh, no.
Well, she requested
Oh, but
it.
you mustn't. We've got to get her out. Olivia! Olivia, where are you? Olivia, look at me.
It's all right. I couldn't do it. I didn't have the guts, I suppose. I couldn't kill even a wounded rat.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Oh, there's no reason to worry, Captain McGregor. I was just a little silly.
Well, don't you think it'd be better if I took over here?
No, not at all. There's nothing wrong here. Is there, Olivia?
No.
You see, Captain? She'll be all right. I know she will.
Day after day, the wounded kept pouring in. After a while, there weren't any beds. There was no morphine, and still they kept coming. John Summers had been up in the front line, and then one evening he drove in with a truckload of wounded. When Davy went off duty for an hour, she met him down by the river.
This is the place. The Bataan River. Every time I get off, I come here and pretend that you're with me.
You wouldn't even know there's a war going on here.
That was the idea. Darling, was it terrible up there?
Well, it wasn't pretty. We're outnumbered. Sometimes the Jap losses are 300 to 1, and still they keep coming. And those Filipino scouts and our poor guys sleeping on their rifles and machine guns. They're the bravest men I've ever even heard of.
They must be.
They don't give quarter, and they don't ask for any. I can't figure it out, Janet.
Figure what?
Why they do it. There's something other than just fighting against the Japs. These fellows aren't a bit afraid to die.
Oh, that's our air raid signal. Come on. There's a trench over there.
You know, this is the only nice thing the Japs have done so far in this war.
What?
Giving us a place to hide out. An air raid, a foxhole, and you.
Oh, it sounds like a song. Look at that sign.
This foxhole approved by good housekeeping.
You see, we have nothing but the best.
You know, sometimes I thought you might forget me.
I tried to.
You did? What for?
Because you troubled me so much.
I'm sorry.
Everything that happens, everything I do, you're part of. I can't get you out of my mind.
Don't try.
No, I'm not going to anymore.
What are you looking at me like that for?
I want to remember exactly how you look. You know, sometimes I couldn't even remember the color of your eyes. Your whole face was hazy.
That's when I look my best. I'm glad I had you to think about up there.
John, I hate to think of you going back.
Well, then don't.
I have a feeling that if you do go back, I'll never see you again.
Now, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Promise you won't worry.
I promise. But I'll worry. Oh, there goes the all clear. Well, I guess the honeymoon's over.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, John.
The pressure on the front line was too strong, and we finally got orders to evacuate. All over the town, the demolition squad was blowing up buildings. We were the last to get out. At least we thought we were getting out, but when we started to pile into the car... Get down! Get out of the car! Everybody! Get back in the surgery! Hurry! It was a Jap patrol that had infiltrated through. We had 2 machine gunners with us, but they were both killed. We were alone in the village. 6 girls.
Get down on the floor. Close that door and put the light out. Now, quiet, do you hear?
Davy, we're alone. There's no one left here but us.
We'll get out somehow.
Do you think they'll miss us? Do you think they'll send someone back for us?
Of course they will.
What are we going to do?
I know what I'm going to do. If somebody doesn't come, we'd better all kill ourselves.
But why?
Somebody's coming. Davy said somebody's coming. I was in Nanking. I saw what happened to the women there. When the Red Cross protested, the Japanese called it the privilege of serving His Imperial Majesty's troops. It's an honor you die from.
Stop that nonsense, do you hear me?
Look, here's a grenade. Maybe we can get them if we...
Here, give me that. If we threw a grenade and missed it, it would mean sure death for all of us. We might kill one,
Stop
but...
talking about killing. Now listen to me. I want you all to stay here. I'm going out and start that truck. As soon as you hear the motor running, make a dash for it. It's our only chance.
Don't go, Davy. Don't go.
Shh, be quiet.
Davy, wait. Come here a minute.
What is it, Livy?
Listen. If one of us went... if one of us gave herself up...
Don't be crazy.
Listen, I've got a grenade. If I walk toward them with my hands up, it's only a patrol. I could wipe them out.
Give me that grenade.
Goodbye, Davy.
Give it to me, Livy.
It's one or all of us. Thanks for everything,
Livy,
Davy.
come back. Davy, where's she going?
What's she going to do?
Get away from the window. She's walking up the road. She's got her hands up. There's the Jap patrol. They're coming toward her. 5 of them. I can't see it. They've surrounded her. Oh, Livy!
When we reached Olivia, she was dead. But so were the Japs. Our new base was right in the middle of the jungle. We had more than wounded now. The men were coming down with malaria and dysentery. Some of us got malaria, too. Fevers of 104. There wasn't any coddling. The soldiers were the patients.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Kansas, why, you big tramp.
You always say what I expect.
Well, isn't that nice? Say, what are you doing here anyway?
I got some letters for you.
Oh, thanks, pal. Hey, they're open.
Yeah, well, I guess them censors must have run out of glue.
Kansas, have you been reading my mail?
Well, had to read myself to sleep, didn't I? You don't want to deprive me of my sleep, do you? Anyway, I didn't read all of them. Very dull, most of them. Very dull.
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry.
Except this Dr. O'Leary. He's rather a cute guy, ain't he?
Is he?
Yeah. He writes with that real literary style. What's he to you?
Well, since you read them, dear, you ought to know.
Yeah, and I don't like him.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Hey, I got some news. There's a big convoy on the way.
What?
Yeah, supplies and reinforcements. Ought to be here tomorrow.
Hey, kids! Yes, there's a convoy coming.
Yes, Colonel White?
Oh, come in, Davidson. We're sending McGregor to Corregidor. So I want you and your staff to report to Baguio in the morning and take over in her place.
Yes, sir. Do you know if there are any nurses coming on the convoy?
What convoy?
What convoy? Well, the one we've been celebrating all day.
There isn't any convoy. It's been sunk.
Oh, no.
They're trying to get others through to us, but only a few small vessels have succeeded. Not enough to mean much.
Is it as bad as all that?
Yes. General MacArthur left tonight.
Left Bataan?
He was ordered off. He's gone to Australia.
But why?
Because he's needed more there than he is here, I guess. He didn't want to go.
Well, I'd better tell the others.
No, don't do anything about it. Good evening of relaxation might help. What they don't know won't hurt them.
No, I suppose not.
Good night, Janet.
Good night, sir.
In a week or so, we got the worst of the news. The whole front line had collapsed. We were under fire for days. Rosemary was killed when they bombed the hospital. Davy's hands were burned down to the bone trying to get her out. And still the wounded came. And this time, one of them was John Summers.
Davy, John Summers just came in. He's been wounded. What is it? It's a leg wound. They're taking him to surgery now to remove the fragment. There isn't time. We've been ordered off. We're going to Corregidor. When? Right now. Get him into a truck. I have to report to the colonel, but I'll be right back. I've got everyone, sir. We're ready to leave.
Good. Goodbye, Janet.
Aren't you coming?
No, I'm not.
Oh, but your orders.
New orders have just come through.
Have we surrendered?
We'll surrender at 9 in the morning.
Oh, no.
Go on now, quick.
Yes, sir.
Janet, wait. You've got to do one thing for me. See to it that the girls get through to the rock.
Yes, sir. We'll get through.
So long.
Good luck, sir.
We made Maravellis that night. All we had were a lot of small boats to take us over to Corregidor, but Davy wouldn't come yet. The doctor was going to operate on John. She found him in a tunnel near the docks.
Doctor, is John Summers here?
Yes. Can you assist me, nurse?
No, my hands, they've been burned.
Oh, all right. I think I can do it alone. Come over here.
Janet.
Oh, John, darling.
Hey, where are the others? You better go with them.
No, there's plenty of time.
All right, I'm ready. We'll have to go in for that bomb fragment, Summers. It may become infected.
That's not likely. It's probably a piece of good American steel.
Here we go. Sorry, we have no anesthetic.
Oh, that's okay. Give me a hand, Janet. Is it out of order if we hold hands, Doctor?
Well, her hands are...
No, it's all right, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, very well. Well, let's get it over. Now.
It's all right, darling. Hold my hands. Now, hold tight. Tighter.
Go.
I think I've located it. I'll have another try now. This may hurt even more.
Sounds like a dentist. Janet.
Hold tighter, darling. Tighter.
Hang on, Lieutenant. Try to think of something else.
Here I am. Ham and eggs. Hot cakes. White bread. Coffee.
Here it comes now. Hold on.
John. It's all right, Doctor. You can go right ahead now. He's fainted.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine in the third act of So Proudly We Hail.
Evening, Mr. Kennedy. Who do you think I just met?
A lovely screen star, I'd guess, Libby.
And you'd be right. It was Mrs. Thomas Wallace.
Mrs. Wallace?
Carol Landis to you, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh.
Remember, she was married recently in London to an American Army pilot. I talked to her at 20th Century Fox studio where she's making 4 Jills in a Jeep.
Oh, of course. Say, Libby, wasn't Carol the girl who got right up close to the sound of guns when she was making that tour of army camps in North Africa?
Uncomfortably close, Mr. Kennedy. She actually had to crawl into a foxhole for shelter one night during a bombing raid. And do you know what she told me her first thought was when the bombs began to fall?
Tell us, Libby.
Well, only a woman would have thought of it, Mr. Kennedy. There goes my last pair of nylons, she said to herself. But seriously, Carol said she was impressed over and over again with the importance of looking lovely on that tour of the camps. It meant so much to the boys to see a pretty, well-groomed woman. She's come back convinced that no girl should think of letting down on beauty care these days.
Well, Libby, certainly Carol's complexion care is a quick, easy one that works. Carol's a Lux girl, you know.
She certainly is, Mr. Kennedy. She says, a woman is foolish not to give her skin gentle, protecting care. I always use Lux toilet soap. It's a real beauty soap. Carol depends on her daily active lather facials.
As many other busy and famous stars do, Libby, there's something about the creamy lather of Lux toilet soap that makes it the choice of lovely women everywhere. And here's a thrift tip about Hollywood's beauty soap. Lux toilet soap is hard milled. You can use each satin smooth cake down to the thinnest sliver. That means a lot right now when it's patriotic not to waste soap. Moisten that last little sliver and press it against a new cake. And remember, Lux toilet soap will last even longer if you always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Why not get some of the fine white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Our stars had quite a hectic experience at Paramount while working, and so proudly we hail. We'll ask them to tell you about it after the play. Now here's the third act, starring Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake, with Sonny Tufts and Les Tremaine. On the deck of a hospital ship, homeward bound from Australia, Nurse Joan O'Doul continues the story of the escape to Corregidor. The ship's doctor listens attentively. Joan has paused for a moment, remembering the horror of Bataan.
Well, did Lieutenant Davidson get John Summers off Bataan?
Oh, yes, she did, Major. We rode across the darkness to Corregidor. Corregidor spelled safety for us. They called it the Gibraltar of the Pacific, and we lived most of the time deep in the tunnels under the rock. But the Japs plastered us day and night. The noise almost split our eardrums. Once in a while, we got out of the tunnel for a breath of air.
What, no dive bombers today?
Oh, well, it's not time. They're still out to lunch.
There's no quinine left.
No quinine? What are we going to do?
Nurse, what do you think we're going to do?
Well, they can't take us off. Oh, why are we here anyway?
Oh, why? Why isn't there any quinine? Why isn't there any food? Why aren't there any supplies? Why are we here like rats in a cage, waiting for the man to come and pour scalding water over us? Why was nothing done? Why?
Oh, take it easy, Davy.
I'll tell you why. It's our own fault.
Our fault? What did we do?
Because we believed we were the world, that the United States of America was the whole world. Those outlandish places, Bataan, Corregidor, Mindanao, those aren't American names. No, they're just American graveyards.
Well, why don't they get us off?
They can't get us off. We've become what they call a delaying action. That's what those 50,000 men on Bataan were. They were merely saving time. I only hope to God the people back home aren't losing it for us.
Well, here they come again.
Here, Rig, take shelter.
Yes, they're always on time anyway. Come on, in the tunnel, kids.
Do the best you can, Davy. Quinine or no quinine, we've got to keep their fevers down.
We're doing everything we know, Mom.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, Janet, can I speak to you for a minute?
John, what do you want? We discharged you a week ago.
Well, I thought you knew I was your permanent patient.
What is it, darling?
I just wanted to say goodbye for a few days.
What do you mean?
Well, we sort of made up a little party, and we're going down around Mindanao to see if we can find some quinine.
You can't go.
Why not?
Your leg, you're still too weak.
Well, I'm no weaker than the rest.
John, you're not well yet.
We'll all be a lot worse if we don't get some supplies.
When do you have to go?
We leave at 5 in the morning. That's 9 long hours from now.
9 hours. Wait a minute. Oh, Ma?
Yes?
Ma, I want you to know I'm going to break a regulation.
Oh, is that something new with you?
No, but I'm really going to smash one this time. I'm going to get married.
The chaplain married them an hour later. Mama Gregor gave them a bottle of wine for a wedding present and some bread and peanut butter. After the ceremony, they climbed up to a gun emplacement overlooking the bay.
I'm not going to eat any more of this. I'm going to save some.
Oh, not me. This isn't the kind of wedding cake you put under your pillow and sleep on.
John, look up there. The stars look like streetlights, don't they?
Sure. Haven't you ever been to the Rainbow Room before? That's the street below us.
Oh, I see. I guess marrying you has changed my perspective completely.
Oh, it's probably the wine.
I thought you were going to take me to a dingy little French restaurant. This is pretty classy.
Holy cats, you remember everything I say.
I take you very seriously.
Hey, did I ever tell you about my place in the country?
No, I don't know anything about you, really. I don't even know if you have a middle name.
I have. It's Mattathias.
Oh, why?
An uncle. He left me this little farm I was telling you about. It's quite worth it.
Is it?
Yes, you'd love it. A time will come when you and I will go out on a summer evening when the grass is fresh and the clouds white, as if they'd just been washed. The earth's warm and still, and time passes quietly. Everything's simple. Just you and me and the kids.
Sons?
Daughters. They're more decorative. Let's get out of here and go home.
Home. I remember a poet somewhere. He said, home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Darling, do you want to know something?
What?
I'm not afraid anymore.
Darling, it's time to get up. It's time to get up and go to work. You've only got 5 minutes.
Oh, it's a fine time to go to sleep on our honeymoon.
It was a wonderful honeymoon. Here, finish up that wine.
No, you.
No, go ahead. As my grandmother used to say, it'll warm your stomach up.
All right. To you, honey. So long, darling.
So long, John.
And wait for me. I'll be back.
I know. I'll be right here.
Kansas was on Corregidor, too. He came into the hospital one morning while I was trying to fix a radio.
Aya, what you doing?
Oh, this radio's on the blink again.
Say, what would you like better than anything else in the world?
A tomato. A nice, round, red, juicy tomato.
Oh.
A tomato and some flying fortresses. Oh, wouldn't that make a lovely salad?
Yeah.
Why'd you ask me, Kansas?
Well, I got something for you. See? Chocolate.
Oh, gee, Kansas, that's swell of you. Where'd you get it?
Well, a raiding party of Japs tried to land last night, and I got me a couple of them, and on one of them I found this chocolate.
Kansas, how could you do a thing like that to me?
I can't figure you dames out. Chocolate is chocolate.
You're positively disgusting. And don't fiddle with that radio. You'll get a shock.
Who, me? I never get shocked. Oh. Look, don't ever say don't to me again.
Right after that, our final orders came through. Colonel Clark gave them to us early one evening.
At ease, girls. It's a very serious occasion. It's not known how much longer Corregidor can hold out. I have here orders from headquarters. You nurses will meet in front of the main hospital tunnel at 9 o'clock tonight. Be evacuated to Australia.
There were about 20 of us ordered off. The rest of us to follow as soon as possible. Davy was one of the first 20, and so was I. When I'd packed my things, I went looking for Kansas.
Hey, over here.
Kansas. We've been ordered off.
I know. It's all over the rock already.
Well, I came to say goodbye.
Well, I'm glad you did. Look, if you don't wait for me back there, I'll break your neck.
Oh, be sure you don't break yours, Kansas.
Don't worry. Stop that sniffling. Here, give me your handkerchief.
Here.
Hey, look at the size of that. When you get back, you might get some real ones. I used to get mine at the 5 and dime. Big red ones, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Bandanas. Cheap is what a place those 5 and dimes are. Everything in them, huh?
Yeah.
You might send me a dozen of them when you get back.
Where, Kansas?
Here? What do you think? I'll be here till Tokyo freezes over.
I suppose if we were to surrender that you'd be dumb enough not to.
Yeah, I'd be dumb that way.
Oh, Kansas. Kiss me goodbye, you big lug.
Now you're talking. Hey, we should have been doing more of this in the campaign. You and your wanting to be pals.
Well, I thought you were just another guy on the make.
I was.
Gee, I'm glad I met up with you, Kansas.
Pleasure's been all mine.
You big blimp.
Well, so long, kid. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Kansas, and be careful. Don't get killed.
Who, me? I'll never get killed.
There was a boat waiting for us at the dock at midnight. McGregor lined us up. She wasn't leaving with us, but she wanted to say goodbye.
Well, I guess that's everybody. Good luck to you children, all of you. Goodbye, Davy.
I'm not going.
You're not what?
I'm not going. I never intended to.
You heard the orders. Now, I don't want any funny business. You get on that boat.
No.
Do you realize that every moment of stalling here means that those planes in the harbor are in danger? That's not our artillery.
I can't go. I promised I'd be here when he got back. He asked me to. Oh, now, please, Ma.
I order you to go.
I won't take orders. I'm not in the Army anymore. When I married, I broke regulations. It meant I was out. You can't make me go.
Stop talking like an hysterical schoolgirl.
I'm going to be right here when he gets back.
He won't be back.
How do you know? Tell me, how do you know?
There's been no word at all. They've considered them officially lost for a week.
Oh, you're lying. You know you're lying. You're just saying that.
Would I lie about that, Davy? Now, would I?
Of course you wouldn't, but I know he's still alive. He's out there somewhere, and I can't go. I can't.
Janet, if he's alive, he'll find
Let me go. I'm not going.
Down, everybody, down! Davy! Davy!
Mama, she did.
No, she's just stunned. Get her in that boat. Hurry.
Well, I guess that's all, Major. Davy wasn't like the rest of us. She never gave way, but now everything snapped at once. When we got her on board the plane, she never spoke again. Maybe we should have left her on Corregidor.
What's happened would have happened some way or another. Thank you, Lieutenant. Now, I think maybe I can try to make her speak, to hear at least. Come over this way. Miss Davidson, we're almost home. Do you hear me? I have a letter for you, Miss Davidson. It says, "My darling, I'm writing this from Mindanao. We leave in the morning for an unknown destination. I write with no so-called premonitions. As a matter of fact, I'm writing this in a pleasant little bar on the outskirts. I've ordered 2 daiquiris, one for you and one for me. I miss you, darling. I think about you all the time. I wish things were different. Things will be different. I know that now because there is good in this war, much as I hate it. This is not just a war of soldiers. You weren't soldiers in the strict sense. You were just kids from all walks of life, all kinds of people.
There's something new in this war, something good. You could see it, this new thing, even in their tired, hungry faces as they took courage one from another. This is now a people's war, because civilians also get killed. It's the people's war because they've taken it over now and are going to win it and end it with a purpose, to live like men with dignity, in freedom. This is our war now, and this time it will be our peace. I'm proud to have known you, darling, proud to have received your love. Already I have had a complete, rich life in 3 short months.
John.
Do you hear, Miss Davidson?
She's opening her eyes. Oh, Davy, Davy. The letter. Give me my letter, please. My darling. I'm enclosing a deed to that little farm I told you about. It's now in your name. I'll wait for you there. Or if you're there first, wait for me. Thank you, my darling, for my life. Thank you for everything. You're devoted. And this is the first time I've ever written it. Your devoted husband, John. Yes, darling. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Handsome is as handsome does, and we've had some handsome acting tonight. From Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine.
Thank you, C.B. The real tribute to the nurses of the United States Army will be found in the hearts of the American fighting men. It was a privilege for me to play the part of one of those women.
I know that while the picture was in production, 3 of the most beautiful women in Hollywood caused quite a stir in the Paramount Lodge.
You mean overalls and dirty faces and steel hats, Sonny?
Yeah, and in one case, no peekaboo bang.
At long last, the world has seen Veronica Lake's other eye. How do you like it, Veronica?
Well, I do see better.
After shooting a picture where your makeup consists mostly of mud, you must have spent quite a bit of time each day getting the mud off. In fact, I don't see how you all came out of it looking so lovely.
Are you kidding?
No, of course not.
Do we have to tell you about soap?
Now, don't torture him. CB, there's a very fine soap called Lux. We use it.
Well, what do you know?
In fact, it was unanimous, Mr. DeMille.
You know, he may not have heard that Lux soap is an excellent complexion care.
I have triple proof of the prowess of Lux soap right in front of me. By the way, Paulette, I hear you've turned into a farmer.
Oh, 70 acres worth, Mr. DeMille. It's in New York State.
What do you grow, Paulette?
Well, chickens. It works out very well. Last spring, I traded some eggs for seed corn, and now I'm using the corn to feed the chickens and trading the eggs for the farm allotment of gasoline.
Not the same eggs, I hope. I'll never make a horse trade with you.
How about trading us a little news on next week's show?
That is good news, Sonny. Because our play is the Metro Goldwyn Mayer screen hit, Salute to the Marines. And our stars are the same ones you saw in the picture, Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter. Salute to the Marines is the story of an old-time sergeant major who retired just before the war and settled down in peace and quiet with his family, right on the battlefront. A real thriller with plenty of comedy and two real troopers, Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter.
I know your audience will love it, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. It was certainly a four-star evening. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter in Salute to the Marines with Noah Beery. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, American war production is being slowed down by labor turnover. Workers leaving their jobs for a variety of causes. Many of these causes, such as bad housing conditions and inadequate transportation, are being eliminated by cooperative action. Meanwhile, every worker in a war job has a personal responsibility to stick on the job. Men on the fighting fronts are making great sacrifices. Men and women on the production front owe it to our heroes to stay on their war jobs. Claudette Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture No Time for Love. Paulette Goddard's next Paramount picture is Standing Room Only. And Veronica Lake will next be seen on the screen in the Paramount production The Hour Before Dawn. The picture, So Proudly We Hail, was produced and directed by Mark Sandridge. Heard in tonight's play were Regina Wallace, Catherine Craig, Trudy Marson, Dorothy Scott, Marjorie Davies, Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Charles Seal, Fred Mackay, Norman Field, Howard McNear, and Ed Emerson. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter in Salute to the Marines with Noah Beery.
In these days of food shortages, don't be confused about vitamins. Give your family Vims, the new and different vitamin mineral tablets scientifically designed to help make meals complete. Vims give you all the essential vitamins, including those of the B complex. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Get Vims from your druggist, the qualified vitamin dealer. VI for vitamins, MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our summer show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the premiere performance of the new musical suggested by Mark Twain's delightful Innocents Abroad, starring Gordon MacRae and his charming guest, Dorothy Warrenshow. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another musical first is brought to you by the American Railroad. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The incomparable Mark Twain gave Lawrence and Lee their inspiration for this musical romp. I shall be the nimble-tongued Mr. Twain, born Samuel Clemens, and Dorothy Warrenshold is Sylvia in this lyrical excursion called Innocents Abroad. Delighted. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Well, you ever been within earshot of a navigating gent on a riverboat? But now just listen to him, shouting his sound. That's it. That's where I got it. From the jargon of the Mississippi River. That's my jargon, too. Take this story, for instance. There are a few whoppers in it, but it's the truth, mainly. So how about joining us? We're off on an ocean voyage. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Aboard the good ship Quaker City, on a conducted tour of the garden spots of the world. Now, this here's quite a ship. It's sort of a black hole of Calcutta with a rudder. My cabin is big enough to swing a cat in, but don't insure the cat. The passengers, they all seem to be 60 years old and older, and that's a picnic crowd for you. That is, all except that young lady on the top deck. Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
May I ask what that is you're reading with such interest?
The guidebook. Do you know, it says here that the Emperor of Morocco has 500 wives. But even he's not sure of the exact count.
Well, when you get up into the 500s, a dozen wives one way or the other doesn't matter much.
Oh, really, Mr.
Clemens? Sam Clemens. And you are...
I'm not sure that it's proper.
Oh, go on, say it. None of the other passengers can hear it without their ear horns adjusted.
Well, I'm Sylvia Carter.
How nice to meet you, ma'am.
You talk like a Missourian.
Mm-hmm. Hannibal, Missouri, Miss Sylvia. Born, bred, and kicked out.
I'm from St. Louis.
Oh, that's a wonderful place, St. Louis. First time I ever saw it, I could have bought the whole blame town for $6 million. Mistake of my life that I didn't do it.
It's hard to believe that out there, just below the moonrise, France is waiting for us.
Hello, France.
You know, I think I'm in love with France.
Oh, that's dangerous. Never trust love at first sight.
Oh, this was love at first sound. For years, I've been in love with the music of France. Bizet, César Franck, Charpentier.
The way I feel as you sing, I'm sure you're one person who'll never be sick on the high seas.
Oh, I'm afraid I must turn in now, Mr. Clemens. On page 96 of the guidebook, it says that you should get a good night's rest before the evening, before you dock.
But,
Good night.
Last page 96. Love at first sound. Sylvia. Sylvia Carter. Sylvia's hair is like an eye, touched with glancing starry beams. Such a face as drifts through dreams. This is Sylvia to the sight, and the touch of Sylvia's hand is as light as milky down. When the leaves are golden brown, and the autumn fills the but the money is so funny and the strangers are so strange that you walk and walk and walk and walk till all you want's a bench. And it's so deuced clever that all the kids speak French.
Oh, we must hurry, Mr. Clemens. The guidebook says the exhibit of old Spanish pottery closes promptly at 5.
Miss Sylvia, the guidebook talks too much. In a nice, polite tone of voice, would you tell it to shut its big, fat pages?
Really, Mr. Clemens? How do you expect to see the significant things in Europe without expert help?
Sit down for a minute. Here's an interesting little sidewalk cafe.
I'm not sure.
Please.
Well, all right. This is an interesting cafe.
Now, look around you, Miss Sylvia. There at the front table, a Frenchman. And there, a Spaniard. Undoubtedly, that's the Dutchman. Each speaks a different language. But watch. Watch how international music can be. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing, morning bells are ringing. Ding, ding, dong, ding, ding, dong.
Oh, I know the French of that. Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous. Soli de mattina, ding, dang, dong, ding, dang,
Now
dong.
watch. Our Spanish friend is caught.
Martinillo, Martinillo, ¿quieres tú? Toca la campana, din, din, do.
The Dutchman flips a movie. Who can resist it?
Vater Jankel, schlafen Sie. Aber nicht verschlafen, dunk.
All together. Are you winking? Are you sleeping? Brother John, more bells ring, ding-ding-dong, ding-ding-dong. Why, Sylvia, what are you doing?
Tearing up my guidebook. This is much more fun.
We'll return for the second act of Innocents Abroad in just a moment. Do you have any idea what it takes to move one armored division of the United States Armed Forces from training camp to port of embarkation? Here is Act Two of our musical version of Mark Twain's Innocents Abroad, starring Gordon MacRae as the itinerant Samuel Clemens, Dorothy Warren Scholl as the lovely Sylvia Carter, with Benny Rubin as the guide.
Well, here we are in Rome, and I'm homesick. Confidentially, I'm homesick.
Samuel? Sam?
Hello, Miss Sylvia.
Isn't Italy the most thrilling place, Sam? It makes me want to sing.
Go right ahead, dear. They encourage that sort of thing over here. Children who don't grow up to be opera stars are considered rank failures.
Come sing the world is made for fun and frolic, and so do I.
And so do I.
Come sing, it will be your melancholic to pine and sigh.
To pine and sigh.
But I love to spend my time in singing some joyous song.
Some joyous song.
To set the air with music bravely ringing, it's far from wrong.
It's far from wrong.
Listen, listen, music sounds so far. Listen, listen, music sounds so far. Music sounds so far.
Signore e signorina. Hey, what's your trouble? I'm a guide. We don't want any guide.
But I'm appointed by Steamship Company to show you all of the fine wonders of Italy. Come, we go now to museum.
We get rid of the guidebook, and now we're stuck with one that talks. Well, what's your name?
My card.
A. Billfinger, guide extraordinaire.
Thank you.
Ancient ruins, my specialty. Billfinger. That won't do at all.
No, an Italian should have a romantic name like Giovanni del Battista.
I have it. We'll call him Freddie.
Freddie? That's my name, Freddie.
Freddie Ferguson. Lead on, Freddie.
Look, this letter. It's written in the handwriting of Christopher Columbus.
Who?
Christopher Columbus. That's his own handwriting. He'll write all by himself.
I've seen boys in America only 14 years old that could write better than that.
Look, this is the great Christopher Columbus.
I don't care. I just don't care who it is. It's the worst writing I ever saw. Now, if you've got any specimens of first-class penmanship, Freddie, trot them out.
But the great Christopher Columbus...
If you keep talking about this chap Columbo, what did he do?
He discovered America. That's all what he do.
Discover America. Now, hold on there. We're just from America ourselves, and we didn't hear anything about it. Didn't we, Sylvia?
Oh, Sam.
Christopher Columbo. That's a pleasant name. Is he dead?
And look over here. It's a genuine Royal Egyptian mummy.
What did you say this gentleman's name was, Freddie?
Name? You got no name. Mummy. Egyptian mummy.
He looks remarkably calm. Is he dead?
He's been dead 3,000 years.
Oh, well, I guess we're a little late for the funeral.
All right, I hold my pen. Now we go see the tomb of great Julius Caesar.
Caesar? Caesar. That's a familiar name. Yeah. Tell me one thing, though, Freddie. Is he dead, too?
Mamma mia!
Tomorrow morning we'll be home, Sam.
Yes, Sylvia. Somewhere out in the darkness, just beyond the starlight, is New York City.
Are you sorry you came on the trip, Sam?
Oh, no. Travel can be pretty wonderful. Matter of fact, I recommend it as an antidote for bigotry and narrow-mindedness. You can't get a charitable view of the human race by vegetating in one little corner of the earth all your life.
Oh, there are so many things I remember. Gibraltar, swimming in a sea of rainbows.
Milan and its marble wilderness of graceful spires.
Venice.
Yes.
Oh, Sam.
Sylvia, what's the matter?
I didn't do anything the guidebook said. I memorized all the handy hints to world travelers, and I didn't take any of them.
Well, what did your old guidebook say?
It said, never drink the water, never fall in love. Use it what you order.
Kindly do not shove.
Hold on to your visa, don't get left behind. Climb the tour of Pisa if you're so inclined. Most important order, kindly note above. Never drink the water, and never fall in love. But I did it, Sam.
No.
Yes. I did exactly what the guidebook said not to do.
So did I. When did you realize that you'd done it?
Oh, it was in that little town at the back end of Lake Geneva. I don't know what I was thinking of, Sam, but I drank a whole glassful.
You drank the water?
Wasn't I foolish?
No, not half so foolish as I was.
Oh, Sam, you didn't.
Mm-hmm. Right here on B deck, underneath the life preservers. When you sang that aria by Gus Carpenter, it was love at first sound.
Oh, Sam, well, I think the world of you. Oh, but I've got to tell you something. For a wedding present, my father has promised me a 2-year guided tour around the world.
That settles it. I couldn't spend 2 years being pushed around by Freddie and his cousins. No, I fear, Miss Sylvia, that you and I shall never be anything but friends.
Good friends, Sam.
And I shall file the memory of your face and your voice with Gibraltar's rainbows and the spires of Milan.
Oh, Sam.
Yes, all cross-indexed for ready reference when I write my book.
What will it be called?
Well, now let's see. How about Through the Old World with Sylvia and Sam?
Oh.
No, I'd never buy a book with a title like that. I might buy it, but I wouldn't like it. I know. For Sylvia, the sweet, the innocent, I'll call it Innocence Abroad. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely Dorothy Warren Scholl will be back in just a moment. And our thanks to Benny Rubin, who was the guide, and to our entire company. Our musical tonight, suggested by Mark Twain's Innocents Abroad, was written especially for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroad. To meet the transportation demands of our defense program and of our civilian economy, the railroads are hard at work on their vast program of expansion and improvement. Yes, the railroads are exerting every effort to enlarge their transportation capacity, to keep in step with the needs of the nation's commerce and rearmament program.
Gee, Gordon, it was fun going on a musical tour with you.
Well, it certainly was, Dorsey. You know, we're really traveling next week when we spin the fabulous musical tale of the journey of Marco Polo.
Marco Twain this week, Marco Polo next week. You certainly get around.
And you're going to be the beautiful girl, the most beautiful girl, I should have said, in all the domains of Kubla Khan.
See you in Xanadu next Monday, Gordon.
It's the day, Dorothy, for the premiere performance of Journey into the Sun. All aboard? Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday, and another musical first, this is Gordon MacRae saying good night.
MacRae can be seen in Warner Brothers on Moonlight Bay. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. Now stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
of Firestone with Barbara Gibson on NBC.
Balloons and more. Don't miss it. Member FDIC.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. This is a tale about justice, about the lady who stands over the criminal courthouses of America with a blindfold over her eyes. Of course, the blindfold represents impartiality, not faulty vision. But yet, there are occasions when justice seems to be looking the other way. And that's something which bothers Attorney Ned Murray very much indeed.
He's getting away with murder, Tony. And maybe he'll get away with another one.
Maybe there's an answer.
What? I've been waiting a long time to figure out what I could do for you, Ned. What kind of favor might be important to you? Now I know. Tony, you're thinking about killing Rydell.
Our mystery drama, After the Verdict, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... I'd like to check out Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Shh. Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, you know, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it? Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? The Better Business Bureau knows.
Wednesday, 10 o'clock. I'm back at the office working on the case when my secretary brings me the mail. Thanks, kid. The usual stuff. Then I see it. It's addressed to me, resident. Inside, a fake rabbit's foot. The pitch, a $2 donation or send back the rabbit's foot. My problem, what to do about it.
I'll help you with good advice from the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, yeah? Spill it.
If you receive unordered merchandise in the mail, you are under no obligation to return it or pay for it.
Thanks, pal. You're okay.
Just another consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What better place to begin a story about justice than in a courtroom? This one is packed today, because it's the day the jury is going to return its verdict in the case of the People versus Louis Rydell. That's Rydell over there, the thin man with the burning eyes. See the way he searches the face of every juror who takes his or her place in the jury box? It's only natural, of course, because Louis Rydell had been charged with murder. Shh, quiet now. Presiding Judge Lincoln Arthur is about to speak.
The foreman of the jury will please rise. Has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
We have, Your Honor.
Please read your verdict to the court.
We find the defendant, Louis Rydell, not guilty.
Congratulations, Lou. I'm very happy. You're happy. How do you think I feel? Hey, come on. Let's get out of this place. Let's celebrate, huh? Let's pick up my wife and have a ball.
Well, I don't think I can. I promised my boss that I'd go down
You don't care about your boss. You want to see that daughter of his. Okay, we'll make it a foursome.
I can't, Lou. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Counselor. Melanie's got a cab waiting outside. Boy, did I read those faces wrong. I thought, that's a hanging jury if ever I saw one.
The only one I was worried about was that little old lady with the blue hair.
You just can't tell about a jury from their faces. My last case, well, I thought they all looked friendly, but I lost.
You won this one, Mr. Murray. I bet that boss of yours is real pleased. I mean, all this publicity that you got. Well, you're a regular Clarence Darrow.
Look, Lou, we don't really have to talk about the fee settlement now. Why don't you and Melanie just go out and drink up a couple of bottles of champagne?
Oh, Lou doesn't drink, Mr. Murray. Lou doesn't have any vices. Do you, Lou?
I want to get the money settled, Counselor. Melanie here doesn't like to hear about money. She just likes to spend it. We'll drop her off at home.
Hey, you promised to take me someplace.
Wait for me at home, Pumpkin.
Oh.
Daddy will be there just as soon as he settles things with his lawyer. Okay?
What choice do I have?
I'll be home in an hour or two, and we'll go out to dinner. Just stay in the apartment, and don't open the door to anyone. And if you have to open the door, wear some clothes, baby. Huh? Yeah, this is a nice little office you got here, Mr. Murray. Only, strikes me as kind of small, isn't it?
It's big enough, Lou.
I mean, compared to that big office down the hall, Mr. Ostrow's.
Mr. Ostrow is the senior partner of this firm, Lou.
Well, maybe when you marry his daughter. You are going to marry that chick, aren't you?
Let's get down to business, okay?
I mean, the way she was hanging around that courtroom every day of the trial, I figured she was pretty stuck on you.
Lou, this meeting was your idea. You said you could manage to pay about $150 a month, and that's perfectly fine with me.
Sure, Mr. Murray, anything you say.
We could have settled this in the taxi.
I guess they just didn't want to face Melanie for a couple of hours. Needed an excuse. You understand?
I suppose so.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Mrs. Rydell? No, yes, she's very lovely.
She can't help herself, you know. The way men bother her all the time. They look at her, and right away they get ideas. It's not her fault.
No.
She's not smart about it, though. She doesn't know the way men think. Like the way she answers the door sometimes in that sloppy housecoat. She gives people ideas. Like that kid Yost. I feel sorry for that kid, you know?
I know you do. It's just too bad that he got himself mugged the day after you threw him out of the house. You wouldn't have gone through all this. You wouldn't be owing me $150 a month.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him. Kid delivers the groceries every day, gets the same eyeful every day. His tongue must have been hanging out.
Lou, I really have to get on home. I've got a party at my boss's house tonight.
But just the same, I'd do it again. That's the way I am. When a guy touches my wife, I get a red fire in my brain, and I can't stop myself. Now, I owe you a lot, Mr. Murray. More than money.
Well, forget it. Just learn to keep your temper.
I really killed that boy, you know?
What did you say?
I killed him, Mr. Murray. I waited for him in the hallway the next day, and I grabbed him. He was a scrawny kid. It was like wringing the neck of a chicken. I'd do the same thing again, Mr. Murray, to the next guy who bothers my wife. They've got to learn. Well, I better go now. Melanie's waiting for me.
You lied to me. Every stinking word you told me was a lie.
Don't be sore, Mr. Murray. I couldn't tell you the truth, could I? I mean, you wouldn't have taken the case, would you?
Yes! I would have taken the case and told you to plead guilty with cause.
No, that wouldn't have been any good. I wanted you to get me off, and that's what you did.
Look,
I've got to go now, Mr. Murray. I just want to say thanks again.
Oh, you think it's that simple? You think you can just walk out of here?
Melanie's waiting for me. She likes to eat dinner early. The girl's always hungry. So long, Mr. Murray.
Oh, my God.
Light on the line, more on the...
Ned! Ned, for the love of Mike, where you been? Sorry I'm so late, Mr. Ostrow.
Who do you think this party's for, anyway? Well, come in. Karen's going out of her brain waiting for you to get here.
This one looks like quite a crowd.
Well, they're all in your pocket tonight now, Ned. All right, everybody, hold it. Here's the man we've all been waiting for. Ned Murray, folks. Greatest trial lawyer since Clarence... since Harry Ostrow. All right, come on, Ned. Karen's over here.
Ned!
Hi, darling.
Where in the world have you been? The party started 2 hours ago.
I just lost track of the time, that's all.
Must be love, if you ask me.
All right, I'll see you kids later.
Ned, come into the kitchen for a minute. No, it's full of servants. Come into the bedroom.
Now, that's an offer I can't refuse.
Well, what did you have in mind?
Give you one guess. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you. You were so wonderful.
That kiss was pretty wonderful.
Father says that you were everything he used to be in the courtroom, and there's no higher praise he can give than that.
Look, let's forget about the trial. It's over.
Oh, no, I don't want to forget about it, Ned. I'm just so thrilled with the way you handled the case. That man Rydell seems so guilty.
But there's too much fuss about all this, Karen.
Father said that if you could win this case, you could do anything. That it would mean a lot of business to the firm. Do you know what I think? He's not going to wait on that promise about the junior partnership. I think he's going to do something about it right now.
Are you serious?
Don't tell him what I said, but I'm sure of it. Ned, you'll have to stop making excuses pretty soon, lover. You'll have to name the day. Oh, for heaven's sake.
It's probably your father wanting me to join the party.
Hiya, Ned. Ostrow told me you were here.
Tony, for the love of Mike, I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, hey, I am sorry. I didn't know you had somebody with you.
It's all right, Mr. Igo. I was just going to fix my makeup. See you later, darling.
Yes, sure. Tony, I don't think I ever saw you at Ostrow's before.
Yeah, you know me, Ned. I don't like to mix with all these big shots. Hey, you still talk to ordinary people? Big celebrity like you, huh?
I'll talk to you anytime, Tony.
Listen, I was in court today. I've been there the last 4 days. Bet you didn't even notice, huh?
That was nice of you. Busy man like you.
Well, I got a personal interest. You know that.
Sure. Tony...
I was real glad you won, kid. Reminded me all over again what you did for me 2 years ago. Get me off that murder rap. It was like seeing the whole thing again.
It wasn't the same, Tony. For one thing, you didn't kill it. I mean, come on, let's go out and get a drink.
Not for me. Since I seen you last, I got me an ulcer. That's the price of success, you know, in my business, just like yours.
That's too bad.
You know something, Ned? You don't look so healthy yourself.
I'm okay.
You look great in that courtroom, only now, you don't look like a guy who won a case. You look like a loser.
I'm just tired. Let down, you know.
Yeah, sure. Hey, look, Ned, you remember what I told you once, huh? You got any troubles you can't handle, I want to hear about them. You got a favor coming from me, and it bothers me not to pay off.
That was a long time ago. You don't owe me anything.
I keep good books. Don't tell me who I owe. Hey, go on, Ned. Find that girl of yours. Maybe she can cheer you up, huh?
Tell you the truth, Tony, I need a couple of minutes all by myself. You know how it is. Huh?
Yeah, sure. I know how it is. Sometimes too much is too much.
Yeah, that's right.
See you around later, kid. Okay?
Yeah, later. Sometimes too much is too much. I really killed that boy, you know. He killed him, and I let him get away with it.
I killed him, Mr. Murray.
Oh, God.
I'll do the same thing again to the next guy who bothers my wife. I'll do the same thing, Mr. Murray. The same thing.
I'm coming. Oh, Mr. Murray.
Hello, Mrs. Rydell.
Oh, well, Lou isn't home, you know. Oh, he went to see Mr. Fleming about going back to the company.
I knew he wasn't home. May I come in anyway?
Oh, yeah, sure. Look, do you think Lou will have any trouble? I mean, getting his old job back? You know, he was their best salesman before the trouble happened. They won't hold it against him, will they?
I don't know. I want to ask you a few things.
Yeah? Oh, well, sure.
Mrs. Rydell, before the trial, you told me your husband was the jealous type.
Yeah, that's right.
But you said there was never any reason for his jealousy.
But do we have to go through that again? The trial's over, isn't it?
Please, it's more important than you think.
Why?
This delivery boy, Yost. I tried to underplay Lou's anger about him in court, but he was really pretty sore about the pass he made at you, wasn't he?
But I told you all that. Yes, Lou was sore. Sore. He was crazy. I didn't even want to tell him about the kid because I was afraid he'd... Well, you know...
Mrs. Rydell, the trial is over, just as you said. Nobody can charge Lou with the same crime again. That's the law in this state. So you've got nothing to lose by telling me the absolute truth.
About what?
Lou did kill that boy, didn't he?
Hey!
He waited for him the next day and choked him to death.
That's a dirty lie. How could you, of all people...
All right. Maybe you didn't know the truth. Maybe you believed your husband the way I did.
You get out of here, mister.
Please, I'm not through. The reason I know this is because Lou told me himself yesterday in my office. Lou isn't going to change because of the trial. He's an insanely jealous man, and he might very well do the same thing again.
Oh, you're awful. I thought you were so nice, Mr. Murray, but you're terrible.
I had to let you know how things are with Lou. He got away with murder, and that makes me sick to my stomach. There's not much I can do about it, but maybe you can do something, Mrs. Rydell.
Me?
You can be careful. Do you understand?
No.
You've got to make sure he never has any reason to be jealous.
Listen, if you think I play around...
Even if he misunderstands your behavior, somebody else might get Lou's hands around his throat. It might even be easier for him the next time. He got away with it once. Please, Mrs. Rydell, for his sake. All right, for mine. Don't make your husband kill again.
I don't know about you, but I think Mr. Murray's request is very reasonable. The only problem, of course, is exactly how reasonable Lou Rydell is. There's something about the man's eyes, the way his hands twitch. Personally, I don't think it would be a very good idea to wink at Mrs. Rydell. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But Baby bear!
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
People can reach, people can touch, people can help, people so much.
If you can remember World War II, you can remember when people spoke about cancer in a whisper. Once it was known someone had cancer. Nobody talked about it. I'm Paul Newman. Today we talk about cancer quite openly, except for one form of it, the one nobody likes to talk about still. Cancer of the colon and rectum. It's the most common form of internal cancer, yet doctors estimate 3 out of 4 patients could be saved by early detection and treatment. That means when you have your regular health checkup, especially if you're over 40, talk to your doctor about a Procto. Fight cancer with a checkup and a generous check when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls. Cancer Crusaders, people who care about people.
And now here's Act 2 of After the Verdict. It's a bright, sunny morning. The kind of morning that fills promising young men like Ned Murray with enthusiasm for life. After all, he has everything going for him. A fine career ahead, marriage to a lovely young lady who also happens to be the boss's daughter. And even if his recent triumph has turned a bit sour, it was still a triumph, wasn't it? But as Ned Murray goes to see Harry Ostrow, he finds the sun isn't shining in the big corner office. The shades are drawn. His boss's face is a thundercloud.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Ostrow?
Yes. Come in and shut the door.
Hello, Mr. Murray. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Lou. What are you doing here?
Mr. Rydell's told me something I find hard to believe, Ned. I said he must be mistaken, but he swears it's true. Did you go to see Mrs. Rydell yesterday?
Yes.
Why did you think it was necessary to do that?
I had something I wanted to tell her. It was strictly an unofficial visit.
You told her I was guilty. You went up there deliberately just to frighten her. I ought to sue you for what you did, Mr. Murray. Lawyer or no lawyer.
What kind of nonsense is this, Ned? You didn't say any such thing, did you? Well, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
What?
I didn't go there to frighten her, just to warn her. Right after the trial, Mr. Rydell here obliged me with a nice little confession. A little late, I'm afraid.
Confession? What are you talking about?
That's a lie. I don't know what you've got against me, Mr. Murray, but I never heard of a lawyer behaving like this. I didn't kill that boy. The jury said so.
And Ned, please, this is all so ridiculous.
Mr. Rydell put it very bluntly. He said he killed Yost. He said he'd kill again if another Yost came along.
You can't do that. It's over. The trial's over. They can't put me through this again. They can't.
No, Mr. Rydell, of course they can't. There's nothing to get excited about. Mr. Murray just misunderstood you, that's all.
I read him loud and clear. I knew I couldn't get him back in a courtroom because of double jeopardy, but I thought if I went to the DA, he'd be a lot more careful with his hands the next time.
I'll sue you. I'll sue this whole firm for slander. You hear that, Ostrow?
Please, Ned. Apologize to Mr. Rydell. Tell him you didn't mean it.
Apologize? Yes, I should apologize to the state for saving his skin.
Ned, you listen to me now. I don't know what went on between you and this man, and I don't care. But he's a client, understand? My client, even if you handle the case. And there's such a thing as lawyer-client privilege.
Since when does it include murder?
Shut up and listen to me. Anything you do reflects on me, on the way I run this firm. Mr. Rydell got a fair trial under law.
Better than fair.
Yes. And the jury acquitted him. That's all we have to know. You don't have any right to violate any confidences he made to you. Didn't they teach you that in law school?
They taught me something else. They taught me that a lawyer's main concern was for justice.
You talk about justice, huh? Go talk to that hoodlum buddy of yours, Tony Igo. If there was justice, you think that crook would be walking around loose?
Tony was innocent of that murder charge.
Because the jury said so. And they said the same thing about Mr. Rydell here. And that's that, my boy. Understand?
Who is it? Oh, for Pete's sake. Can't they let a guy get some rest in his own home?
Well, have I caught you with the blonde?
You caught me with a bottle.
And just in time, obviously. Well, the least I can do is make sure you don't drink alone.
Not enough for the two of us.
Even if I give you this?
What is it?
A present. Open it. It's that pipe you were so crazy about. The one with the ivory carving. I was saving it for some special occasion, but your birthday isn't for 6 months.
It's a beauty. If you're going to bribe me, I prefer cash.
Really? And I thought I'd use sex appeal. I understand that's surefire.
Excuse me, it's time for another drink. What's so funny?
The whole thing. You, Father. He told me about that scene in his office this morning. I wish I could have been there. Clarence Darrow versus William Jennings Bryan.
It wasn't. It was stupid versus childish, and all because of that.
All because of that silly man with the funny eyes. Honestly, Ned, I hope you won't make any more fuss about him.
I thought it was Daddy who was making the fuss.
Believe me, I think he feels just awful about the whole silly quarrel.
Yeah, I'll bet he does.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ned, why would you want to spoil things now? All right, maybe that idiotic man did kill that grocery boy, but I'm not saying he didn't. But, well, wouldn't be the first time that a guilty man is... Ned!
It's the first time for me. Don't you understand that? The first time I ever got a guilty man off?
Was it really, darling? Well, that man Igo...
Tony was innocent.
Well, innocent of that crime, maybe, but what about all the others? He might have killed a dozen men before, or had them killed.
He wasn't being tried for killing a dozen men, only one. And he was innocent of that.
I should know better than to talk to you while you're drinking.
I'm going to the district attorney tomorrow, Karen. Even if it doesn't do a bit of good, I'll feel better for it.
Do you know what the DA will say? He'll say you're a fool.
I don't care.
You haven't got a shred of proof. Not a shred. And all the proof in the world wouldn't put Lou Rydell back on the stand. You know that, don't you? If you go to the DA tomorrow, you can find yourself another connection.
What? What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ned, but he did say it. And I know my father. I know he never says anything he doesn't mean.
What about you, Karen? What about the connection between me and you?
I waited long enough for you to get serious about me, Ned. I can wait a little longer until you come to your senses.
And that's the real bribe, isn't it?
Hey, Ned! Open up, it's Tony! Hey!
What? What is that? What's all the racket about?
Come on, open up!
All right, take it easy, will you? Give a guy a chance. Tony, what the heck are you doing here?
Boy, you've really been working at it, kid.
Huh?
I'm an invited guest, remember? No, I guess you don't. About an hour ago, you called me up, told me to come have a drink with you. Well, here I am. Want to change your mind?
No. Come on in.
I told you, make mine ginger ale or something. I'll drink with you.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, Tony. That's about all I've got left. Just one more drink.
Hey. What is this, kid? This celebration going on a long time, ain't it?
I'm not celebrating now, Tony. Commiserating. That's the word, isn't it? Doesn't sound right. Commiserating.
Don't ask me. I never heard it before.
It means I'm feeling sorry for somebody.
For who?
For a dumb kid named Yost. Dumb kid from the grocery.
You mean a kid that got killed?
Yeah, that's right. That got killed. Yeah. And you know who killed him?
How should I know?
Where's that drink? Oh, there it is. Here's the crime, Tony.
Put it down, Ned.
What?
You heard me. Put it down. You want to tell me your troubles? Okay, I'll put on a pot of coffee for both of us. That make you feel any better?
No.
Well, give it time.
Tony, were you listening to me? Did you hear what I told you?
Yeah, I heard you. This guy Rydell is a kookaboo.
He's getting away with murder, Tony. And maybe he'll get away with another one.
Nah, next time will be different. You'll know different from one thing.
Meantime, somebody gets killed.
Well, what's that to you? I'm sorry. Sir, I forgot the kind of guy I'm talking to.
What am I going to feel like when it happens, Tony?
Well, there must be some way to nail this crumb.
No, there isn't. The law protects him. Double jeopardy. A man can't be tried twice for the same crime. That's how it goes, Tony. One trial to a customer.
Yeah, it's a shame, all right. They hung better guys than that, and he's walking around free as air.
That's the law, Tony.
Yeah, the law. Okay, if it bothers you so much, stop him.
Yeah. Tell me how.
Everybody else has to pay the penalty, right? Why not him?
It's too late. It's too late, Tony.
For the law, maybe.
Huh?
Want some more coffee?
No.
I think I'll get myself a cup. Yeah, maybe there's an answer.
What?
I've been waiting a long time to figure out what I could do for you, Ned. What kind of favor might be important to you. Now I know.
How do you mean, favor?
Well, it won't be just for you. I'd be doing everybody a favor, the whole state, right? Only when it happens, I mean it for you, Ned. Remember that. Hey, it's good coffee. Well, see you around.
Tony, wait. Wait a minute.
Oh, it's getting late, kid. I have to go.
What was that you just said? What's in your mind?
Nothing. Come on, I did my good deed for day. Let me out of here now, huh?
I want to know what you meant by a favor.
You know what the word means.
You're thinking of killing Rydell.
Oh, you see too many movies.
Tony, don't be crazy. I don't want that kind of favor, understand?
Yeah, sure. Just let him loose, huh? So what if he gets away with murder, huh?
Killing him is no answer.
Sure, so let some other slobs get knocked off, huh? That's better.
I didn't mean all those things I said, Tony. You got the wrong idea.
This guy didn't kill a grocery boy. He's killing you too, buddy, and that's what I care about. But you got nothing to be afraid of. Nothing's gonna rub off on you. I know my business, just like you know yours. So long, kid.
Tony!
Usually it's a very good thing to have friends. Loyal friends who are always willing to do you a favor. But it looks as if Tony Igoe is going to do a good deed by committing a very bad deed. The question is, can one murder avenge another? We'll find out shortly when we return with Act 3.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You're 17. Well, that's plenty old. Old enough to know about things like grass and speed and acid and smack. We probably can't tell you anything about the stuff you haven't already heard, or maybe even found out for yourself. So we don't intend to give you any advice. You wouldn't listen. But the trouble is, neither will your kid brother. He doesn't know half of what you know. He doesn't know how dope can affect your body. He's never spent a violent night hugging a friend who was on a bad trip, or watch a guy nod off in class and fall to the floor. He's just a kid, and a real setup for anybody out there selling the stuff. We'd like to warn your little brother. Too bad he doesn't trust us. We can't get to him. But maybe you can.
An Advertising Council campaign.
Now, the last act of After the Verdict. Listen closely. Here's a sound we don't hear very often. Yes. What with all these electric clocks and digital clocks and electronic clocks, the good old-fashioned ticking that marks off the minutes and hours of the night is rarely heard. But tonight, Ned Murray is hearing that sound. hearing it from a clock which normally purrs softly on his night table. But Ned's hearing is highly sensitive tonight. His brain is tuned like a high-frequency instrument, picking out the slightest vibrations, tuning in on voices he doesn't want to hear.
Sure, I killed that boy, Mr. Murray. I waited in the hallway and I grabbed him. It was like wringing the neck of a chicken. It won't be just for you, Ned. I'd be doing everybody a favor, the whole state, right?
Yes. That's true enough.
They hung better guys than that, and he's walking around 3 years ahead.
Yes.
Everybody has to pay the penalty, right? Why not him?
Yes. It's true. Why shouldn't he pay? A man is murdered. A murderer has to pay. Tony is right. He's right. Hello?
How are you, darling?
I'm all right. I'm in bed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?
No, I was just lying here.
You're not sick, are you?
No.
Well, it's only 10:30. I didn't think you went to bed so early.
I did tonight.
You're angry with me, aren't you?
No, Karen, I'm just tired. I drank too much.
Oh, I knew you'd do that. Ned, I'm so mixed up.
Well, what's there to be mixed up about? The choices are pretty clear, aren't they?
Are they? Not to me, they aren't. I don't think things are ever that simple, especially when it comes to law.
Just ask your father. He knows all about the law. He knows how to make money at it. That proves it.
That isn't fair, Ned.
No, I suppose it isn't.
Don't you remember what he used to say? That if the time ever comes when right and wrong are absolutely clear, there won't be any need for lawyers.
Your father didn't say that, Karen. He was quoting someone.
Who?
Judge Lincoln Arthur, as a matter of fact, the judge at Rydell's trial.
Well, it makes very good sense to me.
Yeah. Judge Arthur always made sense to me, too. Karen, do you mind if I hang up now?
Then you are angry.
No. It's just that I have to make a call. A very important call.
All right, Ned, but will you call me tomorrow?
Yes. If there is one. Good night, Karen. Information? Can you give me the number of Judge Lincoln Arthur?
Sure you don't want any wine, Ned?
No, Judge, thanks. I've sworn off that stuff for the duration of my life.
Sounds like you had yourself a party. Is that when you came up with this parable? Isn't that what you called it?
No, Judge. It's more like a riddle, a legal riddle. The only thing is, I already know the answer.
All right. Let's see if I know it.
It's about a lawyer. A criminal lawyer who defends somebody for murder and does it successfully. He's convinced of his client's innocence, understand? And that helps him get the acquittal. But right after the verdict, he makes a discovery that his client is guilty.
How does he make this discovery?
Is that important?
It might be. Was it on evidence that had appeared at the trial? Evidence he had misinterpreted or concealed unknowingly?
No. It was a confession.
How does he obtain this confession?
It's given to him, unsolicited by his client.
Why?
I don't know. Perversity, pride, ego. Anyway, he knows the truth about his client. And he knows something worse. That the man is more than capable of committing a similar crime. In fact, he boasts of the possibility almost gleefully.
Any witnesses to this confession?
No. And when he's confronted with it, the client denies ever having made it.
You're not asking a legal question, Ned. I'm sure you know where your hypothetical lawyer stands legally. In the middle of nowhere. Is this a moral question, maybe?
Well, you might say that. I mean, if you were that lawyer, Judge, what would you do?
If I were that lawyer, Ned, and if I were your age, I suppose I'd do what you're doing now. I'd get angry. With my client, with myself, maybe even with the law. But if I were practicing now, I think I'd feel different.
How different?
I wouldn't feel anger. Only pity.
Pity? For a man like that?
Yes. Exactly for that kind of man. Man who feels a compulsion to confess must have felt a similar compulsion to kill. They're symptoms of the same disease, Ned. And if there's one thing the law has learned in this century, it's the ability to feel compassion for the emotionally disturbed.
Yeah, he's that all right, but that doesn't...
Ned, this parable of yours, you talking about Louis Rydell?
Yes.
He told you that he murdered Yost?
He did, I swear it. In my office, the same day of the verdict.
Oh, for God's sake, Ned, use your brains. Can't you see that the man's mentally ill? Everything points to it. He killed a boy just for putting an arm around his wife. He confesses when there's no need to confess. Is it worthwhile venting all this anger against such a man?
But he's dangerous. He'll do this again, Judge. If a man just looks cross-eyed at his wife, it'll be another excuse for murder.
If he had confessed this to you before the trial was over...
I would have demanded that he plead guilty. He'd be waiting to serve a life sentence right now.
And Ned, you're forgetting something.
What?
I was the judge at the trial. It was my prerogative to pass sentence, not yours.
It was first-degree murder, premeditated.
Ned, if the jury had brought me a guilty verdict, I would have recommended psychiatric examination with a view to confinement at an institution for the criminally insane.
But you didn't know he was... I mean, even I didn't know he was crazy.
Well, do you know it now? Do you feel it now? Do you recognize that he needs cure more than punishment?
Punishment?
The law only penalizes the guilty, Ned. Isn't that what we all believe in? We don't penalize the sick.
I have to go, Judge. I have something to do.
It's getting pretty late for running errands, Ned. Almost midnight.
Yeah, but this is important, Judge. I have to see someone. I have to tell something very important. Hello? Is this Lucerne Dispatching? My name's Ned Murray. I'm a friend of Tony Igo. No, Murray. That's the last name, not the first. Look, it's very important that I reach Tony as soon as possible, only this is the only number he ever gave me to reach him. But he's got to have a home phone, right? So help me, it's important. It's a matter of... Look, who am I speaking to? Lady, please, I'm in a phone booth and it's pouring like hell and I'm getting soaked. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you that way. Yes, I realize that, but if you could make this one exception. Well, how do you know he isn't home? For God's sakes, it's after midnight. Yes, all right. He couldn't have done that tonight. He couldn't. Taxi!
Lou, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Disappointed?
Where the heck have you been?
I've been taking care of business.
What business? Since when do you sell shoes in the middle of the night?
I was taking care of some competition. That's what I was doing.
What are you talking about?
Go on, pretend you don't know.
But I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know something, Melanie? You make a rotten liar.
I'm not lying. For God's sake, Lou, will you stop staring at me like that?
I'm looking at you the way other men look at you.
What other men?
The one who comes around here every day when I'm out pounding the pavements, peddling those lousy shoes to those stores.
Oh, Lou, nobody comes around. You're just in one of those crazy, jealous moods again.
Well, I got news for you, Pumpkin. There's one boyfriend who's not coming around anymore.
Are you still talking about that poor, dumb grocery boy? Lou, I told you there was...
No, I'm talking about the old guy. One with the white hair. One who's been hanging around here all night, looking up at our window, waiting to make sure that the coast is clear.
You're crazy. Crazy. I don't know any white-haired guys.
Well, you'll never get to know this one, because he's got something wrong with him, baby. He's got a carving knife in his stomach.
Lou. Oh, my God, no. Lou, you didn't.
Yes, I did. So you can forget about seeing your lover boy tonight, baby. You can just forget it. You'll have to be satisfied with just me.
Lou, just tell me it isn't true. Tell me you didn't kill anyone.
It wasn't the first time, Pumpkin. If you keep up the way you're going, it won't be the last. In fact, the next one might be you.
Oh my God. Those police cars. They're coming here.
Lieutenant Gerhardt.
Oh, hi, Ned. What are you doing here?
What's going on? What's all the crowd about?
Oh, wait a minute. You know the victim, don't you? Is that why you're here? You get a tip or something?
Victim? Who?
Tony Igo.
Tony?
Somebody used a knife on him.
Oh, God.
Ironic, isn't it? Probably a dozen guys wanted Tony Igo knocked off, and how does he get it? From a jealous husband.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. And it was your ex-client who did it, that guy Rydell. He caught Tony hanging around the building watching the place. Rydell claims he was after his wife. You know about this, Ned?
It's not true. It's not true, Lieutenant. He didn't even know the woman.
Then what was he doing here?
A favor. He was doing somebody a favor.
What are you talking about?
Look, where is Rydell now?
Upstairs, answering questions. He won't get away. Not like the last time, Counselor.
Yes, it won't be like the last time. Excuse me.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I want to see him. He's entitled to talk to a lawyer, isn't he?
You must be nuts yourself. Half a dozen witnesses saw him do it.
Can I go up, Lieutenant?
You mean you'll defend that screwball again? He's out of his mind. Don't you know that?
Yes, I know. And that's what I'll try to prove. Now, will you please let me see my client?
And so Ned Murray is about to try for still another verdict. This time a verdict which will carry a punishment more befitting to the crime. And something tells me that he'll be very successful. Not just as an attorney, but as a human being. I'll be back shortly.
The time has come for action.
Birth defects are forever unless you help.
A time to be born, a time to die.
The March of Dimes fights birth defects.
A time to heal.
Through medical service programs, scientific research,
a time to
and
speak.
public education.
These are the times that try men's
to
souls.
protect the bodies and minds of our children today and
That's why
tomorrow.
it's time for a change.
So much to do.
So little time.
We must see to it that every child is born healthy, whole,
Now is
perfect.
the time for all good men to come
to the aid of the March of Dimes in its drive to prevent birth
Make
defects.
time stand still. Wake up.
It's later than you think.
Remember, birth defects are forever unless you
The
help.
time has come for
The time has come for action.
Give to the March of Dimes.
Some time ago, a man named Thomas de Quincey said, "If once a man indulges himself in murder, very soon he comes to think very little of robbing. And from robbing, he comes next to drinking. and Sabbath breaking, and from that to incivility and procrastination. Let that be a lesson to all of you. This quotation and this story have come to you through the courtesy of our Radio Mystery Theater. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joseph Julian, Bryna Rayburn, Barbara Caruso, Robert Dryden, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I take it you are referring to Miss Helene Friend?
Where is she?
Back at her hotel. I had her sent back immediately. We did not want to speak to her, just you.
Okay. You have the floor, Mr. Colodanos.
Colodinus, Monsieur Nash. It is an old name. In my country, a revered name.
I'll do my best to remember. Well, continue.
A question, monsieur. Why are you in France?
As we say at home, none of your business.
I like you, Monsieur Nash. You are refreshingly candid. You are working for FNB. You are a trusted, intelligent worker, well thought of.
Thanks for the information. When I get back, I'll put in for a raise.
If you get back, monsieur. If you get back.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
To keep the peace, to build the future. The new mission of your AAF. Peace is the end of war, but not the battle. Peace is no negative thing. It is vital, positive, and precarious. To guard it is a constant vigil. That is the mission of your Army Air Forces. And to bring the American people an authoritative and frank and up-to-the-minute report on the progress of that mission each week is the function of this program, your AAF. Through our on-the-spot reporters at home and abroad, you will hear...
The latest official news on demobilization plans. The story of our occupation air forces direct from your men overseas. The secrets of America's astounding scientific achievements in the air and how they will affect your peacetime future. And tonight, for the first time on the air, the 3 Doolittle flyers just liberated from a Japanese prison camp.
And each week, the Army Air Forces Orchestra will bring you the best of the top tunes of the day.
My husband has been overseas 9 months and has 48 points. How soon can he come back to me?
I just got drafted in the Air Force last month, and I guess I'm going over. But I haven't any special training. What good will I be overseas?
They say we got pilots that fly without a pilot. Are they kidding? What does that mean?
Sure, we built the biggest Air Force in the world, but now it's all over. What are we going to do with all those planes?
Yes, the people want to know, and they are entitled to the answer. Each week on this program, your AAF will bring you an authoritative report on its continuing operations around the world and its plans for the future. As the spearhead of victory, the Army Air Forces were built by millions of Americans in and out of uniform. As your shield for peace, they still remain truly your AAF. And while the men gather in the corners of the earth to start that long, sweet journey back, their closest link with home is still the radio and music. Music in the form Americans they know best. Now the orchestra and Jerome Kern's All the Things You Are. In the face of filthy weather, overwhelmingly superior air forces, and the gravest risk of inevitable death or capture, Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle and his handful of flyers bombed Tokyo. On that raid were Lieutenant Chase J. Nielsen of Hiram, Utah, Lieutenant Robert Height of Earth, Texas, and Sergeant Jacob DeShauser of Madras, Oregon. For 3 years now, listed as missing in action. But with the surrender of Japan, all three were found alive and whole. To meet them as they stepped from a plane at Chungking Airport went AAF combat reporter Captain Howard Sheldon. And now, by Army wire recorder, he brings you the first message home from these survivors of that gallant Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Go ahead, Chungking.
Lieutenant Nielsen, before we ask you one or two questions, is there anyone you'd like to talk to on this wire recorder? Anyone you'd like to deliver a personal message to? I think you've earned the right to break a radio rule here.
Well, sir, I'd certainly like to say hello to my darling wife and my family. It's been a long time I've been away from home, and I'll certainly be glad to get back with them. And back with the rest of you good old American Yankees.
I know they'll be very, very glad to hear that. What's the first thing in the line of food? I know your food hasn't been too good that you want to obtain when you get back to the States.
One large T-bone steak and a good helping of French fries.
How about the other courses? What do you want with that?
Well, I haven't quite decided yet, but it will be plenty.
I certainly hope you get it. What was your job aboard the B-25, Lieutenant Nielsen?
I was a navigator.
Did you ever have any doubts while you were in prison camp as to the outcome of this scrap?
No, sir, I have never had any doubt because I know the cooperation that the American people have.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. I'm going to turn the microphone over to AAF reporter Corporal J. Miltner, who will interview the enlisted man of this crew. Hello, Corporal.
Hello, I'm sergeant now.
You're a sergeant now. My ear.
It's a long time to... It's a long, hard way to make sergeant, but I finally made it.
Well, good. Tell me, what was your position on the ship?
Bombardier.
Bombardier. And when you get back to the States, what do you want most of all?
Cheeseburger.
Anything else?
More see my mother.
Well, that's fine. What was your civilian occupation?
Turkey raiser.
A turkey raiser. Do you plan to go back to that when you get back in the States?
No. I guess I'll go back to preaching now.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, is there anything that you want to say to your family? We're breaking all rules of radio, but I think it's very appropriate at this time that you come out and say what you feel toward your family, wife, or sweetheart. So go right ahead.
Well, Mother, I'm sure glad I'm alive, and I suppose you are, too.
Well, thank you very much, Sergeant. And now back to Captain Sheldon. Our next interviewee is Lieutenant Robert L. Hite of Earth, Texas. And when did you first hear the news of Japan's surrender, Lieutenant Hite?
I first heard the news of the surrender on the 15th day of August.
Where were you at the time?
I was in Peking, sir.
Did the Japanese advise you of that?
Yes.
They came into your cell and told you? Is that how they did it?
They took us out to take a shower, and they said, well, today the war is over.
And needless to say, you were very, very happy. Now, Lieutenant, I want you to go ahead and talk to whomever you wish. Just say it right into this microphone, and we hope that they catch it over the radio back in the States. Go ahead.
Hello, Yankees. Hello, Mother and loving family. I'm coming home.
That was the first radio message home from 3 survivors of the Doolittle raid, picked up by Army wire recorder in Chungking. But while that wire recorder was being rushed by bomber pouch halfway around the world, the Silver Wings of the Air Transport Command were hurrying these men home to America. And at a microphone in Washington tonight is Lieutenant, now Captain, Robert Hite, home at last. Go ahead, Captain Hite.
I don't know how to put into words what I want to say. I'm still pretty confused. Mainly, I'm home. I don't think anyone could tell you how that feels to me, or to Captain Nielsen and Sergeant DeShazer. We'd like to thank America for remembering us, and we thank God that we are alive today. I don't know what we expected America to look like, but it was a surprise. She hadn't changed at all, and that was good. A fellow doesn't get too much news in a prison camp, and in these last few days we've been sort of catching up. Jet planes, atomic bombs, rocket guns, real Buck Rogers stuff. If there should ever be a next time, America may not stay the same. If we need planes, if we need money for research, if we need men and training, they've got to be there in case. Because take it from 3 guys who spent 3 years thinking maybe they never would see her again. America is a pretty wonderful place.
Thank you, Captain Height. This is your AAF. Join us next week for a half hour of music by the AAF Orchestra and singing voices, first-hand news of your men in the service, and authoritative reports of our continuing operations to keep the peace, to build the future, the mission of your AAF.
Here's a bulletin from our New York newsroom, San Diego, California. Vice Admiral John Sidney McCain, 61, commander of the famous Navy Task Force 38, died of a heart attack at his home in nearby Coronado tonight. This bulletin was from our New York newsroom. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The President of the United States sent a message to the Congress in which he outlined the program which he feels must be adopted to meet the problems of peace. Tonight, Mr. John W. Snyder, Director of the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion, will discuss from Washington the President's message and the problems of reconversion. Mr. John W. Snyder.
Good evening. We have now begun to work towards the goals for which we fought the war. The enemy would have destroyed our way of living if he could. Fortunately, we have destroyed the enemy. We have proven the strength of the democratic system. Now we can get on with our job of building a greater America with greater opportunities for everyone. We're all working on that job. The Congress has cut short its well-earned vacation to put into force a strong legislative program that will speed the transition from war to peace. Today, President Truman has laid his recommendations before the Congress. Some of the legislation recommended is intended to meet the immediate needs of our economy. Some of it has a longer-range view. Every one of us should know as much as possible about the job ahead. It is no harder than the task we have just completed victoriously. But it will not be an easy job. Nevertheless, we enter upon this new task with complete confidence. We have proven our strength in a production battle such as the world has never seen before. We know that we can build a greater and more prosperous America for every American. When we set out to win the war, we took an inventory of our resources. We looked at the job that had to be done, and then we expanded and developed those resources to do the job. That was our national grand strategy. I think we may say, and with appropriate pride, that it was well done. Now we are working out a strategy of equal or greater importance to achieve an enduring and widespread prosperity. Our resources are largely the same with which we won the war. They are the largest production plant in the world. They are the know-how of business, the management that ran those plants. They are the energy and the initiative and the vigor of all our workers, of all our people. This will be increased now because millions of men and women are coming back from the armed forces. They are coming back with eagerness for this new task. It is the one thing they have been thinking about throughout the years of the war, getting home again and becoming once more a working and producing part of the growing America they love. Our resources, therefore, are considerable. We know that we can and will expand them if they're needed. But what is the job we have to do? Briefly, we have to close out our wartime business and speed up on all peacetime activities. Closing out wartime business is complicated, but the steps that have to be taken are largely a matter of using everyday procedures of the business world. Suppose we take a look at how the job is going along. The first step in closing out wartime business is for the government to cancel its contracts for war goods. We have cut our munitions production 60% below the July level. In December, the cut will rise to 80%. The rest is needed to take care of our troops overseas, occupying enemy countries, and here at home. That's a good start. The next step is to settle up accounts with businessmen on the canceled contract. The government intends to complete settlement of terminated contracts within a year. Present performance indicates that this can be accomplished if business will do its part by filing claims promptly. A third step is to clear war factories of government-owned machinery and the odds and ends of war production. This has to be done so that the factories can be retooled quickly for peacetime production. The government is required by law to clear plants within 60 days after a manufacturer requests it. So far, the government has met this schedule very well. So much for closing out war business. Now suppose we look at some of the steps for expanding peacetime production. First of all, the men and women who produce the goods for war have to be free to return to peacetime jobs and peacetime production. Within 10 days after Japan surrendered, 2,700,000 men and women had been released from war work. Of these, 900,000 immediately were shifted to other jobs within the same plant. Within the next 6 or 8 weeks, another 1.5 million to 2 million workers are expected to be released. This is a great many, and they will be further augmented by releases from the armed service. Within 10 months, the Army plans to discharge approximately 6 million, and the Navy 2,800,000. Obviously, our economy as a whole will have to be operating at high speed before all these workers can be put back to work. For some, the wait will be brief. For others, it will be longer. In his message today, the President recommended to Congress that the United States Employment Service continue for the present to operate as a national chain of offices until the shift of war workers and veterans to peacetime jobs is safely made. These offices are important in helping to bring jobs and job hunters together quickly. Only by filling all jobs and filling them as quickly as they become vacant can we be really sure that we will move swiftly through the transition to peace. The second step in speeding up peacetime activities falls into 2 parts. One of these is a swift release of materials formerly needed for war. This is being accomplished by cancellation of war contracts which formerly used those materials, and by the action of the War Production Board in removing a great many of its wartime controls so that the economy can operate freely. The second part of this step calls for parallel and concerted action by various agencies of the government to increase production under the guidance of my office and the Office of Economic Stabilization. Responsibility for speeding reconversion of factories and for assuring the widest possible distribution of materials which remain scarce with the War Production Board. It has retained a few very important controls to accomplish this. The War Production Board also has given special assistance to small business and has set up machinery so that it can swiftly find and break any production bottlenecks that develop. Price and rent ceilings remain the responsibility of the Office of Price Administration and the Secretary of Agriculture. These agencies will protect the consumer everywhere against undue increase. At the same time, they must adjust price ceilings which threaten to slow up reconversion. Prices already have been set on many products which have been off the market during the war years. For consumers, these prices are close to the 1942 level. Ceilings on other articles will be established on the same principles of fairness both to the consumer and to business. Wage adjustment is the responsibility of the National War Labor Board, which has been authorized to increase wages where low pay would interfere with reconversion or would prevent expansion for production, giving full consideration to price ceiling control. Wage increases, like the adjustment of price ceiling, must be watched closely to prevent inflation. The stabilization of our price and cost structure is most important to the expansion of industry, and it is equally important to every individual citizen. Until enough goods are being manufactured to meet the demands of those who want to buy, the government must hold the line against inflation on those articles that remain scarce. At the same time, it must make sure that the national income continues high for the sake of the country's future prosperity. Stabilization is a many-sided problem. There is a great deal of money in circulation, while many of the commodities that people want to buy still are not available for a while. There is a big demand for goods generally, and that is good. But rental and price ceilings must be kept in force for the time being, wherever the supply does not approach a balance with the demand. This is for the protection of buyers everywhere, who must make their income cover the things they wish to buy. It is also for the protection of business, which must be sure its costs, and which would be equally damaged by runaway prices. There will also be pressures towards deflation. Unemployment, even though temporary, will be one of these. Because these factors reduce the purchasing power of the people, they tend to have a depressing influence upon our entire economy. Some parts of the country will feel the effect of this more than others, but if allowed to continue, all of us would feel it. To combat this threat of deflation, as well as to meet the human needs of the workers, the President today recommended that the Congress broaden the government's policy on benefits for the unemployed. This would be done by authorizing federal supplements to the payments made to the unemployed in the various states, and by increasing the duration of these payments. Also by extending unemployment benefits to workers who are not protected now. The President further recommended revision of the Fair Labor Standards Act to provide higher minimum wage. There is a third major step in the drive to change over our economy swiftly from war to peacetime prosperity. It concerns financing. The government already has machinery in operation to cooperate with commercial banks by guaranteeing loans for reconversion of plants and on canceled contracts pending settlement. The government also will assist in making business loans to veterans and to businessmen. In addition, the President recommended to Congress that Congress revise taxes to encourage the expansion of business. These are some of the main steps our nation is taking in order to win for us an enduring and stable prosperity. The President has outlined other parts of our grand strategy, but I cannot in this brief time discuss all of them. But I do want to mention a few. The President has endorsed legislation that would recognize full employment as the economic goal of our country. He has recommended appropriations for state aid roads, for planning public works for the future, and for resuming slum clearance in cooperation with local government and private industry. For agriculture, the President has requested the continuation of the price support and crop insurance programs and the stimulation of export trade. Special assistance has been recommended for small business. These acts by the Congress and the operation of the executive agency under the leadership of President Truman provide the framework in which the government will work for the speedy transition to peacetime production. We are going ahead. We're going to build a greater America with greater opportunities for every American. There is no mystery about the way this will be done. We, every man and woman of us, will do this job in the same way that we won the war. We will apply to it every human and material resource of the nation. We have made a good beginning, but we must continue to appraise the situation realistically. So far, we have only begun the task of changing our economy from war to peacetime prosperity. I know that some of us feel that after the long grind of the war, we would like to take things a little easy for a while. I wish this were possible. However, it is no more possible now than it would have been possible to win the war if our armies had stopped at the German border or we had quit fighting at Iwo Jima. We have to keep pushing day by day to get the machinery of production rolling and to build the great America we all want. Yes, we have made a good start, but we shall need the combined efforts of all of us to finish the job. The government will do its full share. Mindful of the interests of the whole people, it will assist each group to do its part in bringing the nation from war to an enduring and prosperous peace.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, today the President of the United States sent a message to Congress in which he outlined the program which he feels must be adopted to meet the problems of peace. And this evening from Washington, D.C., We've had the pleasure of listening to Mr. John W. Snyder, Director of the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion, discussing the President's message to Congress on the problems of peace. Mr. Snyder spoke to you from the studios of WMAL in Washington, D.C. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
In all my life, I've only seen a dozen real killers. But I've seen 10,000 people who will sit back and let murder happen. Which is the greater evil?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanford. Pardon me.
Yes.
You dropped these by the desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
The glove that holds a lady's hand holds a world of prettiness.
Really?
Yes. My name is...
I am not interested in your name. I don't wish to know it. I don't wish to know you. And if I did, this would not be the day, the hour, nor the place.
I quite understand.
Then if you'll kindly release my hand.
Oh, of course.
Again, thank you very much.
Oh, pretty lady, not too impressed with Mr. Paladin.
We are all entitled to mistakes, hey boy.
Oh, yes, but how often?
Seldom, the time, the place, and the loved one all together.
And husband make 3. Telegram come for you.
Oh?
Answer?
Yes. Wire back. Have gun. Will travel.
Crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The inspiration and guidance you and they will receive from spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshipping together brings your family closer together, too, and supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
In a way, I was sorry to leave San Francisco just as Christmas was coming on. The shop windows, already frosted, were filled with all those wonderful surprises, which seemed to appear only at the Christmas season. And there was an excitement in the eyes of passers-by, young and old alike. In the air, there was the smell of cookies and cakes and candies. It was a good time to be in San Francisco. And yet the telegram from Colorado Territory left me little choice. It was a long trip and a cold one. And as I got closer to my destination, I heard more about the man named Beecher, the man who had hired me. And I didn't like what I heard. Matt Beecher was a hard man, and he ran his cattle empire with an iron fist. It was the day before Christmas when I arrived at the Beecher Ranch.
You got business here, cowboy?
I was told I'd find Matthew Beecher here.
You found him. I pay you $25 a month if I like your work. This is my foreman, Tater. He'll sign you on. Howdy.
No, I didn't come here to hire on as a hand, Mr. Beecher.
Oh, what did you come for, then?
My name is Paladin. You may remember this.
Have gun, will travel. So?
Well, you sent me a wire asking my help, something about your boy. As I understand it, he was carried off during the Sioux War 6 years ago?
Well, you're too late, mister. I got him back.
Just a few days ago, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, well, I'm glad everything worked out.
It has. Tater, ride him out to the stage trail. He's going to start back now.
And Mr. Beecher, it's a long trip from San Francisco. I'll take travel expenses for my trouble.
You'll get nothing. Put him off the ranch, Tater.
Mr. Beecher?
What?
Does the boy speak any English?
No, he don't. Why?
You speak any Indian dialect?
No.
Well, don't you want to talk to your son?
You speak the Pawnee dialect?
Some.
All right, Tater. Take him up to the main house. We'll talk about them expenses later.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Paladin. Maybe I better set you straight about something.
What's that?
Well, we ain't too sure the boy is Matt Beecher's son.
Well, he seems sure enough.
Yeah, well, Matt's sure of everything. He found the boy riding off from a small band of Pawnees 3-4 days ago. Matt just says, "That's my boy," and takes him.
Huh. Well, what do you think, Tater?
Well, he looks Indian to me. Of course, Robbie was only 2 when the Indians took him. That was when they killed Mrs. Beecher, too. And that nearly finished Matt off when they killed his wife.
Tater, is that you?
Yep. Mr. Paladin, this here's my wife, Maudie.
Maudie?
Mr. Paladin?
How's the boy today, Maudie?
Well, same as yesterday and the day before.
Is he sick?
Well, not hardly. It's just we got to keep an eye on him every minute or he'll squirt away. Boy! Hey, boy! There he is, Mr. Paladin. About as wild as any animal that I've ever seen.
Poor little thing.
Well, what do you think?
Well, about 8 years old, I should think.
Be about right.
He could be white. If some of that grime were scraped off him, it's hard to say.
Hard to scrape it off, too.
Well, what's he say?
I haven't talked to him yet, Mr. Beecher.
Well, talk to him. I'm paying you.
Kono la teshi. Shishoni kiburi kiman.
Siwa. Kalate Shishona Kyo. Tegate.
His name is Chiwa. His father is Kalate, chief of the Pawnees.
You listen to me, boy. I'm your daddy. I'd sell my own soul. I'd give it away before I'd lose you again.
He don't understand you, Mr. Beecher.
Well, he's got to feel something this strong, lingo or no lingo. Now, boy, you listen to me.
Tika.
What's the matter with him?
He's afraid of you.
Miss Beecher? Mr. Beecher?
What do you want?
It's Indians, Mr. Beecher.
Indians?
Pawnees.
Well, what about them?
Well, they're setting up camp.
Where?
They're over on the East Range.
So they finally come for the boy. All right, Tater.
Yes, sir.
Turn the men out. Make sure they all have rifles.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
Before you start shooting, why don't you find out for sure if this really is your boy?
I told you before, I know he's my boy.
You want to believe that, but you aren't sure.
All right, Paladin, say it out. What are you asking for?
Time to talk with those Pawnees.
Well, you go talk then, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. No matter what lies they give you, that boy's mine. And if they try to come after him, there'll be the bloodiest massacre you ever seen.
Of all leading filtered cigarettes, Kent filters best. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
I rode out to the Pawnee camp knowing I had little time and less chance to stop a needless killing. There were squaws, braves, sitting, wandering. There were a hungry people and a lost people. At a tattered teepee, I found Kalete, chief of the Pawnees.
Kalate was
Once man who greeted white man like brother. Now he wanders, hungry, forgotten like the gray wolf.
I'm sorry. I wondered why Kalate was on this trail.
White man steal children.
Kalate will agree. A man may claim his own son.
She was my son.
Is he white?
She was my son.
I ask again, is he white?
Skin is leather bag God made to hold the soul. Color of bag no matter. He was traded from the Sioux. Our blood has mixed.
But his is white.
He is my son. I take him back.
Kalate, if you take the boy, there'll be killing. This white man has many rifles.
Can rifles kill what has been killed already? Look at my camp. When there is no game, my people starve. We are driven from land, and winter is here. But we move no more. We stay here. Soon we take my son.
Hello, Marty.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
Well, what's going on inside there?
Oh, everyone's shining up clean. We're going to celebrate Christmas, Mr. Beecher, too.
Mr. Beecher?
Well, I know you won't believe it, but Tater did the trick. Says to Mr. Beecher, maybe the boy will remember Christmas. Ain't that a good one? Indian boy bringing us Christmas. First time since Mr. Beecher lost his wife. Oh, got to find some more mesquite for decorating. We're going to have singing and eating and everything.
Sounds fine, Marty.
Well, Paladin, you see the chief?
I talked to him.
What'd he say?
He's your son.
I told you he was. You tell them Injuns to get their squaws and their tents off my property?
No.
Why not? You want them all killed?
I want you to understand that Chief Kalate feels that the boy is his son, too, and he feels it very strongly. If you talk to him, I'd be glad to act as interpreter.
The only way I'll talk to him and his flea-bitten braves is with rifle fire.
Listen, Beecher. Chief Kalate is the only father the boy has ever known. You kill him. How are you going to explain that to the boy?
You speak Pawnee. You can explain it.
You're wrong, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah?
I couldn't explain that in any language.
Tater, I said rations, not all these fancy victuals.
Well, it's Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Now, look. Listen to me, all of you. Listen. If one calf wanders off tonight, we work double tomorrow, even if it is Christmas Day.
All right, boys. The cider's sitting over there just a-waiting. You can't get no stouter, so get to it.
Tater!
Marty, what is it?
The boy's gone.
Gone?
They come and took him.
Was it the Pawnees took him?
Yes, sir.
You knew about this, Paladin.
I thought they'd try, but not so soon.
Get your rifles.
Now, just wait a minute. You're always reaching for a rifle. There's no need for rifles. No hurry. The Pawnees aren't going anywhere. They're tired of running.
Preaching from a gunslinger. You just been aching to speak a piece. Well, speak it, Paladin. Talk don't mean nothing. Say anything you want. I'll still have the last say.
Well, I'm far from being a preacher. But I do know something about killing. Now, these Indians, rightly or wrongly, believe the boy is theirs. And few people love children like the Pawnees. Now, the Chief Kalate might have given up the boy. He knows a wealthy rancher could give the boy more than a starving Indian could, and they're starving. Properly treated, he still might give up the boy. On the other hand, these Pawnees can't run anymore. They're tired. But they would rather die here tonight than give up the child to force. It won't be hard to massacre them. They have no guns. All you have to do is stay out of arrow range. And those you only wound, well, someone will have to press a muzzle against their heads and pull a trigger. Now, this is no Christmas message. I haven't even suggested that to a starving man, food may carry more weight than rifles. As Mr. Beecher can tell you, sentiments like peace Like goodwill, and love, and brotherhood, they're just words. Unless you already know what they mean. And if you don't, even if this were a chapel and I were a preacher, such words would do no good.
Well, I ain't got much to say. We're going out to kill some Injuns. One Injun in particular. Anybody that wants can stay here and draw his time, if you think you can find another job. And those who ain't going with me, speak up. Right now. Yeah. That's the story since the beginning, Mr. Paladin. The belly always wins out.
My dear Watson, with all due respect to Sherlock Holmes, let us establish one fact clearly. There is nothing elementary about the shrewd deductions Eric Severide makes as he analyzes world affairs on CBS Radio. As chief Washington correspondent for CBS News, Mr. Severide has open to him almost every possible source of information. Experience has sharpened his perspective and given him an extraordinary working knowledge of the forces that make history. It's taught him to view each new development in terms of cause and effect. Each Monday through Friday night, as you join Eric Severide on most of these same stations, you'll find his news analysis remarkably free of snap judgments and predetermined conclusions. You'll discover, too, that his carefully considered appraisals of the news not only contain real clues as to what is going on in the world, but also they make the news as exciting as any Arthur Conan Doyle story.
As Beecher's men spilled out of the doorway of the main house to change clothes and get their rifles, I slipped out the back way and, taking the first horse I saw, headed for the Indian camp. Somehow I had to keep Matt Beecher from starting a bloodbath he might not be able to stop. Even as Kalati and I talked, I knew there were horses moving in the darkness beyond the Indians' fires. Beecher's horses.
You are a wise man, my son, but we stay.
A man without a gun still might run.
No place to run. I have forgotten how to kill, but not how to die.
Well, what good does this do the boy?
Could he take another father after this?
We got the camp surrounded. You want to explain that to the chief, Paladin?
He knows it.
You going to stand with them instead of with your own people? I asked you a question.
I heard you.
Tater? Hold up, Tater!
Women.
Hold your fire, boys. That's Morty.
Women, what are they doing here?
Mr. Paladin!
Over here, Maudie.
We got food and things for them Indians. There's 15 or 20 of us. Is it all right to come in there?
It's the most all right thing in the world, Maudie. Come on.
All right, ladies. Get your baskets and get it.
What is?
Call your squaws, Chief. Call your children. Call the boy. They're bringing food and gifts for your people.
Shiva, Holonge, Honemo.
Well, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Paladin.
I guess you don't look very friendly to them.
What do we say?
Oh. I'd suggest you try Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas?
Christmas.
Maudie, this is Kalate. He's the chief of the Pawnees.
How do you do?
Oh.
Well, I only got one pair of hands. Here, you take this basket.
Hold on there, Morty. I'm with you.
Hello, Tater.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
I come in too, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Pete.
Now, what Beecher's doing is wrong, and I don't care if I do get fired.
Well, look, Mr. Paladin, all the men are coming in.
Why, Morty, you ain't rightly dressed for riding.
Well, ladies, none of us have time to change, but you sure don't have to look.
Well, Chief, there'll be no bloodletting tonight.
Christmas?
That's right. They call it Christmas. It's a time of the year when people pretend there is no evil in the world.
Yeah, I like.
Everybody likes. What about the boy, Chief? His name is Robbie Beecher. His skin is white. Chief?
My boy.
His boy, Chief. You can return the seed to the plant that bore it. He can't take it, nor can I, nor can anyone.
talk to, boy?
I'll talk to his father.
Hold it, Paladin. Right there.
He'll give you the boy, Beecher.
What?
You can take him home tonight. The chief is talking to him now, telling him that you're his father.
I'll kill you, Paladin, if this is some kind of way of getting back at me. When do I get my boy?
I haven't been paid yet. $1,000 cash.
Well, I haven't got it with me.
Well, when can you have it?
Tomorrow?
Then give it to the chief so he can buy some land for himself and his people.
I'll do better than that. I'll give him some land. I feel like I should give something.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Paladin.
Paladin.
Good afternoon, hey boy.
When you come back?
Last night, late. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, no. Wait, not her. You met her once, remember?
I remember. She's always dropping her glove.
Oh, too bad. I trouble. Oh.
I beg your pardon. You dropped your glove.
Oh, so I did.
May I pick it up?
You may.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself.
Well, please do.
My name is Paladin.
My name is Eugenie Meyer, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. There's a princess named Eugenie.
I'd rather hear about that glove that holds a lady's hand.
Holds a world of prettiness?
Yes. I like that beginning better. Is there more?
Oh, there's a great deal more, I assure you. But one question, why the change of heart?
Well, it's more a change of mind. The change of heart can come later.
But why? You were very confident in your rejection the last time we met.
Well, you were very confident of yourself, Mr. Paladin. Christmas seems to have humbled you. And me.
Then we're both very fortunate. Now we can meet.
Yes.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Jess Kirkpatrick, Roy Woods, Richard Beals, Ann Morrison, and Virginia Christine. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't suppose I'm alone in a fantasy I often have when I look at some paintings. A sleepy, quiet house among trees. A street that turns a corner behind the painted buildings. A dark, mysterious cave burnt like a smoking hole in the side of a bright, sun-drenched Arizona cliff. Well, I could go on, but I won't. What all of them have in common is the tempting allure of dreaming that it might be possible to step into the frame and visit that house, round that corner, explore that cave. A tug so strong that it pulls you towards the canvas as though hypnotized. If you've ever had that feeling, or even if you haven't, this is what our story is all about.
Watch that old man. He sits there like no one is there but him and that screwy painting.
Leave him alone. The guy could be deaf or a mute. A museum is a place for a lot of people. It's like an escape.
I get waves from this one. I think he's got to be watched. There's something eating him about that painting, and it's our job to protect it.
Our mystery drama, Portrait of a Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Fresnick Museum is not one of the world's great art collections, but it is surely one of the most eclectic, by which I mean the rich man who left it and his house to the city was extremely choosy about what he liked or disliked. It contains a wide-ranging potpourri of special and disparate gems, from a Rubens to a Paul Klee, from ancient Byzantine through the most literal of English 19th century painting, to the Impressionists, the Cubists, and even a smattering of pop art. And, most important to us, the only museum in the world in which hangs a W.H. Haskell, and thereby hangs our tale.
Are you worrying about that picture again, Charlie?
Darn thing haunts me. You know what I mean? Why don't they hang it in a better light?
It's just the right light for a chiaroscuro, Charlie.
Yeah, what?
Italian word.
Oh, here we go again. Just because your father was born in Florence, that makes you the big art expert. Whatever you said. Well, what's the word in plain English?
Well, there isn't any. Chiaroscuro means, the arrangement or treatment of the light and dark parts in a work of art, whether color or black and white.
Yeah, but this painting here ain't in black and white.
No, it's a monochrome.
A what?
Well, like it's done in different tones of all one color, kind of green-like.
Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, that's what it is. All green. And spooky and crawly like cheese mold. Ugh.
Charlie, you don't like the picture. Why do you moon around over it all the time?
It ain't me. It's him.
Who?
The little old guy who's been coming in the last couple of weeks. Just around this time, after you go off.
And?
And nothing. He sits on a bench there, leaning on a stick, and keeps staring at this here picture. Like he was waiting for something to move or something. I don't know.
To move? What could move? There are no figures in it.
Well, I know what could move. Maybe he expects somebody sneaking around in all them trees.
Oh, come on, Charlie. You're letting the job get to you. Now, I get crazy notions sometimes, living here in the past, like it was with the dead, with the quiet and all. But I thought you being older, it wouldn't get to you. I guess I was wrong.
That ain't the deal, Joe. I mean, anybody that gets tied up in something dead and gone at my age gives me goosebumps. I don't figure to be around so long.
You? You'll bury your nephews and your cousins. What is it?
Here he comes.
Here who comes?
The viewer. With the scarf and all. Let's make ourselves scarce, and you'll see what I mean.
Why do I come here? Because Somewhere, sometime, a man named John Brown has to be remembered. If not for himself, at least for what he could give of himself. Who would have imagined out of all the seemingly total failure of my life, this one last unexpected piece of immortality remains, and how bitter that it had to be this, the visual representation of everything that brought me disaster and tragedy.
Just watch him.
Charlie, I'm hired by the museum to watch a lot more than a sad gray old man who comes in for lunch and a rest.
Look at him. He'll sit there and stare at that painting without moving from now till closing time. Oh, what is it that grabs him so?
Well, why don't you ask him?
You want to come with me for a minute? I'll show you why.
Okay.
Nice looking picture, huh? Well, it's one of my own favorites. It really seems to get to you, sir.
Forget it, Charlie. Let's move.
Yeah, just a second. You happen to know the artist or something?
Come on, Charlie.
Okay. You see? It's like no one was there but him and that screwy picture.
Don't bother him. The guy could be a deaf or a mute. A museum is a special place for lots of guys. It's an escape. Deaf, mute, how I wish I were and sightless or dead. Only I cannot die as long as any trace remains, and this is all that's left. Oh, my sweet God, have I not suffered enough? Can I not at last make the final sacrifice and atone for all my crimes? Is there no way back? Some hope to change the future? I am alone. Nobody watching me. Could I step into that frame and back into the past? Could I relive it again? Somehow change the course of fate? How long will I hesitate to try? What am I waiting for? If it is to be any time, let it be now.
Joe.
What is it now, Charlie?
Hey, old guy, sitting on the bench, watching the picture.
We're back at the picture again.
He just suddenly disappeared.
His age. He probably has weak kidneys.
No, I don't mean that. He just walked into the alcove toward the picture. And when I moved around so I could see into it, he was gone. As though he stepped into the frame and out of this world.
Hey, look, Charlie, are you all right?
Oh, I'm all right, yeah. I know what I'm talking about. Now, come here.
Look, Charlie,
Don't argue. Come here. Now, look. Look at the picture.
That picture's an obsession with you.
Look at it closely. Yeah, right there, on the path, moving up towards the front door.
Charlie, I think you're flipping out. Now, you know there are no figures in that painting.
Just look.
I'm looking. I don't see anything.
It said Kiss Couture, or whatever you call it. It's hard to see in the shadows and the same color and what light there is, but he's there. Just the same. Creeping up towards the door.
Who's there?
The viewer. The old guy disappeared from the bench.
Oh, you gotta be crazy. There's nobody there.
Oh, how could you see without your glasses? Put 'em on.
There aren't enough crazies wander in here from the outside. I gotta live with one on the inside. Okay. So my glasses are on. Where is he?
You took too long. Didn't you see? He just went around the corner of the building to the back.
You are as nutty as a fruitcake. I didn't see that.
I wish I hadn't. You know what he was wearing?
What?
A tweed suit with knickers and high shoes with a skip cap. I ain't seen an outfit like that since I was a boy myself. Just before World War I.
The Braxton House. That damn Braxton House.
From the beginning, it both lured me and repelled me. Just the house itself. Long before I'd met and fallen in love with Polly and learned to hate Gilbert Fairley, the smooth, suave guardian her father appointed when he died. Gilbert Fairley. Surely one of the most ironic names for a man who was driven to win, but happiest when he could do it by cheating or hurting or destroying the loser. That summer of 1917, sneaking around the corner of that bewitching yet lonesome house, I was bound and determined he wouldn't get away with it with me.
Charlie, I don't know if you're putting me on, but if you're not, I'm really going to start worrying about you.
Joe, I swear, first off, I noticed the old man had disappeared from where he was sitting. And then I seen the guy in the picture, moving, dressed just like I said. But that wasn't what scared me so much.
Hmm? What was it?
Right here, on the path. You see where there's kind of a spot of moonlight, sunlight, or whatever it is?
Yeah?
Right there. He stopped for a moment. And he sort of looked back over his shoulder. Just long enough so I could get a glimpse of his face.
Right. Mm-hmm. And he looked like Boris Karloff.
No. But so help me, I know who he did look like. Or the way he could have looked back there around that time.
Yeah, and now you're going to tell me it was your bench sitter, right? Your, what is it you call him, your viewer?
That's just what I'm telling you. I'll lay $1 to donuts that old bum used to visit or sneak into this house around 50 years ago when he was a young guy.
So maybe he did. But what's it to you? What do you care?
I don't know. I just sure give a hell of a lot to know what went on in that house that was strong enough to call a man back from today to walk through that frame to yesterday.
So, what do we have? An elder citizen filling a job who is slipping into senility without realizing it? Or a valid case of dreams come true. An old man who has come back from Lord knows what to moon over a picture that represents his youth and in some magical way has beckoned him back to it to change the course of events or only to relive them. I shall return shortly. The year 1917. America was racked with the agonizing debate over whether or not America should enter the Great War, which was raging in Europe. But somehow, individuals continued to be as absorbed as ever in their own personal problems. For example, a young man with the undistinguished name of John Brown, an artist with limited prospects and even more limited funds, fell helplessly in love with a young heiress named Polly Braxton, and she with him. I mention this only because if, I repeat, it were possible for someone to step back through a picture frame into the past, and that man happened to be John Brown, this is where he would have found himself.
It was a long wait, as always, for Polly in the gazebo. But at last she came quickly and silently to my arms and back to my waiting heart.
Oh, John, darling, forgive me for being so late. I couldn't get away from him tonight.
It doesn't matter. Now you're here. I love you, Polly.
And I love you. I don't understand why he's so dead set against you, knowing it's what I want.
I'm an artist, which automatically means I have nothing. How could I support you?
Who cares about money? I have plenty for both of us.
Not till you're 21. Oh, I couldn't live off you anyway, Polly.
Only till you're a successful artist and everyone realizes how wonderful you are.
Well, I'll tell you something. I don't say I'm going to be famous, but I think I found a sponsor.
Who?
Mrs. Chelton Fresnick.
That ancient old grass widow?
Oh, grass she might be. Ancient she isn't exactly.
Why, Johnny Brown, I'm surprised at you, scarcely 22. She must be all of 30 and beyond. And everyone knows her husband was old enough to be her father or more when they married.
And all things considered, he ought to have been your guardian instead of...
Instead of me, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Fairley.
Gilbert, I didn't see you approaching.
I made no effort to conceal my approach. I'm even carrying a torch, as you can see. I was not aware you had an appointment with Mr. Brown tonight. A clandestine appointment.
I need no protection against Johnny.
I hope you never have cause to regret those words. I intend to do all in my power to make sure you don't.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Fairley.
I will ask you not to meddle in family matters, Mr. Brown. I'll talk to you in a moment. Polly, take this torch. Mind your way along the path.
I'm not leaving.
You will do as I tell you, or I swear by heaven I will lock you in your room till your 21st birthday. The torch. It will light you back to the house.
Do as he says.
You're sure you want me to leave?
Trust me, darling.
I do. Good night.
You are never going to see my ward again. I'm warning you, John Brown. I'm carrying a gun at this moment and consider you a trespasser. This time I'll let you go. But if you ever show up at Braxton House again, I will shoot you on sight.
I may show up with a gun myself.
You won't get very far. From now on, I'm turning loose trained dogs who'll tear any stranger within the property apart.
I left quietly enough, my tail between my legs, but not as far as Mr. Gilbert Fairley thought I'd gone. By the front of the house, I doubled back to the trellis in the wisteria and was up on the porch roof in a moment, knocking at Polly's window gently.
What is it?
Polly, do you love me?
You know I do. But what?
Then let me in. We've got to talk about our future, if we're ever going to have any.
Hey, Joe. Not the W.H. Haskell again.
Yeah.
What is it this time?
The guy that was sneaking up the path.
Yeah?
I just saw him climbing up on top of the porch. And one of the windows was lighted up there.
Oh, come on, Charlie.
Not only that, but... What happened?
Nothing happened, isn't that it?
The window's closed. The light's out. It's just like it was before.
Yeah, and just the way it's always been.
Elope, Johnny?
It's our only hope. I told you what he said. He'd shoot me or turn the dogs on me if I tried to come back and see you.
But how? Well, how can we get married? I mean, without his consent.
Cross the state line. And you're old enough in that state without consent.
How would we get there? What would we live on?
I have a sponsor, remember? I'm sure if I talk to her, she'll buy the rest of what I've got. She's already brought one of my paintings, and I have that saved up, a whole $100. That would pay for the wedding and the trip and all.
But couldn't Gilbert have the marriage annulled?
Not if you... Well, I mean, not if...
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, darling. We'll do it.
I'll meet you at Four Oaks on the way to church. I can borrow a Model T and we can drive all that day and make it across the state line in time to be married. By the time Fairley gets back, finds you gone, traces you, if he can, everything will be... Well, I mean, it won't be till Monday morning, and by then I'm...
Oh, stop stammering, darling. I want to belong to you. To be yours. And once I am, he'll just have to accept things as they are. Till Sunday.
Till Sunday. You'll never regret it. You'll never regret it. If either of us could ever have dreamed. But at that moment I was too concerned with another problem that lay ahead of me, which also concerned a woman. My sponsor, Marcia Fresnick.
Poor Johnny Brown. Who would have expected you this late? And wasn't it clever of you to pick the maid's night out? Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Fresnick, but, well, something has come up that
All right, Johnny. But do we have to talk about it in the hall? Let's go inside and be comfortable. And does it have to be Mrs. Fresnick?
Well, now...
Come on and sit beside me on the couch. Now, let's get that unhappy frown off our handsome face and tell Mama what the trouble is.
Well, you kind of like the sort of thing I do, don't you?
Well, I don't know. You haven't exactly started doing it yet.
I met my painting.
Oh, that.
Well, I mean, you did say something about helping me, and you did sort of promise to be my patron. You bought one picture from me.
Yes, I did. And let's be fair to Chilton. He recognized your talent. For painting, that is. He thought you had quite a future.
But you don't?
Well, I'm temporarily interested in the present.
Well, so am I.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear it. Do you want to tell me why?
Marcia. How'd you like to have all of me?
Well, now, that's quite a proposition. Why this sudden, capitulation, if that's the word?
Well, because I need money. I paint because I want to, and everything I paint, I never want to let go, never want to sell, but it's... Well, just now I need money.
Oh, is that all? Don't be silly. I have plenty for both of us, and you can still hang on to your precious canvases.
Plenty? For both of us? I don't understand.
Well, let's not talk about that in the living room. We could make it all much clearer upstairs.
Upstairs?
Oh,
now, look. Marcia, I don't need money. Well, gee, I wasn't suggesting that, Jehoshaphat. Well, I need money for us to get married.
Married?
Well, I don't mean to you. I mean to Polly.
Polly? Oh, you mean Polly Braxton? Gerald Fairley would never let you have her. He has his sights on her for himself.
Mr. Fairley, he's old enough to be...
Now, let's not discuss who's old enough to be who's what. And I don't want to talk about that silly little baby like Polly. Let's just concentrate on us.
Sure, but what...
Through my husband's connections, I can arrange a one-man show for your paintings. But that will take time. In the meantime, there's you and me.
I can't wait for a showing. I just like to be able to sell all I have to raise some cash.
So you can try to marry Polly Braxton?
Yes.
You prefer her to me?
Well, Marcia, it's different with us.
You're damn right it is. You don't mind letting yourself out, do you? Since in a larger sense, you already have.
The first thing the following morning, I went straight to Mr. Fresnick's dealer, who had handled the one sale I'd made. I laid my cards on the table about needing money. He said he couldn't handle what I want, but he would refer me to the Koppelman galleries.
And that's all you have?
Every canvas I've finished, Mr. Koppelman.
Van Gogh or Renoir, you're not.
Well, I wouldn't expect to be yet. Besides, they're not my style.
My style is to buy what I can sell, so buy? No. Handle you, show you, maybe.
But right now I need cash.
I'll take it on consignment, the usual percentage agreement, and I'll push it all I can.
That isn't what I need.
Don't rush me. I didn't finish. With you, I'll make a special deal. An advance against future sales, $500, and I can see that's not enough. Yeah, I'll stretch a little. $1,000 cash, but that is as far as I can go.
When could I have it?
I have a wagon downstairs. You help me stack these canvases in it, and you'll get it right away.
I didn't question anything for a moment. Things had gone even better than I could have hoped. Polly and I met that Sunday as planned, crossed the state line by mid-afternoon, and got Polly settled in the hotel. We registered as man and wife, which we were going to be as soon as I found the justice of the peace. Then came the first blow.
John, where have you been? What took you so long? When do we get the license?
Oh, honey,
There's something wrong. What is it?
We can't get married yet.
Oh, I knew it. God is punishing us. I knew it was too good to be true. We still have to wait 2 years until I'm...
No, take it easy, darling. Not 2 years, just 2 days, 48 hours.
Oh, is that all? Then everything's all right.
Sure. Only...
I know. This was to be our wedding night. We waited so long. Why does it have to be longer?
I guess it's just the way the rules are made.
But we are going to be married in 48 hours. We are man and wife already in our hearts. Couldn't we bend those old rules just a bit? Do we have to wait any longer? What harm would it do?
Well, I guess... I guess, considering how much we both want each other, it wouldn't do any harm at all.
I make no moral judgments. I only comment that twice recently, John Brown has made compromises with the two most important things in his life, his art and his love. For some men, in any day and age, this has afforded no problem. For John Brown, marked by fate, or if you wish to call it retribution, it pulled his whole existence down upon him like a falling house of cards, spelled his immediate failure and final doom. I shall return shortly with Act 3. That morning, Polly and John woke up together. Man and wife, in every sense but the piece of paper that would make it legal. Two things happened that affected their future. The United States declared war on Germany, and Gilbert Fairley, not entirely by accident, discovered where his missing ward had disappeared to. Both of these events set a series of actions in motion which are to bring us back full circle through 50 years to the Fresnick Museum and the haunted painting. But let us leave the future for the future and stay for the present with the past.
Are you awake, John?
Yes, Polly. For a long time, I didn't want to wake you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mrs. Brown.
Husband?
Wife.
I feel so wicked.
Me too. And in about 34.5 hours, it can all be nice and legal.
Well, don't sound so bored about it.
Well, I'm not, but after all, it's only a matter of form now.
You're not worried about making a dishonest woman of me?
Well, why should I be, since I have every intention of making you the other two?
The other what?
An honest woman. We didn't know how short our happiness was to be. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Well, perhaps that's an apt quotation, but I never thought Marcia would have felt that strongly. But I guess she did.
I'm sorry if I'm late for lunch, Marcia.
So am I. But then that's a habit of yours.
Don't be cross.
I am going to be very cross with you for many reasons. You intend to marry Polly Braxton.
Of course. If I don't before she's 21, she could bounce me out, and quite possibly will.
Where is Polly now?
Darned if I know. That's why I was late for our meeting. Do you have any idea?
I might.
Well, it's damned important to me.
Really? Why?
Well, you know why. I'm not in the best of shape should my guardianship be examined now. But within a couple of years, with Polly as my wife, I need have no worries.
Well, I have a piece of information that's worth your whole empire. What do I get in exchange?
What do you want?
A continuance of our present relationship. Nobody pleases me quite like you.
Granted.
Your little pigeon has flown the coop to get married. You have about, a little over 24 hours to stop it. Would you like to know where to find her?
Who is that, darling?
I don't know.
I'm terribly frightened.
Try not to be. Go into the bathroom, darling. I'll answer it. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, it's you.
Where is she? Where's Polly?
None of your damn business. She's my wife now.
Oh, no, she's not. I took care to check on that at the registrar's office before I came here. I'm going to have you up for statutory rape. And I have enough evidence on you to make it stick.
No, please. I'll go in court and swear that...
You could only hurt him. You're 19 and still my ward. And without a marriage license, you've still not reached the age of consent. Now, I'm giving you both one choice. Take it, or I'll shame you and Polly out of all society, and I'll ram you in jail for the best part of your life, Mr. John Brown.
What's the choice?
We have just gone to war. We'll need plenty of cannon fodder. I shall expect you, Mr. Brown, to report to the nearest recruiting station today, or at the latest tomorrow.
And Polly?
I'm going to do something for Polly that you couldn't or wouldn't do. I'll make her my wife. And an honest woman.
I won't go through all the pleading, the threats, the tears from Polly, and the vicious obstinacy of Gilbert. Today it would seem senseless. In 1917, it was a different world. And I ended up with one of the first cadres to ship overseas to the mud and the trenches as a member of the American Expeditionary Force. I think I prayed that a bullet would find me and put me out of my misery. But with the perversity of fate, since I didn't care about living, I was one of those who came back. As our troop ship docked, it was delirium. Everyone in transports of happiness. There was none for me. Of all the letters I'd ever written, I'd never had one reply from Polly. I was surprised when Marcia met me at the dock. Surprised that she was there, but surprised more than anything at how she had aged.
So good to see you home, Johnny-O.
Well, I should be glad to be back, or at least grateful.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Alan Ladd and Evelyn Keyes in Whistle Stop. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We bring you tonight a screenplay only recently released that has broken box office records for its studio from coast to coast and continues to sweep the country with acclaim. It is Seymour Nebenzau's dramatic screen hit, Whistle Stop, based on the best-selling novel of the same name. And our stars are Alan Ladd in the two-fisted type of role that made him famous, and the talented and lovely Evelyn Keyes. As perhaps you know, Whistle Stop denotes a lonely wayside station where express trains stop on signal only, and a new arrival may mean anything from a visiting relative to romance and adventure. Speaking of those wayside towns and villages and the people who inhabit them, I can't help wondering how many are members of our weekly audience. For as you know, this theater of yours is the biggest theater in the world. From coast to coast, from city flat to lonely whistle-stop stations, it embraces an audience of many, many millions, whose only admission is their loyalty to Lux Flakes. And from the countless letters we receive, that loyalty is well rewarded. Especially in this time of shortages, Lux Flakes are doing their part in helping preserve those often scarce and precious fabrics. To the sound of clicking rails and rumbling wheels, our curtain rises on Act One of Whistle Stop, starring Alan Ladd as Kenny Deach and Evelyn Keyes as Mary, with Edwin Max as Gitlow. An event has just taken place in an obscure Michigan village. The express train out of Chicago has ground to an impatient stop at the tiny depot and discharged a passenger. In the uncertain light of dawn, she walks down the dirt road, her expensive shoes flicking up a little whip line of dust. Half a mile down the road, she reaches an old frame house, hesitates for a second, then opens the front door and walks to the kitchen.
Hello, Molly.
Mary! Well, Mary, for heaven's sake.
Surprised to see me, Molly?
When on earth did you get back?
Just now. I saw your husband, Sam, at the whistle stop, but he was down the track talking to the engineer. I don't think he recognized me.
Mary, you look like a million. Say, is that coat real mink?
It better be.
Well, sit down. I'll fix you some breakfast.
Just coffee, Molly, thanks.
Just like my Kenny. Never eats anything in the morning. What brings you back from Chicago, Mary?
I came back to sell the house.
We owe you some rent, don't we?
Oh, forget it.
Did you lose your job?
I gave it up. I figured I needed a rest. Molly, can I stay here a couple of days?
Why, I'll have Kenny moved out of your old room in a jiffy.
Oh, don't wake him up.
Well, he's not here right now.
Kenny hasn't left town.
Oh, no. He's always up to Ashbury looking around. You know Kenny.
He hasn't changed any, huh?
He's about the same, Mary.
And the rest of the family?
Oh, fine, fine. Pop, well, you saw him, still working at the depot. And Josie...
Is Josie married yet?
Oh, no, not yet, but soon, I bet. Ernie's got a good job now.
But Kenny's still the same.
One of these days, something's going to happen for Kenny, too. Why, I'll bet he's working on some big deal right now.
Oh, big deal. How much do you want to bet, Molly?
All right, come on, Barker, come on. How much do you want to bet?
I'll raise it a dime, Kenny.
What do you say, Gitlow? I call. Sounds like the train from Chicago.
Expecting somebody, Kenny?
Kenny ain't expecting nobody. What are you holding, Gitlow? Queens. Oh, it's too bad I got kings. Queens and 3 deuces.
Not doing so good, are you, Kenny? With cards or anything else?
Meaning what?
Oh, nothing much. Except Lou Lentz got a letter from an old friend of yours.
No one cares, Barker.
Last time I was in Chicago, Lou had me look her up. She was doing all right.
Shut up.
Who would ever think our little Mary'd wind up wearing me?
What's the idea of slugging him, Kenny? Maybe now you'll learn to keep that big trap of his shut.
Yeah. Maybe I will, Kenny. He's seeing you, Gitlow.
Kenny. Yeah? Forget that Mary dame. She's no good for you, Kenny. You want me to try one on you, too? That's what I like about you, Kenny. Nerve. You got nerve, yeah. Plenty of nerve.
Gitlow?
Yeah, Lou.
It's the best you can do? Playing penny ante in the barber shop?
Well, Harry says it's okay, Lou. He lets us play here all the time. He don't open till 8 o'clock.
It's his barber shop. He only rents it from me. I only own the hotel.
What's the matter, Lou? Something bothering you?
Gitlow, you left the bar in a mess. Go clean it up.
I'm a bartender, not a busboy.
I say clean it up.
Okay. See you tonight, Kenny. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Go on, clean up your bar.
Coming home at 10 minutes to 7 in the morning. You got to stop this staying out all night.
You know what, Ma? You're getting fat.
Oh, no, stop it, Kenny. Now, stop tickling me.
Okay, how about some coffee?
Kenny, guess what?
Oh, I'm no good at guessing anymore.
Mary's back.
Just a gag.
She's upstairs right this minute, Kenny. Kenny, ain't you even going to eat your breakfast first? Kenny.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Kenny.
How are you, beautiful?
How are you, handsome?
I've missed you.
It's been a long time. Aren't you going to kiss me?
What do you think of? Where'd you get this? This coat?
I bought it.
May cost a lot of dough.
You bet it does. I got it wholesale, Kenny. A friend of mine saved me a lot of money.
Yeah, what friend?
He owns a department store. We almost got married.
And this, the gold cigarette case. To lovely Mary from George.
Did that come with a coat?
No, it didn't. It was a birthday present. Any objections?
Yeah, plenty. What'd you come back here for?
Maybe I came back for you, Kenny.
You sure it wasn't for somebody else you wrote to Lou Lynch?
I answered his letter. That's more than I got from you.
You never got anything from me. Go ahead and say it.
I never asked for anything from anybody. This room of yours, Kenny, it's decorated very attractively. 2, 3, 4 photographs. 4 different girls. May I read what they've written on their pictures?
All right, cut it out.
Oh, this girl's very pretty. Fran. To Kenny with all my love, Fran.
What a couple of characters, you and me. Don't see each other for 2 years and right off we start battling.
Still, it looks as if you've been pretty busy since I've been gone.
Yeah, and I'm going to be kept busy.
Are you?
You know, when we started this conversation, I was going to kiss you.
It's also a good way to end conversations, Kenny.
Yeah? Yeah, it is.
Hiya, folks. Oh, still putting it away, huh?
Oh, Ernie, come on in, honey.
Hi, Sam, Molly.
You remember Mary, don't you, Ernie?
Well, sure. Good to see you, Mary.
Say, it's good to see one fellow in this town who's getting ahead.
See, Ernie, that needle's just as sharp as ever.
You always got to take everything anybody says as so personal.
Sit down, Ernie. Hunk apple pie?
I could need another bite. Oh, well, a little piece, maybe.
Oh, what an appetite I'm marrying.
Come in.
Now who?
Mary in there?
Yes, I'm here. Who? Oh.
Hiya, Mary. These flowers here, they're from Lou Lynch. Where'll I leave her?
Just set them down.
Sure. They're nice, huh? Oh. Hiya, Kenny. So long.
Wow, red roses, Mary. Oh, boy.
Wasn't that Barker fella, Kenny?
Yeah.
Oh, Kenny, I've been figuring on putting up some of those wild strawberries. How about getting me some in the morning?
I'll let Josie do it.
What'll you be doing that's so important?
That's no way to talk, Josie.
Oh, no one ever says anything about him doing a single lick of work. Oh, no. He can go to Ashbury every single night and spend the money you give him drinking and chasing around.
He's right. You got to quit that monkey business, Kenny.
What do you expect him to do? Sit around and wait for a job to come to him?
Oh, sure. The best time to start looking for a job is at night, and the best place for looking is every pool room on Main Street at the bar in Lou Lentz's hotel.
That's telling them.
Having a good time, Mary?
Same old happy household.
Oh, come on, Ernie. Let's go.
Oh, sure, Josie.
Hey, Ernie, if you're going to town, you can give me a lift.
Okay, Kenny, sure.
Well, Kenny, I thought you said you were staying home tonight.
Oh, I forgot I got a date.
Well, what about Mary?
I think I'll go along too, Ernie.
I just said I had a date.
I heard what you said. Okay, Ernie?
Why, sure, Mary. Why not?
Oh, thanks, Ernie. I guess I'll get out here.
I told you so, Ernie. Ashbury Hotel, flamingo room, cocktails.
Take it easy, Josie.
Oh, I may as well get out too. Have a good time, Josie.
Oh, you too, Mary. See you in the morning.
So long, Mary.
Where you going, Kenny?
Not where you're going.
You could be mistaken.
So long.
Hello, Lou.
Mary.
Thanks for the roses. Very thoughtful.
Mary, let me look at you.
Well, how do I look after 2 years away from this teeming metropolis?
If I told you the truth, you'd only say I was trying to pour it on.
Well, you've really gone to town on your office, haven't you?
Had it done over, and I fixed up a little apartment right in there. I like it.
Convenient, too. Right over the flamingo room.
It's a little noisy at times. Still, it's better than those hotel rooms down the hall. I own the joint. I know how bad they are.
Well?
Your hair, Mary. The way your hair shines in the light. You know, it's a pity you don't wear a ribbon anymore. That's what impressed me the first time I saw you.
You too, Lou.
Me too, what?
You haven't changed a bit in 2 years either.
Have you?
Well, I came back.
Still can't get him out of your blood, can you?
I wanted to see what he was like again.
I could have told you 2 years ago.
It wouldn't have helped 2 years ago.
That no good heel. The arrogant way he walks around like he owns this town. Come here.
What?
Look through this window. There's the bar down there.
Wow, you can see what's going on all the time.
You see him? Mr. Kenny Veach. He knows the way I feel about him.
Who's that girl with him, Lou?
That's Fran Summers. That girl comes from a fine family. What's she doing hanging around with a bum like that?
She's a woman, isn't she? You need any further explanation?
No. No, I guess I don't. Well, what do you say we go down?
Sure, Lou, why not?
Well, what's the matter, Fran? Aren't you glad to see me?
I thought we had a date for last night, Kenny.
Watch it, Kenny. Lou's coming.
Yeah, so what? Come on, get low. Fran and I'll have a drink.
Okay, Kenny.
Hello, Gitlow.
Hello? You can talk better than that, huh? Oh, hello, Mary. Good evening, Miss Summers.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lent.
How's the family?
Fine, thanks.
That's swell. Get low, give me 50 out of the cash register. Okay.
You mean we're going out, Lou?
Well, not if you'd rather we...
No, we may as well go. Good night, Gitlow. Good night, Kenny.
Good night, Mary.
So she's back. I said she's back. What do you have to keep looking at her for? They've gone out the door. Kenny, can't you look at me?
Sorry, I'm just thinking.
What are you thinking? What?
I know what he's thinking, Miss Summers.
Maybe you know too much, Gitlow.
I know what, because Kenny and me, we're a lot alike. You see, Miss Summers, Kenny and me, we both got nerve.
Then you tell me, Gitlow. What does that mean, that look in his eyes? I get scared when you look like that, Kenny.
He's just thinking back 2 years, that's all. Ain't that right, Kenny? They was right where you're standing, Miss Summers, the two of them. She and
never
Kenny
mind. I don't want to know.
Oh, it's okay. Kenny here don't care nothing about Mary no more, do you, Kenny? Well, anyway, 2 years ago, that dame's got a pin up on her, see? She's all for getting out of town. She wants to go to Chicago.
Listen to me, Kenny. There's nothing for us here. Chicago's a big city. We can make out there.
What'll I do in Chicago?
Well, what are you doing here? Playing cards all the time. This town, your friends, they're no good for you, Kenny. At least you'll have a chance there. Something will turn up.
Too many Lou Lentzes there.
Did somebody mention me?
This is a private party.
I just thought I could do something for you, Sonny.
Yeah. Yeah, you can give me a cigarette.
Sure. Anything else?
You can light it.
Now that you've got all you want, you'd better go. I don't want you hanging around here.
You said that with a smile. It'd sound better. Come on, let's go, Mary.
Lou, you asked me for a date tonight.
I sure did.
The offer still holds?
Certainly, if you're ready now.
Take your hands off her. Now, make up your mind. You're going with him or with me.
Her mind's made up. Now beat it.
I said take your hands off her.
Why, you two-bit four-flusher, I'm...
Kenny, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Right on the button, Kenny boy. That's it.
I'm through, Kenny. I'm through wasting my life trying to change you. I'm leaving this town, and I'm leaving for good.
Oh, Kenny, you was swell.
Mary.
Kenny, duck!
Why, Mr. Lentz, throwing bottles at a good customer like me.
Get out!
Look what you did to your nice big mirror.
Get out!
Sure, I'll get it. Next time when I say hands off, you'll know what I mean.
Kenny. Oh, Kenny, what's the matter? Snap out of it.
No, I'm sorry. I was just remembering something.
You see, Miss Summers, he was just remembering something.
Let's get out of here, Kenny. Let's drive out to Fiddler's Place, just the two of us.
Oh, sure, Fran. Just you and me.
You say those things like you mean it. And all the time you're laughing inside yourself. Laughing and sneering at me and her and the whole world.
Laughing? Him? Oh, I never once heard Kenny laugh. Never once.
Oh, you're bad, Kenny. There's something terribly bad about you. I don't know what it is, but it's cruel and hard and...
That's funny, Fran. I always thought I was a sweet kid.
You're full of hate and jealousy. And no matter how I've tried, how she's tried...
Take it easy, Fran.
I'm sorry. That was a terrible thing I said.
No, it was honest. There's nothing terrible about being honest. You still want to go to Fiddler's?
Yes.
Well, let's go then, honey. I'm feeling swell tonight. And you a million laughs.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Pop.
What are you doing here in the depot? Thought you went to town.
Been to town.
Oh, listen to that rooster. Keeps it up all night long. Oh, my back's killing me. I can't hardly move.
Go on home, Pop. I'll take over.
There's 3 hours yet.
Go on home.
Oh, thanks, son. Thanks a lot. You'll find a sandwich over there and some hot coffee.
I'll handle everything, Pop.
I wouldn't ask you if it wasn't from my back. Thanks a lot, Kenny.
Hiya, Kenny.
Oh. Come in, Gitlin.
I just met the old gentleman. Said you was taking over for him. How about a game of casino?
No, I don't feel like it.
Oh, come on. A couple of hands. I can never sleep before daylight. You know something? I like it in here.
Why?
Trains passing by, cars full of people, and yet in here you're always alone. It makes me feel safe.
You like feeling safe?
Well, you know what I mean. Working in that nightclub for Lentz, he's always around. He's always watching me.
Oh, watch how you're dealing. Just 4 cards.
Huh? Oh, yeah. You see, Kenny, one time I was in a bad jam. The police don't know about it, but Lou does. He never says nothing, but I know he's waiting. Just waiting for me to make one wrong move. Lou's a mean guy, Kenny.
You gonna take those 7s?
Yeah, sure. I sure was surprised to see Mary. Only I figured she was coming back to you.
Yeah.
Of course, after Chicago, it'd be kind of hard on her to come down to your way of living, especially when a guy like Lou Lentz is nuts about her. Did you see him take that $50? Why, he'll spend that like we'd spend 50 cents. You know, that makes a big impression on a girl. Did you play that deuce, Kenny?
Did I?
Yeah.
I guess I did.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Lou, I'd be happy. Be better for you, too, Kenny. The cards are sticky, ain't they? I'll have to get a new deck.
Forget the cards. What's on your mind, Gitlin?
The Ashbury Annual Fair. That's what's on my mind.
You nuts?
Kenny, the fair is June the 1st, see? That's 2 weeks from today.
What's that got to do with us?
That's a big day for Lou. He owns the concessions. He makes a fortune. Last year he cleaned up over $15,000 in one day.
How do you know?
I know because I drove him to the train after the fair closed. He takes the dough to a bank in Detroit. He'll do the same thing this year. He told me so. And that train he takes, it's got to be flagged for him right here.
Keep talking, Gitlin.
Well, what if the guy sitting here in the depot that night forgot to flag the train? Lou wouldn't get to Detroit, would he? Oh, it could be done easy. All I got to do is drive Lou here. Your old man's back is bothering him again, see? And you're working here just like tonight. All it takes is nerve, Kenny. And that's what we got. You and me. Nerve. I know a good place to get rid of him. And as far as anybody knows, Lou never comes back from Detroit. What do you say, Kenny?
The Detroit train's always on time, Gitlin. You could set your watch by it.
Kenny.
I wouldn't be surprised if you had an idea there. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Our curtain rises on Act 2 of Whistle Stop, starring Alan Ladd as Kenny and Evelyn Keyes as Mary. Drugged by the dry rot of squandered years and tortured by his love for Mary, Kenny, bitter and sullen, awaits the night of the Ashbury Annual Fair. He's convinced himself that he'll never find happiness with Lou Lentz alive. And as the days pass, Gitlow's plan seems more simple and easy than ever.
All it takes is nerve, Kenny. And that's what we got. You and me. Nerve. What do you say, Kenny? What do you say? What do you say?
It's early evening. Kenny's walked aimlessly down to the river in back of the house. Turning suddenly, he sees Mary just a few steps behind him.
Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, handsome.
Hey, what are you doing home tonight?
Lou had to drive to Mayfield.
Lou had to drive to Mayfield. Got a cigarette?
Here.
What happened to the gold taste? Lovely Mary from George. What happened to George?
I put him back in my suitcase.
Oh, that's a good place for him.
Ken, you're seeing a lot of Gitlow, aren't you?
Now and then, he's a good guy, buys me drinks.
Once Gitlow got in a lot of trouble. He wouldn't be around today if it hadn't been for Lou.
Maybe he's got something on Lou. Did you ever think of that? What about Barker, the guy who brought the roses? Lou don't keep him around for laughs either. He's afraid of Barker. Barker knows too much.
Ken, go easy with Gitlow, will you?
Are you telling me this, or is it a message from Lynch?
I'm telling you.
Oh, Mary, why do you keep seeing him? What about me, Mary? What about us?
Us, Ken. Haven't I tried? Haven't I done everything I knew to make something out of you? Do you think I'd be here now if I didn't still...
What were you going to say? You didn't what? You didn't still love me?
Oh, it's no use, Kenny.
I'd do anything in the world for you, Mary, anything.
Let go of me, Ken. Let go. You think you can get anything you want that way, don't you? You're strong. You're tough. What you want, you just grab.
There's some things a guy just won't give up without a fight.
You're wrong, Kenny. You've got the wrong slant on everything. You're hurting everyone. Your father, your mother, your sister, me. You're so wrong.
You've always said that. No matter what I do or how I feel, I'm always wrong.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I think maybe I'll drop in at Fiddler's place. Want to come along?
No, thanks. Will Fran be there?
I haven't any idea. Maybe.
It's Gitlow's night off. He likes Fiddler's place, too, doesn't he?
They got good beer there.
Good night, Kenny.
Good night, beautiful. Why don't you walk down to the river? It's a great place for thinking things out. I've tried it.
Kenny.
Yes, sir. Kenny boy, the town's all set for the big fair. Only 2 more days and bigger than ever. This fair's going to make somebody a rich guy. This beer is wonderful. You sure you don't want some?
I don't want anything. Oh, hello.
Hello, Miss Summers. Here, sit down and take good care of my boy, will you? He's got a lot on his mind.
I drove out here alone, Kenny. I took a chance I'd find you.
You like attention, huh?
I'd like a little more from you. But lately you do seem to have a lot on your mind. A lot of Mary.
What about Mary?
Kenny, the whole town's laughing at you. You trying to compete with Lou Lentz. Why don't you quit beating yourself down?
Everybody knows me so well. Everybody knows all about me.
No one better than I, Kenny. I happen to love you. You don't know what it means to really be in love.
No. No, of course not. Get low.
Yeah, Kenny boy.
Watch out for Fran, will you? I'm getting out of here.
Huh? Well, sure, Kenny, sure.
Is that you, Molly? Come in.
It's me.
Oh. You weren't gone long.
I had a hunch I should come home. I guess I was right. You're packing. You're leaving us.
That's right.
Don't go, man.
I'm moving into Ashbury.
Wait a little while longer, that's all I'm asking.
Oh, let's stop kidding each other. The sooner I leave, the better.
Will it be better?
What have I got with you? I cried tonight, Kenny, after you left. For the first time in 2 years, I cried.
What have you got with me? You get what you give. When I needed you most, you walked out on me. Now you're walking out again. I've never promised you anything before, but I'm making a promise now. Wait, and we'll go together.
Go where?
Anywhere.
It's a long walk to anywhere.
This time we'll ride.
This sure is a wonderful fair, Gitlow. I never had such a good time at the fair in my whole life.
How about another little nip hop, huh?
Oh, thanks, Gitlow, thanks. Wonderful liquor, just wonderful.
Yeah, I bought it special for you. Best medicine in the world for that back of yours.
Oh, you're my back.
Yeah, come on, Pop. Drink up, drink up.
I gotta work tonight, Gitlow. I gotta be at the whistle stop. Oh, hello, Josie, honey.
Oh, just look at you.
Huh?
Oh, you're drunk.
Oh, Josie.
Now, Ernie will have to take over the whistle stop. You've ruined our whole evening.
Mom, Ham Beach. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Where'd you get money for a bottle of booze?
Wait a minute. Sure, isn't it, Gitlow?
Gidlow's my friend.
I didn't know you had to work tonight.
Oh, you didn't know.
I'm awful sorry. Why, I wouldn't
Go
have done
on.
a thing like...
Go on, beat it.
Now, don't you worry, Josie, honey. You and Ernie go and have a good time.
What about the whistle stop?
Kenny will take over.
Sure he will, sure he will.
As for you big loafer, you're going right home now and sleep it off.
Oh, Molly, you're so good to me.
Mary. Hello, Molly. What for? You seen Kenny, Mary?
Right here, Ma. Oh, now take it easy. I'll take over the whistle stop.
Thanks, Kenny boy. I'll be back soon as I get him headed for home.
Molly, not so fast. I'm a sick man, honey.
Kenny, why would Gitlow do a thing like that? Buy Pop all those drinks?
Because he's a good guy and he likes Pop.
So you're going down to the depot, huh?
Yeah, I'll have to. It couldn't be helped.
Couldn't it?
Somebody's got to take over.
Naturally, it would be you.
Hey, they're starting a square dance.
I haven't seen a square dance in ages. Come on, Kenny, let's watch.
Go ahead. I'll be there in a minute. All right, Fran, what's the idea?
Idea of what, Kenny?
You've been following me. What do you want?
I've got the car, Kenny, and I want to talk to you. Couldn't we drive out somewhere in the country and...
Oh, will you grow up, Fran?
Well, you haven't got a date. She didn't come with you. She's Lou's girl.
Let me alone, will you? Now, go on. Get lost.
All right, Kenny. I'll go. When Mary tells you the same thing, don't come crawling back to me. Because I hate you. I hate you.
Oh, Fran, wait a minute. I'm sorry. All right, then go.
Come in.
Hello, Lou. Barker, he says to tell you they're closing things up now. I guess the fair's about over.
Yeah, we mustn't keep these good people up too late.
Say, will you look at that bag full of dough?
Sit down,
Wait,
Gitlow.
you'd better hurry, boss. You don't want to miss your train.
What's your rush?
I just thought it'd be safer if you waited at the whistle stop.
Maybe you're right. Okay, let's go.
Where's your car?
It's funny. It's here a couple of minutes ago.
You leaving now, boss?
That's right, Barker.
If you're looking for your car, she took it. Mary.
Mary?
Yeah, the keys was in it. She just drove off. Being it was her, I didn't say
It's okay. Come on, Gitlow. We'll take the station wagon.
Say, you hear about the accident, Lou?
What accident?
That Fran Summers dame tried to drive a car through a stone wall.
Killer?
I don't know. Cops took her to the hospital. It's funny, they say it looked like she almost done it on purpose.
Strange people in this world, Barker.
Yeah, that's a shame. What a nice kid.
Come on, Gitlow. Just be careful how you drive.
Oh, Lou, you don't think I'd want to get you killed, do you?
Like I said, there's strange people in this world.
Want a lift, Ken?
You didn't have to leave the fair. I could have walked.
Molly's word you won't be at the whistle stop in time.
I got plenty of time.
What's the matter? Don't you want me to drive you?
What gave you that idea?
Well, for somebody who has plenty of time, you certainly left in an awful hurry.
Want me to drive?
No, I'll stay where I am.
Okay, then let's go.
What are you so jumpy about?
Nothing. I said just let's go. Well, looks like the train's late, Lou. You want to wait in the...
You've been off the track. Got a match?
Yeah.
What are you shaking for? Thanks. Well, if we're going in the depot, open the door.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lenz.
Oh, hello, Ernie.
Ernie? What are you doing here? Where's...
What am I doing here? That's a fine question for you to ask, doing what you did to Sam Beach.
Where's Kenny?
Oh, it's just what I expected. The father's drunk, and the son's probably getting drunk.
You'd better flag the train, Ernie.
Fine night this turned out to be.
I'll be back in the afternoon, Gitlow. See you here.
Sure. Have a good trip.
What are you waiting for? Go on home.
I thought Kenny'd be here. I keep him company sometimes. We play a little card.
Here she comes, Mr. Lenz. You better get out here.
Okay. Maybe it's just as well he didn't show up. This just wasn't your lucky night.
Will you hurry up? Didn't you hear the train whistle? I'm supposed to be at the depot.
It won't matter if you're 2 minutes late.
Yeah, why won't it?
Because Molly sent Ernie down anyway, just in case you were late.
Stop the car.
All right, Kenny.
What's the matter with you tonight?
Nothing. You can get out now if you want to.
I ask you a question.
I'll ask you one. What's going on between you and Gitlow?
Seem to have figured it out for yourself.
I'm hoping I was wrong. Kenny, look at me. You wouldn't have done anything like that to...
Gitlow and I, we had a little something cooked up. I wanted to be there so I could tell Gitlow was all off. I was backing out.
Kenny. Oh, my poor darling. I wish I...
Mary, don't cry. Please don't cry.
Put your arms around me, Kenny. Hold me, Kenny.
Mary.
We can go away now, can't we?
Sure we can.
Listen, there's the train. It's... Kenny, your pocket. What's that in your pocket?
My pocket?
Take it out.
It's a gun. Gitlow's gun.
This time we'll ride. I see what you meant, Kenny.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Everything you told me, just another lie, wasn't it?
I never lied to you. You must have slipped in my pocket. Mary, I swear I didn't come here to...
You came here to kill a man. But it's too late now. He's safe. He's on that train. And I wish I were on it, too.
All right, what's stopping you? There's one tomorrow night. But you won't be on it because he's coming back. All right, easy, boys. Get out of my life. Take him and get out of my life.
A week has gone by. Mary has moved into Ashbury, and now that Lou Lynch is back, has been seen with him constantly. But life is a little brighter in the Beach household, at least for some members of the family, for Josie and Ernie are going to be married in 3 days.
You think I should invite Lou Lynch to the wedding, Ma?
Just because Mary's coming, no reason why he has to tag along.
She doesn't go anywhere without him since the fair.
Quiet, Josie. Kenny's coming.
Oh, okay.
Come on in, Kenny. Got your supper waiting for you.
Thanks, sweetheart. Well, how's the happy bride?
Fine. Kenny, I went to the hospital today. I saw Fran.
Any better?
Doctor says she can't pull through.
That's awful.
She wants to see you, Kenny.
All right. All right.
Oh, you're going to be nice to her, aren't you?
Well, you didn't think I was going to go and fight with her, did you?
I don't know what to expect from you anymore.
Skip it, will you, Josie?
There isn't anything Fran wouldn't have done for you, and you know it.
Oh, why don't you stop?
Oh, you will see her, won't you?
I'll go tonight if it'll make you any happier. Let me eat my dinner, and I'll go see her tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Can I go in now, nurse?
Yes, but you mustn't stay long. She's very weak.
Thanks.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Fran.
I was afraid you weren't coming. I never would have had the nerve to ask you if Josie hadn't told me.
Josie told you?
Oh, don't be angry with her, Kenny. Josie told me everything you said to her about how you really felt about me. I'm so happy.
Oh, I see.
I know I won't pull through, but I'm not scared anymore. Oh, I am happy, Kenny, because I've got you, haven't I? And having you care about me, I'll still be living all the while you are.
Come on now, snap out of it. Why, you'll be out of here in a couple of weeks, and we'll...
Don't take it so hard, Kenny.
It'll work out all right.
Kenny, look at me. Look at me. I should have known Josie was lying. She did it because she thought it would make me feel better. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, too, Fran. I wish it could have been different. I'm sorry for everything.
Look at yourself. You're all broken up. I never thought a woman could do this to you. How does it feel, Kenny? How does it feel to love someone who doesn't give a darn about you? It hurts, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Kenny?
Oh, Fran, now take it easy, will you?
All the while I loved you, I used to be scared to death. And now I can see you're nothing to be afraid of. Nothing good will ever happen to you because you're no good. Now get out of here. Go on to some bar room and fill yourself on rotten whiskey. Go on, get out. Get out, get out.
Sure, I'll get out front. And Josie wants you to come to her wedding, Gitlow. Said she wouldn't get married without her old pal, Gitlow.
Well, thanks, Kenny. That's swell.
You know where I've been tonight? I've been to the hospital to see Fran. She told me to get out of her room.
Kenny, what's the matter with you?
I waited in the hall. I waited I don't know how long. I wanted to go back to see her. They wouldn't let me. And I saw them wheel her out. She was dead, Gitlow. Fran was dead. How about a drink to Fran?
Sure, Kenny, sure. That poor kid.
You better take one with me because you're going to need it. Gitlow, I'm going to go to work.
Yeah?
I stopped off and saw the boss and starting on the railroad Monday laying track.
Oh, that's fine, Kenny, fine.
Well, don't spread it around. Everybody in town will keel over. Well, look who's here.
Kenny, no.
Hello, Kenny.
Champagne and everything. What are we celebrating?
This is a private party, remember?
Tonight I'm buying. What'll you have? More champagne?
Put your money away and get out.
Everybody tells me to get out tonight. Look at it, Lou. Money. The good old green cabbage buys everything, doesn't it?
Kenny.
You must be plenty drunk to walk in here again.
Sure, I'm drunk, but not on liquor. I'm drunk with everything that's happened in this godforsaken town. You know, Mary, I don't think Lou likes me.
I'm filled up to here. All right, you've been begging for this.
Mister, I'm going to tear you apart for that.
Kenny, no. Please, Kenny, please go home.
Get him out of here, Gitlow.
Don't touch him.
He's okay. Just take it easy, Kenny. Be a good boy now and go on home.
Sure, I'll go home.
I don't believe he's drunk at that.
I know he isn't.
Sit down. Let's finish our drink.
You'll have to drink alone, Lou. I'm leaving too. Kenny, wait for me, please.
I'm okay. Go on back.
I want to go back with you, Kenny. Back home.
Oh, Mary, what's the use? I can't do anything for you.
I don't care.
I wasted all these years boozing and loafing and gambling. I've hurt everyone. I've wanted to hurt them. I wanted everyone to feel as rotten as I felt. But I can change, Mary, and I will. Maybe after a while.
No, not after a while. I love you, Kenny. I love you now, and we're going home.
Okay, beautiful.
Thanks, handsome.
You wanted to see me, Lou? Sit down, Gitlow. You know, I've gambled all my life. I've lost and I've won, and one thing I hate is a sore loser. I want to be friends with everyone, even your pal Kenny. Still have no use for him, but now that he's working and all set, and on account of Mary, too, well, I say why not live in peace?
You really mean that, Lou?
I never made a buck holding a grudge.
Oh, that's swell. Why, Kenny will be tickled to death to shake hands with you.
Maybe sometime tomorrow. Huh?
Yeah, tomorrow will be fine. Tomorrow. Kenny's sister's getting married tomorrow, Lou.
Maybe he could spare a minute before the wedding.
Sure, and thanks a lot. And like I said, Kenny, we had a long talk, and he wants that you should be friends.
Lou and me, huh?
Yeah.
That's one for the book.
Oh, no kidding. It's a good idea for all of us, and Mary, she'd like it, too.
Well, I still don't get it. Hey, you're not stopping now.
He's waiting for us upstairs. We can use this door, Kenny. I got to...
But Josie's wedding was supposed to be at the church.
It won't take a minute. All you got to do is shake hands.
Okay, Gitlow, but only one shake.
Hey, Lou. Lou, we're here, Kenny and me.
See? Nobody's home. Come on, let's go.
Oh, maybe he's taking a nap or something. Let's look in here. Kenny. On the floor.
dead, Kenny. And look, this gun.
That's your gun.
How did it get here?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Well, we got to get out of here.
What for?
Are you crazy? This is a frame.
Sirens.
Lou's done this job, and he's putting it on us. Wherever he is, he saw us coming here, and then he phoned for the cops. We got to lay him out of here, Kenny. Come on. How do you feel now, Kenny? How's the arm?
I'm okay.
Good thing them cops ain't better shots. They might have killed you.
Well, we got away from them. Now what?
Well, I think we was smart to hole up here in the woods like we did. It's good and dark now. We can get going again.
Not in the car. They'll be looking for us whenever we rode out of here.
We got to move, Kenny.
Oh, what's the use?
How do we know what Lou's told the cops? What's up, Kenny? We got to get out.
Train's coming. It's a freight. Take some water somewhere around here.
You think you could make it?
I've got to make it.
That train. You got any idea where it's going?
Detroit.
Detroit? I got a friend there. She's got a roadhouse just outside of town. Once we get there, we'll get that arm fixed up fine. Come on, Kenny. Come on. Hello, Estelle.
Gitlow. Well, I'll be darned.
You all alone?
And who'd be hanging around a roadhouse at 6 in the morning?
No, I'm sure glad to see you, Estelle. I'm in a little trouble.
Yeah, I might have known.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I left him outside. He's kind of sick, Estelle. I'd like to bring him in.
I don't want any trouble around here.
He's with me, ain't he?
Yeah, that's just what I mean. Oh, all right. Bring him in. There's a room upstairs with a cot. Get him up there to bed.
Gitlow. Gitlow, where am I?
Yeah, Kenny. You're all right, Kenny. There's a doctor coming.
Oh. Have I been sleeping?
Well, kind of. I guess you've been unconscious, Kenny.
You must have been unconscious when I let you pull this, Gitlow. Huh? You were pretty smart getting me to run away, weren't you? But I'm going to fix you, Gitlow. And then Lou Letts.
Kenny, what did I do?
What did you do? How much did Lou pay you to get rid of me?
Well, you don't think I was in on this, do you?
I don't think I know. And if I had the strength right now...
Kenny, take it easy. Kenny!
Hey, what's the matter in there?
Well, you got a little excited, that's all. I guess you kind of passed out again. Yeah.
Mary. I didn't do it, Mary. I couldn't. I didn't shoot him. Honest, I didn't do it.
Mary, it's close to midnight. Where have you been?
Police station, Molly.
What's happened to Kenny, Mary? You've got to tell me.
He's in trouble. The worst yet.
What did the police want? Where is he? Is he hurt?
Kenny hasn't done anything, but he must have got panicky. He's run away, and that's almost as bad.
Bad? As bad as what?
There was a murder this afternoon, Molly, and a lot of Lou Lent's money is missing.
Kenny wouldn't do such a thing. He wouldn't.
The police know that. They know it now, at least. They told me it would be so easy to clear him if we could only get him back. You'd better go to bed, Molly. We can't do anything more till morning.
And you?
Why, I'll stay up a little while longer. The police said they'd phone if they learned anything more.
Mary, you'll call me
the minute I hear anything. Who is it?
It's me, Mary. Gitlow.
Stay there. I'll come out. Where's Kenny? Where is he?
In Detroit.
How is he?
He'll be all right. The doc says he'll be fine. He's with a friend of mine in a roadhouse, a little bohemia, Route 21. Mary, you know who put the finger on this, don't you?
Yes. This Kenny.
He's in the kind of daze, but when he comes out of it...
He's got to use his head. He can clear himself. Gitlow, I'm going back with you.
I'm not going back, Mary. I just stopped by to give you a word. So long, Mary.
You can't leave now. You got him into this, Gitlow. You've got to get him out.
Kenny was my friend. I never meant him no wrong.
You never did him any good, either. And now you're running out on him when he needs you most. All right, run away.
You don't understand, Mary. He was my friend. Maybe you'll understand later on. Open up, Lou. Open up. I know you're in the bedroom. I seen the light go out just a minute ago. You forgot, didn't you? You forgot I had a key. You framed us, Lou. But now you're coming with me. We're going to the cops, both of us. You killed Barker, didn't you? Didn't you?
Sure, I killed him, Gitlow.
Lou!
You're too dumb to live. Pounding on my bedroom door, me behind you all the time. Now, what was that we were going to do?
Put down the gun, Lou. We're going to the cops.
You're not going anywhere, Gitlow.
I'm still on my feet, Lou. I think the last two missed me, Lou. 4 out of 6 at close range. You never was much of a shot. Gitlow. Gitlow! I ain't got a gun, Lou. All I got is my hand. All I got is my hand.
Number, please.
Police. The police.
Police headquarters.
This is Gitlow. You've been looking for me.
Where are you?
I ain't got much time. Take it down fast. Lou Lance, he framed the whole thing. I'm here now. His rooms. Except that Lou's dead. And I'm... Maybe he ain't such a bad shot. After all.
What are you doing down here, Kenny?
Where's Gitlow still?
He'll be back. I gotta hand it to you. Anybody else would be flat on his back for days with that on.
Where'd he go?
He didn't say.
How can I get a lift to Ashbury?
This hour of the morning? All right. Who's the girl?
Yeah, it's a girl, all right.
Yeah, things like this. I've seen it happen time and again. This woman stuff ends up with a kick in the teeth for everybody. So why don't you get smart?
You don't know this girl. I'm going to her. I'll settle with you as soon as I can. You'll tell Gitlow for me.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
So long, Estelle. Thanks for everything. Mary, how did you...
I've come to take you back, darling.
I want to go back, Mary.
But you're free, Kenny. Don't you understand?
Free? What about Gitlow? What about Lynch?
I didn't think you believed me, darling, so I brought the morning papers. Here, Kenny.
Gitlow. He's dead.
He was your friend, Kenny.
You know, it's a long way to Ashbury, but it's a swell day for walking.
We're riding, darling. As long as we're together, we'll always be riding. Hiya, handsome.
Our visit to Whistle Stop passed all too quickly. And here are the stars who made our stay there long to be remembered. Alan Ladd and Evelyn Keyes.
Well, Bill, I'm sorry George Raft couldn't have been with us. He was great in the role.
And I'm sure he'd say the same of you. Incidentally, Alan, I understand you've bought a ranch since you were last with us.
That's right, about 25 acres out in Hidden Valley.
What are you and Sue planning to raise there, Alan?
Well, we have a little competition planned. She's going to grow oranges, and I'm going to breed horses. We're going to see who makes out the best.
You aren't raising any flowers, Alan?
Yes, my wife's raising camellias, and I'm going in for dahlias.
Blue dahlias?
That's right, Evelyn.
Well, Alan, I saw your new picture, The Blue Dahlia, at Paramount Studios the other day. It's a thrilling story.
I'm looking forward to seeing it when it's released this week.
Speaking of flowers, Evelyn, you rate an orchid for your splendid work in Columbia's new picture, Renegades.
I enjoyed making it, Bill. And incidentally, a wonderful role for Willard Parker.
Also a great performance by Larry Parks. I know from your last picture, Evelyn, that you'll be beautiful in Technicolor.
Oh, thank you, Bill. What are you presenting next week at this theater?
Next Monday night, we're presenting Hal Wallace's sensational dramatic hit, Love Letters. Released by Paramount and co-starring two outstanding favorites of the screen, Loretta Young, and Joseph Cotton. Love Letters is the intriguing story of a profound love played against the background of a sinister mystery, combining the drama and suspense that make it one of the most exciting screenplays of the season.
And with Joe and Loretta, it ought to make a great show. Good night, Bill.
Good night.
Good night. Our thanks for a wonderful performance.
This is Radio 4 of the BBC. Welcome again to Story Time. We now present Part 5 of Journey to the Center of the Earth.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hardwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 5, The Battle of the Monsters.
If you have followed my story to this point, you will recall that my name is Harry Lawson and that my uncle is the celebrated German scientist, Professor von Hardwig. I have told you how we chanced upon a fragment of ancient parchment bearing some mysterious runic writing, and how this led us to follow in the footsteps of a 16th century alchemist named Arne Saknussemm into the crater of an extinct volcano in Iceland called Snæfellsnes, and so on a perilous journey to the center of the earth. Perilous, did I say? Well, judge for yourself. At the outset, we all but died of thirst. Then, for 4 days, I was lost in the darkness of those subterranean passages 100 miles beneath the surface of the earth, and driven to the verge of madness. My uncle cared nothing for such dangers as these. He is an eccentric, impetuous, wonderfully courageous man. As for Hans Bielka, our devoted guide and companion, well, he went calmly, without argument or complaint, wherever my uncle asked him to go. That was part of his agreement. While I was recovering from the injuries I suffered when I was lost, my uncle discovered a great subterranean sea, illuminated as if by daylight, by some natural form of electricity. He called it the Central Sea. We explored its shores for a short distance and came upon gigantic grasses, ferns as tall as pine trees, and a forest of mushrooms 40 feet high. Presently, when my uncle spoke of embarking on a sea voyage, I thought he was joking.
My dear Harry, if you were to listen instead of talking quite so much, you would hear.
Yes? What would I hear?
Listen.
That's Hans. Hans! I say, Hans! Hans, what are you doing?
You speak, Master Harry.
What are you making?
You like this?
What are you making?
A raft, Master Harry. A raft, that's what it is.
For some moments I was struck dumb with astonishment and awe. The half-finished raft was made from lengths of a very peculiar wood, and a great number of joints, boughs, and pieces were scattered on the sandy shore. My uncle, who had followed me, beamed with satisfaction.
What you see, my boy, is fossil wood. Here is pine. Here is a species of palm of the northern region, all mineralized by the action of the sea.
Then it must be as hard and as heavy as iron. It certainly won't float, Uncle.
Indeed. Well, there's no proof like the proof of demonstration. I will throw a piece into the sea. There. You are convinced?
The fossil wood floated. It was incredible, but it floated. Not for the first time was it borne in on me that my journey to the center of the earth was changing all my preconceived notions. Truly, it would not have astonished me to have seen a fleet of native canoes afloat on that vast gray sea. The very next evening, the raft was finished. It was about 10 feet long by 5 feet wide, and the beams, bound together by stout ropes, were firm and solid. It took the united efforts of the 3 of us to launch it, but once launched, it floated tranquilly and evenly. The professor was delighted.
Splendid. Splendid, my good Hans. Now we have a means of locomotion other than our legs. Rapid and untiring. To move, we go forward. We go forward.
next day, the 13th of August, we rose early. Hans had fashioned a mast from 2 lengths of wood skillfully joined together and a yardarm from another piece of wood. The sail was a linen sheet, and we had no lack of cordage. I was forced to admit that our raft and equipment looked solid and seaworthy. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when the eager and enthusiastic professor gave the order to make ready, we carefully stowed on the raft all our food, luggage, instruments, weapons, and a good supply of sweet water which we had collected from springs in the rocks. Hans had ingeniously contrived a rudder which enabled him to steer the raft with ease. He took the tiller as a matter of course, and he soon proved himself as good a sailor as he was a guide. At a word from my uncle, I untied the painter. The sail was brought to the wind, and we moved swiftly seawards. Thus were our travels at last resumed. Once more we were setting out into the unknown. Just as we were leaving the little port where Hans had built the raft, my uncle, who was always very keen on naming newly discovered places, turned to Hans.
What shall we call this place, Hans? Our stream, the Hansbach, was named after you. This sea I have called the Central Sea. But this place, where we have embarked on our famous and historical voyage...
We go after Master Harry.
Splendid. Then we shall name it Port Harry.
Port Harry. Yes, this is good. Very good.
How do you like it, my boy?
Well, before you quite make up your mind, Uncle, I have another name to propose.
So? What other name? Come, out with it.
Gretchen.
Gretchen? My goddaughter's name?
Yes, Uncle. Have you forgotten I'm going to marry her?
Dear me. Yes, I believe that is the arrangement.
Port Gretchen will sound very well on our future map.
Port Gretchen? This is good. Very good.
Very well. Port Gretchen, let it be. Farewell, Port Gretchen. Farewell! Farewell!
We left the shore with the wind blowing from the northward and eastward. We sped before it splendidly, and it seemed to me that the winds at that depth, 100 miles down, were much more powerful than winds at the surface.
Such speed. If we continue at this rate, we shall cover at least 30 leagues in the next 24 hours.
Already the northern shore was fading away on the edge of the horizon. To east and west, the shores separated more and more, leaving the open sea before us. Soon, I could see nothing ahead but the apparently limitless ocean. Huge dark clouds cast their grey shadows below, shadows which seemed almost to crush the water by their very weight. Silvery rays of light, reflected here and there on odd patches of the sea, brought out a luminous sparkle in the wake of the raft. Presently, we were wholly out of sight of land. Nothing could be seen save the sea around us. Without any distant point to focus my eyes upon, I could have fancied that we were motionless, except for the phosphorescent sparkle in our wake. About noon, we ran into a mass of seaweed. Never were seaweeds so gigantic or so wonderful as those of the Central Sea. We swept past specimens 3,000 to 4,000 feet long, looking like snakes stretching out far beyond the horizon. At last, night came, so the chronometer told us. But the luminous atmosphere was in no way dimmed, and whatever its true nature and cause, we realized that it was a phenomenon on which we could rely with absolute certainty. As soon as we had eaten our supper, I stretched myself at the foot of the mast and presently fell asleep. Hans remained motionless at the tiller. The wind being aft and the sail square, we ran steadily on. Almost as soon as we left Port Gretchen, my uncle had instructed me to keep a regular log of our daily navigation, with all the most minute particulars: wind direction, weather conditions, speed, distance covered, in a word, every detail and incident of this extraordinary voyage. From this log, therefore, I can tell the story of our adventures on the Central Sea. Friday, August the 14th. A steady breeze from the northwest. We are moving fast, straight before the wind. There is a coast dimly visible to leeward. Nothing to be seen ahead. The extraordinary intensity of the light neither increases nor diminishes. The weather is remarkably fine. That is to say, the clouds have risen to a great height and are light and fleecy, floating in an atmosphere like molten silver. Temperature, 32 degrees centigrade.
You think there are fish in this sea?
No, Hans. Definitely not.
No? Why do you think there are no fish?
I think there might have been fish here once, just as there were animals on the seashores, but we saw no animals, only their fossil bones.
Well, perhaps there are no fish, but perhaps also there are. We will see.
Are you going to put a line down?
Oh, yes. See, I have baited him with a little piece of meat, and now I throw him in. Now, we must wait and see.
For a long time, we were disappointed. Then, at last, came a sudden, hard tug on the line. Hans calmly pulled it in.
So, there are fish in this sea? Oh, yes.
Oh, a splendid fish. Well done, Hans.
It's a sturgeon, Uncle. Surely a small sturgeon.
Wait a moment. Give me time to put on my spectacles. So, now pass the fish to me, Hans. Dear me, how he slept. Flat head, round body, bony scales, especially at the lower extremities. No teeth, highly developed pectoral fins, no tail worth speaking of. No, it is not a sturgeon, my dear boy. Not by any means. It belongs to a family which has been extinct for countless ages. There are remains of such a fish as this in the Devonian rocks.
A fossil fish, Uncle? Is that what you mean? A living fossil fish?
Yes. Oh, to hold a living specimen such as this, to hold it in one's hand is enough to make a naturalist happy for the rest of his life. It is of the order Ganoides, one of the family of Cephalospiders of the genus Pterychitis. But it is unique, even among fossils.
Why unique?
It is blind, my dear boy. Not only blind, but absolutely without organs of sight. Oh, Hans, go on fishing, I command you. See if you can catch more, and still more.
Very good, master. I fish again.
Hans baited the hook and threw it back into the sea. This subterranean ocean must have been tolerably well supplied with fish, for in 2 hours we took a great number of pterychites, as well as other fish belonging to another supposedly extinct family, the Dipterides. All, without exception, were blind. These unexpected captures enabled us to renew our stock of provisions most satisfactorily. Having discovered these fossil fish, I began to wonder whether we should discover some of those huge reptiles, regarded as extinct, but which scientists have reconstructed from bits of fossilized bones. I picked up the telescope and scanned the horizons. I examined every visible part of the sea. It was utterly and entirely deserted. I looked up at the strange and mysterious sky. It was as silent and as empty as the shores we had but lately left. Saturday, August 15th. The sea retains its uniform monotony. The same leaden hue, the same eternal glare from above. The horizon appears to retreat before us as we advance. There is no sign of land. The professor is in one of his morose and unaccountable humors. He spends his time scanning the horizon at every point of the compass, and when the telescope is not raised to his eye, he assumes a Napoleonic attitude. Why? What has he to be angry or annoyed about? Wasn't our voyage progressing under the best of circumstances? Wasn't our humble raft speeding along faster than we had ever hoped? What, then, was troubling him? When for about the 100th time he put down the telescope and paced morosely up and down, I ventured to ask if anything was wrong.
Wrong? Why do you ask me if anything wrong?
You seem uneasy, Uncle.
I am not uneasy, by no means.
But perhaps I should have said impatient.
It is enough to make any man impatient.
I don't see why. I imagine not many rafts have moved faster than we're moving now. It's fabulous.
So it is fabulous. So what does it matter if it's fabulous or not? It's not our speed, but the immensity of the sea which concerns me. It's so much bigger, so much wider, so much faster than I had expected.
Yes, you thought the sea was no more than 30 leagues across.
Exactly.
And already we must have covered, at least 90 or 100 leagues. But does it matter?
Does it matter? You ask me, does it matter? My boy, listen to me. We undertook a journey to the center of the earth, did we not? Huh? That is to say, we must descend. Descend all the time, descend, but we are not descending now. We are moving in a horizontal direction. We are not progressing. Oh, this is a waste of time. I did not come here for a picnic. I tell you, this voyage on a raft across a pond irritates and wearies me.
But, Uncle, if we are following the route indicated by Aunt Atchison, we can't be very far wrong.
But that is the question, as your immortal Shakespeare puts it. Are we indeed following the route of the great Saknussemm? Did he ever cross this vast central sea? I am beginning to fear that the Hansbach, the little stream we adopted for our guide, has led us astray.
Well, what if it has? In any case, Uncle, we can't regret having come so far. It's worth all the hardships of our journey to enjoy this wonderful scenery.
I care nothing about seeing wonderful scenery. I descended into the interior of the earth with one object, and that object I mean to attain. So pray do not talk to me about admiring scenery or any other sentimental rubbish.
After this outburst, I thought it was well to hold my tongue. Indeed, nobody spoke again until 6 o'clock in the evening, when Hans said,
Master, if you please.
Well, Hans.
Today, I think, is Saturday.
Saturday? What does it matter whether it's Saturday, Sunday, or any other day?
It is important, Master. Today is Saturday, and on every Saturday you pay my wages.
Oh, of course. I undertook to pay your wages every Saturday, no matter where we happen to be.
$3 rix, Master.
Here. 1, 2, 3.
It is correct. I thank you, Master. Thank you.
Sunday, August the 16th. Nothing new to record. The wind shows a tendency to freshen, perhaps with signs of an approaching gale. When I awoke, my first observation was in regard to the intensity of the light. For I confess that I am seized with a secret fear that this extraordinary electric illumination will in some way become dimmed or obscured, and then perhaps extinguished, leaving us in total darkness. Nothing of the kind, however, occurs. The shadow of the raft, the mast, and the sail are clear-cut on the surface of the water. This wonderful sea, it seems limitless in extent. It must surely be as wide as the Mediterranean, perhaps as wide as the great Atlantic Ocean. On more than one occasion, Hans has tried deep-sea soundings. He tied the cross of one of our heaviest crowbars to the end of a cord, and this he allowed to run out to the extent of 200 fathoms. It did not touch bottom, and he had the greatest difficulty in pulling in the line. This morning he tried again. I went across to help him haul in.
Thank you.
Good. He's coming in well now. Wait, I will lift the crowbar onto the deck. There.
What is it, Hans?
These marks on the iron crowbar, you see?
Yes. What are they?
Thunder.
Thunder? What do you mean by that?
Teeth. Yeah, teeth.
There was no doubt about it. The indentations on the iron bar were the marks of teeth. What jaws! What strength must the owner of such teeth possess? Had we disturbed a monster of some unknown species? A monster more voracious than a snake, more terrible and more massive than a whale? There was no means of telling. As on other Sundays, we observed today as a day of rest and meditation. But for my part, I could scarcely take my eyes from the mauled crowbar, or my mind from the terrifying speculations that it aroused. Monday, August 17th. I have been looking at the crowbar again, and truly I am terrified. Again and again I ask myself whether I am fated to face some gigantic reptile of ancient times. And again I answer, no. It doesn't seem possible. I just can't believe it. And yet these marks on the crowbar. Is there
any doubt at all that they were made by the jaws of a monstrous crocodile? I fancy the professor in some measure shares my speculations, if not my fears, for after a close examination of the crowbar, he looked long and in all directions over this mighty and mysterious sea. What possessed him to leave the safe shelter of the land, I thought. And determined to be prepared for the worst, I examined our weapons and made sure that they were ready for use. My uncle watched me and nodded his head approvingly. Do I imagine it? Or is there a movement? A swirling of the surface waters, indicating that something is stirring far, far below. Tuesday, August the 18th. Today has passed with no incident worth recording. Now at last it is evening. We are drowsy and ready for sleep. There is no night, properly speaking, in these parts, any more than there is summer in the Arctic regions, as summer is generally understood. Hans remains immovable at the rudder. He must sleep, of course, but when he does, I can't say. This evening I dropped into a heavy sleep. Some 2 hours later, I was awakened suddenly by an immense shock. The raft seemed to be lifted completely out of the water.
I take it, Frank. Are we shipwrecked?
Look, master. I cannot make it out.
A black mass heaving up and down.
A big lizard, master.
Yes. A sea lizard of prodigious shape and size.
And there, a whale.
It is indeed a whale, Harry. Her great fins, and see how she blows air and water.
2 columns of water rose to a vast height above the sea. We stood stock still, stupefied at the sight of these fearful marine monsters. Hans seized the rudder which had flown from his grasp and put it hard to windward. But there, to leeward, was a turtle about 40 feet wide and a serpent quite as long, thrusting its hideous head from the waters. Escape was impossible. The reptiles advanced on us, turning and twisting about the raft with fearful swiftness. Nearer and nearer they came, the mighty crocodile on one side, the serpent on the other. I snatched up my rifle in desperation and was about to try the effect of a bullet when Hans checked me. The monsters passed within 100 paces of the raft, then made a frenzied rush at one another. It seemed to me that the other monsters, the whale, the lizard, and the turtle, had joined this fierce and deadly struggle. I pointed them out to Hans, but he shook his head.
No, I think it's best not to fire the gun, Master Harry. There are only 2 animals. Perhaps they do not see us.
Only 2? But
Hans is right, absolutely right. I can see clearly through the telescope. Note down what I tell you, Harry. The first monster has the snout of a porpoise, the teeth of, I will say, a crocodile, the head of a lizard. Now, such a description is apt to deceive us. I would say the most fearful of all antediluvian reptiles.
An ichthyosaurus, or great fish lizard. But the other? What about the other?
A serpent. A monstrous serpent concealed, as it were, beneath the carapace of a turtle.
A sea crocodile. The plesiosaurus.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Quiet now. I wish to concentrate on this wonderful spectacle.
The monsters attacked each other with inconceivable fury, raising mountains of water and showering us with spume. Time and again we seemed on the point of being overturned. The combatants were joined together in a tight embrace so that I could scarcely distinguish one from the other. An hour passed. 2, 3 hours. Now the great beasts drew closer to the raft. Now they drew away. We crouched, ready to fire instantly, though I, for one, had no hopes we might wound them or scare them away. Suddenly, both monsters vanished under the waves. There was a mighty maelstrom in the midst of the sea which all but sucked us under.
Ah, look. They come up again.
Shall I shoot?
No. Give me the telescope quickly. Ah, there are not 2 this time. There's only 1. There's only the plesiosaurus.
Now I could see that the great sea crocodile was wounded unto death. I could see its serpent-like neck
threshing and curling and twisting in the agonies of dying. Now it flailed the waters like a whip. Now it twisted like a worm sliced in two. In all directions, the water spurted to a great height, sweeping clean over the raft and blinding us. Soon it became clear that the end of the beast was at hand. Its movement slackened. Its contortions almost ceased. At length the body lay inert on the now calm and placid waters. And I thought, so much for the Plesiosaurus. But what about the victor? The Ichthyosaurus? Has he gone down to some undersea cavern to rest and lick his wounds? Or will he reappear to destroy us?
That was the fifth installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bjorke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. You'll be able to hear the sixth installment of this serial at 5:25 next Thursday in Storytime on Radio 4, and that's called The Hurricane.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Free for All. Such swell, rich flavor. That's what you're going to say, friends, the very first time you taste the new Jell-O. Because Jell-O today is extra rich thanks to a new and exclusive Jell-O process. By means of this amazing process, Jell-O's glorious goodness is locked in, protected for your pleasure. And never before has Jell-O tasted so downright grand. Never before has it been a more perfect dessert, a more delicious treat. You'll enjoy it more than ever now that Jell-O's famous flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. Just try it and see. Prove for yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale odor, no sweet, fruity aroma to warn of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O into a grand Jell-O dessert, out pours its captive flavor to make that dessert a wonderfully rich, tempting treat. So order several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O more than ever the dessert for you. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, daylight saving time goes into effect tomorrow, and clocks throughout the country will be moved 1 hour ahead.
That's right.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who will have only 11 hours sleep tonight instead of his usual 12, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't know where you got the impression that I sleep 12 hours a night. I'm up bright and early in the morning, the same as everybody else.
Yes, Jack, but look at the time you go to bed. By 9 o'clock every night, you're in dreamland.
And not on Wednesday night. They don't raffle off the Plymouth at the Oriental until 9:30. By the time I get through arguing with the manager, it's usually 2 in the morning.
Well, what's the idea of arguing with the manager?
Listen, Don, I've been going to that theater for years now, and it's about time I won a slab of bacon or something. Anything. Huh?
You mean as often as you've gone there, you've never won a prize?
Well, my number was called on 2 different occasions, but, forget it.
No, Jack. What happened?
Well, you see, Don, when they call your number, you have to get up to the stage within 60 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Well, the first time I didn't get there fast enough, and the second time I was disqualified for wearing roller skates. I missed out on a case of minute tapioca. Anyway, Don, getting back to your introduction, you'll have to admit that it was hardly fair.
Oh, come now, Jack. Just because you get to bed late on Wednesday nights, that doesn't make you a night owl.
Well, it's not only Wednesday, big boy. You know what time I hit the hay last night? 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? My goodness, were you out night clubbing?
No, it was Mr. Billingsley's fault. He was playing soldier outside my bedroom door, and just because I didn't know the password, he wouldn't let me in. I'll know it tonight, believe me.
What is the password, Jack?
Well, it's not exactly a word, Don. I just have to go a couple of times. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you bling about?
Oh, it's just a password.
Thank heaven. I thought radio had finally smacked you down.
No, nothing like that. My ears ring frequently, but that's about all.
That's good. Say, Jack, did you tell Don the bad news?
Not yet.
What bad news?
Well, on account of daylight saving next week, Jack is going to dock us all 1 hour's pay.
1 hour's pay?
It's only for the duration. You'll get it back as soon as the war is over.
The hour or the money?
Both. It's wartime. And if there are any more objections, just read your contract.
Who can read it? You've got one whole page written in Eskimo.
Well?
Mine, too. Now, what's the big idea?
Because when the contracts were drawn up, my lawyers happened to be Smith, Smythe, Mullen, and Mooseface. Now, drop it.
Leave it to Benny to get a lawyer that can spear fish for him, too.
Mary, I retain Mooseface by the year. What's he going to do when someone isn't suing me? Just sit around? Be reasonable.
Say, Jack, what does that Eskimo clause in our contract mean? I've never had it translated.
I have. It says, actor who want raise can put high heels on snowshoes.
Well, that's not a literal translation, but that's the gist of it. And I don't want you all reading your contract.
If I hear another word about contracts, I'll scream.
Virgil, just make with the noise and no dialogue. You're only the sound man here.
Well, I get more fan mail than you old tintype.
Get away from that microphone. I'll beat it.
Oh, Jack, stop picking on Virgil. He's very important to our show, and you know it.
Important?
Yes, in all our plays, he opens doors, rings bells, shoots guns.
Oh.
And when you're supposed to walk down the street, Virgil walks for you.
Virgil walks for me? Well, any sound man can do that.
With your flat feet, that's hard, Daddy.
Virgil, I told you to get away from that mic. I never saw a guy with...
Hey, Jack, here comes Night School Joe.
Oh, yes, our French student. Hello, Phil.
Bonsoir, folks, bonsoir. Hello, Jacques.
Jacques.
And Marie and Dune.
Dune? Phil, a dune is a great big pile of sand. But I guess you're right. Anyway, why don't you cut out that French? The stuff you say doesn't even make sense.
Well, I learned a new one this week. Get a load of this, Jackson. Ma orchestre travaille dans une soupier.
What does that mean?
My orchestra works in the soup tureen.
Your orchestra works in the soup tureen?
Yeah, that's as close as I could get to Biltmore Bowls.
Oh, well, Phil, don't you think that before taking up a foreign language, you ought to learn how to speak English?
And what's wrong with my English, may I ask?
You're kidding, of course. And now, folks...
No, I ain't. What's wrong with my English?
Phil, I met a Fiji Islander once with a ring in his nose who had only been in this country 3 weeks, and he speaks better English than you do. Much better.
Well, then I got to get one of them rings.
It won't help you, believe me.
Let him get one. This is an emergency.
Mary, if Phil ever puts a ring in his nose, Alice will snap a leash on it, sure as anything. And now, folks, Phil Harris and his 18 dreamboats will entertain us with a band number. Hit it, Phil.
Oui, amigo.
Phil, amigo is Spanish. You're talking Spanish now.
Then I want more money.
Oh, play. Play, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Do you recognize me?
No, I don't.
Well, that's my fault. I should never have taken that ring out of my nose.
Get out of here. He's a Fiji Islander, all right. Look at that bushy head of hair. Play, amigo. That was a medley of Deep in the Heart of Texas and The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who may be heard nightly except Sunday in the soup tureen of the Biltmore Bowl. Say, Phil, that medley was really thrilling. How'd you happen to play it?
Well, I got a lot of pals in Texas, and I don't want them to forget me.
Oh, yes. You and the boys work down there every summer, don't you?
Yeah, last year we did one-night stands in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Galveston, and then we played 3 months in Van Horn.
3 months, eh?
Yeah, that's what they gave my guitar player for stealing the cow.
Stealing a cow?
Well, he didn't exactly steal it. He tried to elope with it. You know how frank he is when he drinks.
Yeah. He must have eloped with that guitar, too. It's got Gene Autry's name on it. Now, let's see. Where are we?
Well, it's about time for my play, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, yes, your play. And now, folks, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Doon Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is the honeymoon cottage of a young couple who have just been married. The bride, played by Mary Livingston...
Mary.
...is awaiting the arrival of her husband, for whom she has just prepared her first dinner. We take you now to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Typical American.
Oh, dear, it's 7 o'clock and my husband isn't home yet. Ah, here he comes now.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello. Did you have a busy day at the office, Typical?
Oh, awful. That fresh boss of mine had me sitting on her knee all day. I'm a secretary, folks. Well, look what's on the table. Are you working a jigsaw puzzle, darling?
No, that's your dinner.
Yipe! So you surprised me, eh, darling?
Yes. Sit down, Tippy.
My, this looks so good.
What would you like with your dinner, sweetheart? Coffee, tea, or milk?
Milk, please.
Okay.
Virgil, the cow is milked already. The milk's in the bottle. Now pay attention. Well, look at those homemade biscuits. Look at those homemade biscuits. Did you make them yourself?
Yes, take this hammer and butter them.
They are. They are a little cementy. And my goodness, look at this platter of meat.
You'll love it, dear. It's Swiss steak.
Swiss steak?
Ole, ole,
Virgil! Virgil, what's the matter with you? You're spoiling the illusion. Now sit down and take that alpine hat off your head.
The cheese, too?
Yes. The whole darn outfit. Now let us alone so we can eat.
30 minutes later. All y'all cars, go to the home of typical American. He has a beautiful wife and acute indigestion.
Ooh.
Darling, what's the matter? Typical, speak to me.
Ooh.
Poor boy. Well, it looks like I'll have to eat this bowl of tempting and economical Jell-O all by myself.
Oh, no, you don't. Give me some of that, too. Even you can make Jell-O right.
I thank you.
Don, that was really marvelous. How did you ever think of such a clever commercial?
Well, I was sleeping on my back last night, and I dreamt it.
Well, tummy down tonight, please. Not that I didn't like it, Don, but, well, I thought you were lost, Dennis. Where were you, kid?
I'm not a kid anymore. I just fell in a manhole.
Oh, fine. He fell in a manhole. That makes him a man. I suppose if you fell in a gopher hole, you'd be a gopher.
Yeah. Jack fell in a rat hole once.
Oh, quiet. Anyway, I'm glad you got here, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, have I got a surprise for you? Have I got a surprise?
Later, kid. For our feature attraction, this... What do you mean, surprise?
Here, read this. I cut it out of a radio column.
Let's see it. Well, I'll be darned. Get a load of this, fellas. It is reported officially from New York that starting March 8th, Fred Allen will switch the time of his broadcast from Wednesday to Sunday night. Imagine.
Well, I knew that. He's replacing the Sunday evening symphony hour.
Allen's replacing the symphony hour? Well, they better tell everybody in advance, or when they hear Allen's voice, they'll think it's an old bassoon left over. Anyway, if Allen goes on the air Sundays, I'm going off. I can make a darn good living out of pictures.
Oh, how many postcards of your house do you sell a week?
Plenty, sister. Anyway, I don't want Allen on the air the same day as I am.
But, Jack, there are a lot of comedians besides you on Sunday night. One more won't hurt.
A lot of comedians. Name one.
Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
That's two. Name one. Now, I dare you.
Oh, Jack, you know very well that Edgar Bergen plays both parts. McCarthy is a dummy.
Oh, so you're falling for that stuff, too, eh? I happen to know that Charlie McCarthy is just as much flesh and blood as I am.
On flesh, I won't argue.
No argument on blood, either. I got plenty in my veins.
Mr. Benny is right. I gave him a transfusion yesterday.
You didn't give me anything. I paid you $5 a gallon. Now be quiet.
Gee, I'm so weak I can hardly stand up.
Well, it's your own fault. You didn't say when. Anyway, I've got to do something about Alan.
Gosh, I'm dizzy.
Dennis, eat liver. You'll get it back. I know what, Mary. Mary, get me Mr. John Swallow on the phone. His private extension is 309.
Okay.
I'm going to nip this in the bud. He's the program manager. I'm going to straighten out this Alan Sunday night situation. I don't get mad often, but when I do...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Swallow. Oh.
Hello, Mr. Swallow. When did you get back from Palestine?
Gee, that phone. Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Swallow. This is Jack Benny. Say, I just found out something, and I'd like to talk to you about it. Now, I'm not going to stand for any...
I'm glad you called, Jack.
What?
Mr. Williams, the censor, tells me he's been having a little trouble with you.
Trouble with the censor? Who, me?
Yes. Now, Jack, when he tells you to take a joke out of your program, don't argue about it. Take it out.
What? Wait a minute, Mr. Swallow. Are you referring to the gag we were going to do about cooking flapjacks on a griddle?
I certainly am, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with cooking flapjacks on a griddle?
The word griddle sounds exactly like girdle.
Sounds exactly... Mr. Swallow, I defy you, Mr. Williams, or Oscar of the Waldorf, to cook flapjacks on a girdle. It can't be done.
That's not the point. The line is still double entendre.
And don't pull that Phil Harris stuff. I like that griddle gag very much.
Well, it's definitely out.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Harmless little gag about hotcakes, and I can't even do it. Well, come on, Dennis, sing your song.
Well, what'd you do about Fred Allen?
Who? Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about him. I'll take it up later. Well, come on, Dennis, let's have a song.
Okay.
Get so burned up lately, I must be getting high blood pressure.
With my blood, yeah.
Oh, quiet, sing. There must be some way of fixing that Sunday night thing.
This love of mine goes on and on. All life is empty since you have gone. You're always on my mind. Go out of sight. It's lonesome through the day and all of night. I cry my heart out. It's bound to break. Since nothing matters, let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what to become of it, this love of mine. I cry my heart out, it's bound to break, since nothing matters, let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what to become of it, this love of
That was This Love of Mine, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Sure, and it was wonderful, begorra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, Dennis, your blood is working on him.
Yes, it is at that.
Gee, I wish I wasn't such a tightwad. We'd all get a raise.
Hooray, I've got an alibi. And now, folks...
Hey, Jack, what are you going to do about the Fred Allen situation?
Yeah, you going to let that guy get away with it? Well, I've been thinking it over, gentlemen, and I'm going to form a little group that'll take care of him. The SAALC.
What's that stand for?
Sunday Artists Against Low Comedy. I'm going to send letters to Bergen, Abbott and Costello, Phil Baker, Gildersleeve, and all of them.
What about me? I'm a Sunday artist.
You're a Sunday... Well, I'm having enough trouble with Mr. Swallow. But I'll have my lawyer send you a letter anyhow. It only costs $10 to join.
That Eskimo isn't getting any $10 out of me, Sugarfoot.
Who asked you? Now, get this straight, Virgil. You're not a comedian. You're a sound man, and not a very good one at that.
I don't know why I don't yank that wig right off your head.
You lay one hand on me, and you'll...
Oh, Jack, stop pointing at your glasses. He won't hit you.
Never mind. I got more important things to do than argue with this guy. Until March 8th, I'll be working day and night.
You mean to say that you're going to all this trouble just to keep Allen off the air Sundays?
I owe it to the public. It's a crusade. That's what it is.
Well, gee, I don't know what all this fuss is about. Personally, I think Mr. Allen is wonderful.
Dennis, you're fired. Anyway, Don, get out, scram, kid. Anyway, Don, I think I'll send you... Leave the music here, Dennis. It's not yours. Anyway, Don, get back in the manhole cover. I think I'll send you an application blank too. And then if we all stick together, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, I always thought that boarder of ours was cuckoo, and now I know it.
Mr. Billingsley, what's the trouble now?
He's playing soldier again. This morning, he locked me in my room for 3 hours.
Well, why didn't you give him the password? It's little.
That was yesterday. Today is...
Oh, so he changed it, eh? Well, I'm glad you told me. I don't want to have to go to a hotel tonight. Now, Rochester, you just humor Mr. Billingsley and let him play soldier. He's perfectly harmless.
What about that shotgun he carries around?
That shotgun isn't loaded.
It ain't, eh?
No.
You know that big picture we got in the library of George Washington crossing the Delaware?
Yes.
Well, he'll never make it in that boat. It's full of holes.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Rochester. He's going to pay for that painting.
He paid for it already.
Good.
You ought to see his new $5 bills. He's got my picture on them.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
You know what else, boss?
What?
You're Secretary of the Treasury.
Oh, well, he's just having fun. He prints them on Kleenex. He can't be a counterfeiter. Well, Rochester, I'll be home pretty soon, so don't worry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Rochester, where's Mr. Billingsley now?
He's out in the garage squeezing orange juice.
Squeezing orange juice in the garage?
Yeah, he nails an orange on the wall and then backs the Maxwell into it.
Oh, well, I'll see you in a little while. So long.
So long.
I was wondering where those yellow spots on my garage wall came from. I thought there was something wrong with my eyes. Play, Phil.
If you have a family that loves rich, tempting desserts, then don't wait another day to serve this one. It's a delightful Jell-O treat called Imperial Peach Mold, a grand-looking, good-looking dessert that's not only delicious, but easy to make. Here's all there is to it. Simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in a pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained. Or, if you wish, use 1 box of quick frozen sliced peaches freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a really special treat, a rich, shimmering combination of juicy sliced peaches and sunny orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and treat yourself to this swell dessert. When you make it, be sure to use genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O is extra delicious, thanks to its new locked-in flavor.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Remember this name, folks. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding. It's the name of one of America's most popular desserts. The name of a grand pudding that's sure to become one of your special favorites. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding is marvelously smooth and luscious with a swell homemade goodness. And it's full of golden butterscotch flavor. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors. Chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Webster's definition of coincidence is, in part, a group of concurrent events remarkable from lack of apparent casual connection. That's quite a mouthful. Somehow it seems to me a simpler definition might be that coincidence makes half, at the very least, of the best stories in the world possible. This, then, is a story founded on people and the accident of coincidence.
Sergeant Quinn, we've got to nab him soon before he meets some babe who won't go his route and he flips bad enough to wipe her out.
Do you suppose, Lieutenant, his wife, if he's got one, knows what danger she's in?
What I wonder is, does this guy know how sick he is?
Our mystery drama, A Model Murderer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The world is filled with men of all stripes and colors, driven by an inner compulsion to maintain a macho image. Not so much for the world at large, but for themselves. Such a one is Lou Richmond, appliance salesman. At first glance, not such a glamorous business. But then, at first glance, neither is Lou. Except that, for some inexplicable reason, this 40-odd-year-old man with a receding hairline and slightly paunching has his own special magic with women and the luck of the devil getting away with it until... But that's the story, isn't it?
Excuse me. But will you just permit me to say how exquisitely lovely you are?
How can I stop you? You've already said it.
You know, I've been watching you from the other side of the bar. Watching? My eyes have been glued.
It would have been hard not to be aware of it. Particularly since the bartender tells me you bought me this.
Oh, the drink. You haven't tasted it yet.
I don't usually accept drinks from strangers. And one is my limit, anyway.
Well, you don't have to drink it. Sorry if I was out of line. It was only meant to be a gesture to beauty, which I hadn't meant to follow up. Forgive me.
I should say thank you. I didn't mean to be ungracious.
Oh, you couldn't be ungracious if you tried.
You come on very strong, don't you?
Well, I didn't mean to. It's just that as a professional photographer, my eye always leaps and is caught by the exceptional. But I should leave you. You're obviously waiting for someone.
Waiting is the right word. It's become a rather annoying avocation.
Well, I just can't believe any man would stand you up.
It wouldn't be the first time. I don't think I'm going to give him the chance again. You said photographer.
Yeah. Oh, I should introduce myself. My name is Philip Evemonte.
The Philip Evemonte?
Well, I guess so.
No, I really am flattered. I mean, my name is Christine Park. Won't you sit down?
Well, if you're sure you want me to.
I'm the one who has been stirred up. I don't see why you should be, too.
And I'll drink to you, to your matchless beauty. No, don't say anything. Just accept, like any goddess you're due.
You're a bit much, you know.
The trouble with honesty, no one believes the truth.
Now, wait a minute. I've heard some expert lines in my
No,
childhood.
it's no lie, Miss Pollock. Except my lifeline. You know, without subjects to bring it to life, my camera is no more than an object. I risk anything to give it the opportunity to live.
You think of me as a model?
Oh, what else? You know, I could make you the number one model in the country within 6 months.
Oh, I'd like to believe that.
Oh, you can. What do you do?
Here in Washington? What else? I'm an executive secretary.
Yeah, but you have models. You can't tell me you haven't.
That's right, I have, but I didn't quite cut it.
Well, that's because you didn't have the right photographer. Would you, like to take another whirl at it?
Well, yes. Anything rather than what I'm doing now.
Would you like to, talk it over as a business proposal?
As a business proposal?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Good. Well, this is hardly the place, but, see, I'll be gone by tomorrow morning. And you say you have a date.
I had a date, Mr. Evemonte. I consider it broken as of 5 minutes ago.
Well, then, suppose we go up to my room and, discuss your future.
Your room?
Yeah, as I said, this isn't the place. You know who I am.
Yes, sir. I realize I may not get a break like this again. I don't have that kind of money. I don't have any money at all.
Well, there's got to be some way to raise it.
If you can get me work, I'll plow back every cent I make.
Yeah, I know, baby, and I'd help out, but you have to have something to make a start. I mean, it's got to be L.A. or New York for the big run. You need a wardrobe and just to be there. Now, I'll spring for film and studio, but I can't run it all.
I know. I couldn't expect you to. But I just don't have the money.
Yeah. Well, it was a good try.
Well, does that have to be the end of it?
No. Not as far as we're concerned. We can talk it all out again tomorrow. Meantime, we can have a ball together and live it up, huh?
Well, not just a minute, Mr. Eamon.
Now, let's make it silly.
Let's make it nothing. This was strictly a business proposition, you said.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't. Look, I'm not interested.
Yeah, but I am. So let's get with it, huh?
You let me go, or I'll scream.
No. You better not try that, kid. I could mess you up. I could break your arm.
What are you talking about?
You and me, and why you're here. Now, shut up if you know what's good for you. From now on, I call the turn. I'm in charge.
Yeah? Who? Oh, sure. Put him on.
Hello. This is Lieutenant Matthews, 45th Precinct. Who's there?
Detective Sergeant Bill Quinn, D.C. Police. I just wanted to cross-check with you in New York. It looks like we got Phil the Flash on the loose again down here.
You sure, Sergeant?
Well, Mike, Fitz is tired of operating.
How much did he take this babe for?
Well, nothing in cash, but she got beat up pretty bad. Now, he's got to be nailed before he goes for something big.
You get any further make on him?
Same description, nothing new. I'm sending up all the proof by telex for cross-reference. How do you figure him, Mike? You think he's some kind of a kinky sex fiend?
Well, I'm not all that big in psychology, Bill, but I don't figure him that way at all. See, I see him married and henpecked. And something pegs him down at home, so he moves out to prove he's a man, not a mouse.
What kind of weirdo you figure him married to?
No, not so weird. Just strong. Too tough for him to crack.
Strong? How?
Who knows? Mentally, I doubt physically. Maybe she holds the purse strings.
Well, so what's the answer?
Just that we gotta nab him soon before he meets some babe and he flips bad enough to wipe her out completely.
I wonder if his wife, if he's got one, knows what danger she's in.
What I wonder is, does this guy, whoever he is, know how sick he is?
It's like a hobby with me, see? I mean, other guys go for antique cars or old stamps and like that. I go for women. Now, what's so bad about that? I mean, beautiful women. I always had them, even before Phoebe. Half the fun is the line, the technique, the way to break them down. They all go for my line. I never figure them not to. And I can use the dough. Phoebe sure keeps me on a short leash and demands the old paycheck right on the line. So a guy's got to have a little outside income somewhere, right? Sometimes I have to laugh. If she only knew. I mean, like, if she only knew how close she is from the truth. And how far.
I thought you were supposed to be on the late shuttle last night, Lou.
Well, you know how it is with business, Phoebe. Things came up.
What things?
You really want to hear?
I really would, for once. If it was the truth.
Now, that's what knocks me.
What?
Always a needle. You don't believe me.
No.
Huh? Well, that's that.
Not quite. Let's lay it right on the line, Lou. I've had it up to here. I want a divorce.
Oh, that's nice. You want me to give you one?
That's right. You've lived off me for too long.
Now, wait a minute, Phoebe.
No, not even an instant. I've had it. You can go tomcatting around all you want. I don't care anymore. But you better take care. Because you're not going to have it so free and easy from now on, one way or another. I'm keeping tabs on you.
All right, what does that mean?
You better look out for your pickups. Because sooner or later I'll find you out and I'll stick you, my big macho butterfly. When we break up finally, you're going to take all the blame.
I didn't have any particular answer, except the coast. Phoebe is independently wealthy, and it's a wise man who knows which side his bread is buttered on. Except, who could have figured Athena? Oh, that was the thing that blew everything 6 ways from nowhere. Athena, the goddess of justice. But who knew she would weigh the scales on me? It started out just like usual. Excuse me. Would you just permit me to say how exquisitely lovely you are?
Should I? Just because you tried to buy me a drink?
No, the drink was a gesture. My statement was a compulsion. After all, I am at best half a man.
How is that again?
Well, the other half of me is my camera. Insatiable, demanding, never satisfied with anything less than perfection. So, when I see it with both eyes...
Are you trying to tell me you're a photographer?
I am.
Well, it's a small world. I'm a model.
Oh, really? Professional?
Of course. Well, not quite yet. It's a little difficult in Youngstown to get started. That's why I came to New York.
Perhaps I can help. May I introduce myself?
He's gone this far. Why not?
But my name is Philip Evelyn. Yours?
Athena Blackwell. I mean, that's the name I'm going to use when I... Eastmont? Not the Philip Eastmont.
Well, I suppose I'd have to say yes to that.
But you're one of the most famous photographers in the world.
Wow. I've been very lucky. Because I know how to pick the right subjects to make me look good, to make me successful. Like you.
You want to photograph me?
No, not only to photograph you, to create you.
Create me?
Yeah. Well, that was a clumsy way of saying it. What I meant is, I want to evoke your personality so it shines with your beauty. I see you in ethereal creations, the sheerest of satins and silks, molding you and yet concealing you.
Why? I mean, there's so much expense involved, isn't there?
Well, would it be too much to pay to become the top model in the country? I could make you that in 6 months.
The top model?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd have a little money saved up, but I don't think it would be enough.
How much?
It's so expensive to live in New York. There isn't so much left. About $3,500.
Well, we'll just have to make it do. Where are you living now?
Oh, I have a furnished room in Queens. It isn't the best place, but it's reasonable.
Yeah, now, look, we've got to move you out of there right away. We'll check you into the Savoy region. The address is very important. Now, we've got to start creating a wardrobe for you tomorrow, and I'll help you shop. And then we'll see about building you a portfolio. But look, this is no place to talk business, is it? Why don't we go up to my room?
Oh, I don't know. This is moving awfully fast.
Well, that's the way with success when you get a chance to grab it.
How do I know that? I mean, I may have been alone at a bar, but I'm not a pickup.
No, we're talking about a career. Or don't you want one?
Yes.
Well, let's forget any personal relationship, okay? Let's just consider how lucky it is we ran into each other and what a huge business success, if we handle it right, we can make together. Now, shall we go upstairs? Plan the future. I had her hooked, and obediently she came upstairs. $3,500 was a nice little bundle, and for the 10 days I'd had to spend in New York, it would serve us very nicely. The fringe benefits would come soon enough. It's a nice little setup, I thought. How the devil could I know it was the beginning of disaster?
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive, said Sir Walter Scott. He might have had this whole affair in mind, for what has happened so far is simple compared to what is to come. And with those further revelations, I shall return shortly to bring you Act 2. Some people never learn, and Lou Richmond is typically one of them. This little masquerade he's conducting in New York proves to be the last straw for his long-suffering wife, Phoebe. And the new chapter in his life story that he has opened may very well prove to be his last. And not only because his wife has decided to close the book on him.
I just can't take it anymore, Dennis. So I'm going to lower the boom. I'm going to take your advice.
Well, it's about time, sis. The only thing that gravels me is that it's going to be expensive.
My own brother's going to run up legal fees on me?
No, don't be silly. But your little brother, Dennis, can't afford to go skiff-hopping around the country like the crumb you married.
Well, his firm pays for that.
Yeah, but they won't pay for me to keep tabs on him. They don't care what else he sells as long as he moves their merchandise. And the expense I'm talking about is private detectives.
Oh, do we have to use those? I hate anybody else knowing any of my private business.
Well, that's one of the things that heel Lou counts on. But if you want to nail him, it's the only way. Where is Charm Boy now?
New York.
You know where he's staying?
No, he's careful never to let me know.
Well, you can find out from the company he works for.
I doubt it. They're all very buddy-buddy there, and word seems to be out if any of the little women call, clam up. Anyway, it's too late to catch him on this trip. He's due back tomorrow.
Well, when's his next one?
I don't know.
Well, let me know the moment you do, and I'll get a detective agency on his tail.
Damn good thing I didn't know what was going on back home in Cleveland with my old lady, because I was sure having enough trouble on my hands with this babe Athena in New York. Like she acted dumb enough to have bells ringing in her head. The only trouble is, before she shelled out her dough, she wanted me to be listening to him, too. Plus, the entertainment tab was running up out of sight. And so far, that was all out of my pocket.
Yes? Roland?
What?
What's the matter with you? Don't you recognize your own name?
Yeah, of course. My mind was somewhere else for a moment.
Tell me something, Phil.
If I can.
It's a bit late to be asking, but are you married?
Me? You've got to be kidding.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not one bit.
Well, the answer is no, baby.
And where do you live?
Well, you know, a photographer's life on the go all the time. I got a pad in L.A., the hotel suite here in New York. In Europe, I sponge on friends who are happy to have me around. You know, Cannes, Antibes, London, Paris, wherever the smart people gravitate.
You're so famous, I'm surprised that right here in New York, nobody yet has walked up to you and recognized you as the Philip Easton.
Well, that's because I'm the man behind the camera. They see the women I've made the glamour queens, not me. Just as they'll remember you, not me. When I make your face known around the world.
Yes?
Yeah?
You are going to make me a grammar queen, aren't you?
Oh, you know it, Athena, honey.
But when do we start making the pictures for my portfolio?
Hey, first things first, huh? Now, we've got to get you settled at the right address, and we've got to build that wardrobe. The apartment deal's all set, and the couture place is holding all those clothes. When are we going to lock everything up?
It's so much money. Almost all I have.
Is that all that worries you? I'll call the coast tomorrow and have them transfer some of my funds.
You mean you'd be willing to cover it all?
Well, why not? After all, my interest in you is a little more than just professional.
How much more?
Well, let's settle up here and go back to my hotel suite. I can explain so much better there.
Oh, Phil, I want to believe you. I want to believe you so much.
Hey, what was that?
When someone took a flashlight picture.
Something for your scrapbook, a moment to remember. Practically instant results in less than 15 seconds.
Well, who told you to snap it? Was it you, Athena?
No, I had nothing.
You can tear that up right now, Flash Gun Casey.
Don't you want to see it first?
No.
Oh, Phil, please, can't we just look at it?
There's the bell, warm as love. You make a nice couple.
Oh, it is a good picture. Can't we have it?
Oh, all right. Here.
I'll get the change, sir.
Now, keep it and blow.
Yes, sir.
But give me that.
Please don't tear it up.
Okay. I'll shove it in my wallet.
It's a nice picture, Phil. We do make a nice couple.
Yeah. Now, let's get out of here. My place. Where you can really relax.
Lieutenant Matthews, 45th Precinct. Who? Sergeant Quinn? From Washington? Oh, yeah, sure. Put him on. What? Right outside in the squad room? Well, send him in. Oh, how do you like that? Speak of the devil. Bill Quinn?
That's me, Lieutenant Matthews.
Well, it's Mike to you. Come on in.
Thanks, Mike.
What brings you to New York?
Oh, I ran a prisoner up to turn over to your headquarters downtown. Figured as long as I was here, I'd drop in and meet you in person.
Well, that's great. Here, grab yourself a seat. Prisoner? Not our boy.
Phil the Flash? Oh, more's the pity. We ran into a complete dead end on him.
Yeah, I know. Funny thing, coincidence, you know. I was just going over his file.
That's one reason I dropped by to meet you. That guy kind of niggles around in the back of my mind. You got anything new on him up here?
No. He just seems to be laying low for a while.
Maybe he ran out of gas or got the call.
Oh, no, not this boy. He'll be back. He's like all of them. They get a good thing going, and they just got to run it into the ground. They never know when to quit.
What's so good about it? He don't clean up that much.
Well, he don't do so bad neither here. Let's see. We've collated everything we've been able to off the wires. Chicago 74, Iris Coliseo, $1,500, and aggravated assault. 75, Marion Shuttle, $500, no other charges. 2 ladies in 76, another couple of grand, and one assault charge. Washington, you know the story. Oh, here, 7 separate complaints, civil and criminal. Add it all up, 17 separate females, and maybe a total of 35 to 40 grand. And these are only the ones who try to turn him in.
Same line every time?
Sure. Claims to be Philip Piedmont. Doesn't even look like him. This guy's maybe 5'11". Piedmont's 6, 7, or 8. This guy's heavy set, paunchy. His teeth are not so good. He's balding. But Piedmont has a head of hair like a lion and a set of choppers like a movie star.
How did he get away with it?
You're asking me, Bill? Well, it's a crazy world.
Just the same, I'd like to pin him down.
Yeah, so would I. Just one break, I ask, before it's too late.
Too late? You mean before he gives up the scam?
Well, if I knew he'd give it up, I'd settle for that. You know what I told you over the phone? I'm afraid if he don't, it's going to back up somehow real big.
Well, like how?
Well, one of these dames is going to see the light and realize what a ride she's been taken for. And she might just get hold of something lethal like a gun or a knife. Put a couple of holes in him.
Wouldn't you figure maybe he had it coming?
Yeah, well, maybe. But what really worries me with this guy's history of assault and battery is what he might do if one of them tried to blow the whistle on him before he had a chance to duck. I'm afraid of how far he might go to keep his identity a secret. Hey, sometimes I think I'm getting old. My wife says even my worries have worries. Come on. Let's go hoist a couple of beers in the local pub and congratulate ourselves that as far as we know, old Phil the Flash is off the prowl.
No.
Well, why'd you come up here to my room?
To get things settled, to find out just where we stand.
You know where we stand, Athena.
I don't. Oh, I mean, first of all, I thought we had a business arrangement, but now...
All right. Now what?
Now it's something else. Something that I'm just not ready for, Phil.
Oh, come on, Athena. You've been building up to it all day since lunch, and dinner was the clincher. Now, why do you think I cut our night out short and brought you back here, huh?
I said at least it was to talk about my career first.
You've been hinting at a lot more than that, not only tonight, but all week.
You just don't understand me, Phil.
I understand that you don't trust me any way at all.
I never said that. If you mean the money, it's just that it's all I have. Everything seems so expensive, and it's all so rushed.
Now, you thought you'd just make a little play for me and see if maybe I wouldn't foot the bills, carry the ball all by myself.
No, that's not what I thought.
Sure. Maybe it even went a step further. You thought, why don't I go for the whole ball of wax, tie the sucker up completely, make him marry me so I got a real lock on him?
Oh, I didn't. I did no such thing.
Are you going to tell me that wasn't what you were after tonight, making sure I was single, lining up a photographer to take a picture of us?
I didn't order that picture.
Or maybe you had. But what do you think you could do? Hold me up for another little bundle to hide in your security blanket?
I don't know what you mean. How could I hold you up for... Oh, I see. You lied. You are married.
Well, that wouldn't make any difference to you. Nothing you could do about it anyway, since I was smart enough to pack the photo away in my wallet. All right, babe. The party's over. Out.
So, it was all true. You were just using me, just trying to get money out of me by pretending that I could be... I'll bet you're not even Philippine smart at all.
Okay, that's enough. Out.
Wait, you're nothing but a cheap con man. I bet this isn't the first time you've done this sort of thing. I ought to report you to the police. And maybe I just will.
Now, wait a minute.
Not on your life. I've seen all I want. No, Phil. Whoever you are, let me go.
Not until I get my wallet back.
What are you talking about?
Now, you know what. Don't try to act innocent. Now, give me that hand bag.
I don't have your wallet. You put it on the high floor there.
Yeah. Where is it now?
I don't know. What are you doing?
I'm looking for my wallet and that picture you thought you were so smart getting.
You can see it's not in my pocketbook.
All right. Where have you got it?
I haven't got it. Have you gone crazy?
I want that picture.
I haven't got it. If you come any closer to me, I'll scream.
Oh, no, you won't. You're going to keep your mouth shut.
Keep away from me.
Huh?
Oh.
I told you to keep it shut.
No,
now, where is it? Ow!
I haven't
You tricked me.
I don't.
Quiet. Just be quiet. Be quiet. That's better. Okay, now, come on. Don't try to fool me. Come on, where is it? Where's my wallet? Athena? Oh, no. Oh, good Lord. I can't have. You can't be dead.
Experience is a matter of instinct about life, said Oscar Wilde, or words to that effect. No one is more experienced than a veteran police lieutenant, and Lieutenant Matthews' instinct was right. Lou Richmond has finally gone too far. But will he get away with it? We'll find that out when I return shortly with Act 3. At the climax of Gilbert and Sullivan's operetta, The Mikado, the three principals sum up the dramatic tension of the moment in these statements. Here's a howdy-do, here's a pretty mess, and here's a state of things. Now, I don't think Lou Richmond could be so polite and contained in his quandary. It is, after all, one thing to have an angry, disillusioned woman on your hands, but quite another to have a dead one. Oh, wait a minute. Is she really dead? We didn't stop quite long enough before to find out, did we?
I never figured anything like this to happen. I just never figured it. I didn't choke her all that much. Maybe when we fell somehow her neck. But what's the difference? She's dead. I gotta get out of here. No, wait a minute. No, the wallet. That picture. That's her only tie to me. I gotta find that first. And let's see. Where could it be? It's crazy. I had my wallet when I came in here. I put it on top of a high boy there. Nothing back. Under. It's not anywhere. What could have happened? Now, let me think now. We came out of the restaurant. I was putting my wallet in my pocket. Maybe I dropped it there. Or maybe in the cab. Or getting out. Yeah, getting out. That must have been it. Getting out. That's what it must have been. It sure ain't anywhere in the suite or I'd have found it. Well, kiss your luck, Lou Richmond. And hightail it out of here fast.
Shall I order the beers, Mike?
No. Wait till I answer the phone. Lieutenant Matthews here. What? Where? Dead? Well, is there any idea? Athena Blackwell. Okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me, Mike. Forget the beer, huh?
I'm sorry, Bill. My precinct, some dame. Homicide. Well, you can't argue with the big M. You, want to see how we handle it in Sun City?
Why not? I didn't plan to go back to D.C. until tomorrow. Busman's holiday, eh?
Homicide's never any picnic. But, I got a funny hunch about this one. Maybe you ought to drag along. I knew it, Bill. I could just smell it. Here, you see this?
Registration?
Yeah. Guess who?
No.
Yeah. Philip Evemonts.
Well, there's no chance it could really be.
No. Not. I just checked the West Coast. Now, I knew he was there to accept an award, but, you don't take chances. I called and I talked to him, and he's there.
So this is our boy again.
Our boy.
Just like you pegged it. It got out of hand for him.
Yeah. Looks that way.
You got any leads?
No. Same description. He checked out a couple of hours ago. The night maid came by to clean up and discovered the body.
There must be some way to identify him. Fingerprints, the desk clerk, or something.
Well, we'll try, but right now I can't imagine what we could dig up would ever put him on the spot.
Who is it? Who is that?
It's all right, Phoebe, honey. It's just me.
Lou?
Who else?
Why, I didn't expect you back until late tomorrow.
Yeah, well, my plans got changed. My business was all finished, so I took the chance to get on home to you as fast as possible.
What's the matter? One of your lady loves walk out on you?
No, it wasn't like that. I just wanted to get back home.
What? Well, that's a switch.
Now, look, Phoebe, honey, I'm sorry. I'm tired and it's late. Let's not have any go-rounds, huh? Give me a break.
A humble Lou Richmond. What happened in New York? Something go wrong?
No. It's just, I've been thinking, honey. Maybe I do spend too much time away from home. Tomorrow, I'm going to tell the office I've had it with the road. It's time I stayed home more, mended a few fences.
They don't need mending, Lou. They fell down a long time ago.
Well, maybe it's time you and me started rebuilding them.
A little late for that.
Maybe it is. I guess we have to wait for tomorrow and the future to find out, huh? But tonight, I am so tired, honey. I'm good for nothing. I just want to hit the hay and maybe never wake up. I slept like I'd had knockout drops and woke up feeling not much better than if I had. I grabbed some OJ and left for the office. But first, I headed for the out-of-town newspaper stand to pick up a news in the Times. The story was in both of them. Buried in the right-hand bottom of the Times' first page. Splashed all over the news with a picture of Athena they'd dug up somewhere. But only guesses about me. Nothing about the wallet. The next day, it was inside the Times, but still on page 2 of the news. No mention of the wallet. By the end of the week, the Times had forgotten it, and the news had a small squib that police had no clue. The wallet was gone, disappeared. My prayer had been answered.
It's just that Lou's been so good to me the last few months, Dennis.
Oh, come on, Phoebe. Now, look, if he has, there has to be a reason. That crumb Lou Richmond never stopped operating a day in his life. You mean you're giving up the idea of any divorce action?
There's just no way I could go ahead with it now.
What do you mean now?
Well, in 3 months, he hasn't made a road trip. He's working right here at the office in Cleveland. I have his number. I talk to him every day, and he's home every night. Just like it was when we were first married.
You're making a big mistake. Now, I can see the way you feel, but this guy hasn't changed.
Why won't you give him the benefit of the doubt?
Because that miserable phony never gave you a break, and he doesn't deserve one from you. I don't know what turned his sails, but you mark my words, he is ducking something. He'll only be on good behavior as long as it suits him. And then he'll be back on the prowl again, and I don't like to see my only sister taken for a patsy.
All right, Dennis. I promise you, if the out-of-town trips start again or anything else, you can call in your bloodhounds. But until they do, I'm going to give Lou the benefit of the doubt.
The next month really drove me up the wall. The office routine had me grinding my teeth. And all the forbidden women around me with their skirts blowing in the wind really chimed my bells. What was worst of all was Phoebe suddenly making dove's eyes at me again. So I made my decision. It was safe now. I'd gotten away with it. It was time to take the act on the road again.
Sergeant Gwynn?
Yeah, speaking. Who's this?
Your New York buddy, Lieutenant Matthews.
Hey, hi, Mike. What's doing? Where you calling from?
Where else? New York.
Don't tell me you got a break on our old friend Phil the Flash.
No such luck. Matter of fact, there's been no action for nearly 6 months. Now, I was just sitting here cleaning up the files, and I pulled his.
Nothing new at all, huh?
Not from here.
You think killing that girl really brought him up short?
Yeah, it seems that way. Anyway, we got too much else on the books to keep this active. Now, I'm going to have to bury our friend in the whole file.
I hate to think of that bird getting away with murder.
So do I. But what can I do without any evidence? If I can't find him, I can't move against him.
You don't think sooner or later he'll pop up again?
Between you and me, yes. Somewhere. Sometime. I just wish they hadn't ridden me off the case from upstairs, because my hunch is stronger than ever.
What hunch?
Remember I told you this boy was headed for big trouble to begin with? Well, now that he's committed murder and got away with it, one will get you 100. He's going to try it again.
You're not going back on the road, Lou.
I've got to. The office insists.
Then quit your job.
I can't do that.
Why not? I have more than enough money for both of us. You've always half lived off me anyway.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It'll never be all the way. I'm not quitting, and I'm going back on the road.
Dennis was right. You haven't changed. You just can't wait to get back to chasing again where it's safe. Well, you're not going to get away with it.
Now, what are you talking about?
You go back on the road, and I'm going to have a private detective on your heels wherever you go. You so much as look at any other woman, and he'll have the goods on you, and I'll divorce you so fast and clean, you'll be wiped out.
So that was it. She meant every word she said. And I knew right at that moment that Phoebe had to go. I'd gotten away with it once, I could do it again. It was just a matter of figuring out how. But Phoebe was as good as dead. No way anyone could stop me. And that's when the roof fell in.
Answer the door, will you?
Who is it?
How do I know?
Police, open up.
Police?
Come on, open up. We know you're in there, Richmond. And don't try anything. The house is surrounded.
What is it, Lou? What is it?
Well, I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, we better find out.
No, don't.
We've got to, Lou.
Excuse me, madam. Detective Archer, Cleveland Police. No, don't you move, Richmond. We got you covered. All right, put the cuffs on him.
Handcuffs? What are you doing?
Are you, Mrs. Richmond?
Yes?
I'm sorry, but we're arresting your husband.
What's the charge?
Suspicion of murder.
Oh. How did you know?
Lieutenant Matthews here from New York will tell you that.
But I looked behind the high boy.
So did we at the time. We missed it, too.
Where was the wallet?
Behind the wooden backing. It was loose at the top. The wallet slipped down inside it, behind the drawers. The hotel just started to redecorate, and when the high boy was moved, they found it. Fortunately, the hotel manager recognized the girl in the picture as the one who was murdered and called the police in. We get your name and address from the wallet, of course.
Oh, murder.
Well, that's exactly what it was, Mr. Richmond.